Recently, those who frequented the basement bar had grown indifferent to Charlie's lectures on respectability and civility. Now, with a chance to tease him, they became exceptionally excited and engaged in a shouting match. Dressed in a white shirt and an unbuttoned black vest, Charlie hesitated between buying drinks for nearly 30 people or performing a striptease. Swiftly, he set down his beer and leaped onto a small round table. In the past, when he was drunk here, he had done all sorts of foolish things. Why should he be afraid of a striptease? Lumion smiled and applauded, taking out a 20 Vril d'Or banknote and placing it on the bar counter. He said to boss Pavard Neeson, "A drink for everyone. Let them have whatever they want." With that, he picked up his glass of Lanty-proof and watched as Charlie clumsily gyrated his hips and carefully unbuttoned his shirt amidst the cheers. "More passion. More energy," Lumion shouted, as if he were watching a show. The other patrons chimed in. Sweat beaded on Charlie's forehead, fearing that excessive energy from removing his clothes might damage his shirt. This wasn't a cheap old linen shirt. After some thought, he decided to take it off as one would a sweater since the top buttons on his shirt were already undone. Lumion took another sip of the Lanty-proof and leaned back at the bar counter. He glanced at Gabriel, who was wearing black-framed glasses and dark suspenders, and asked with amusement, "You're early today? Hadn't this playwright, accustomed to staying up late, only come here for a drink after midnight?" Gabriel held the green absinthe and smiled calmly. "I'm moving out tomorrow. Lightseeker has begun airing?" Lumion immediately had a guess. Gabriel ruffled his disheveled brown hair and smiled. "Not yet, but after rehearsing for a while. Both Monsieur Lop and the directors and actors at Théâtre de la Renaissance think highly of me. They're very confident. I won't have to worry about my living expenses even after moving to a more expensive place and spending the 1,000 Vril d'Or advance. As you know, I don't write trite stories for tabloids anymore." "Where are you planning to move to?" Lumion asked casually. Gabriel said with a yearning expression, "Rue Saint-Michel in Quartier 2, where many authors and painters find their haven. Not far away is the National Museum, the Trier Art Center, various galleries, and sculptures of various forms." Quartier 2, also known as the Arts District or Financial District, was a blend of ancient charm and modern opulence, housing not only the artistic community but also the financial heart of the city. It was home to major banks like the Inta Central Bank and the Trier Bank, along with financial institutions, the Trier Stock Exchange, and the Intas Futures Market. Rue Saint-Michel, on the outskirts of this vibrant district, offered affordable rent, making it an attractive choice for artists and writers. Lumion couldn't resist recalling Aurora's teasing about Rue Saint-Michel, and he playfully paraphrased it, poking fun at the struggling poets. "What a fantastic place! You might toss a brick and hit 3 authors and 2 painters. And let's not forget those poets who die without anyone noticing." Gabriel, slightly embarrassed, took a sip of his absinthe. "However, that's indeed the most suitable place for artistic exchange and creativity. It's not like here, where it's relatively quiet only at night, but it's only relative. And the repulsive bedbugs." Gabriel suddenly remembered that the violent and elegant mob leader beside him was the current boss of Aubaird's Du Coq d'Or. He quickly shut his mouth. At that moment, Charlie completed his striptease act and donned his shirt once more. He skillfully navigated his way out of the crowd of patrons, who had maliciously remarked on his physique, and settled beside Lumion. He casually remarked, "I've been swamped lately. Haven't been around for a few days. As soon as I get home, I feel like collapsing into bed. You see, this is the drawback of being a decent bloke. Why in the world are they suddenly launching such a massive investigation into those wanted criminals from Cordoue? Oh, you've become much smarter." Lumion, who was keen on improving his rhetoric, replied with a smile, "What concern is Cordoue's business to me, Cille Dubois?" Having contracted the knee's face from the human-faced mantis, he wasn't particularly concerned about being recognized by the authorities. Seeing Lumion's self-assured demeanor, Charlie dropped the subject. He eagerly mentioned that a colleague had introduced him to a female teacher. Although she wasn't interested in him romantically, it marked another stride towards his quest for true dignity. They continued to enjoy their drinks until nearly midnight. Lumion and Gabriel, who was set to move the following day, bid Charlie farewell and ascended the stairs to the second floor. Gabriel's gaze fixated on the corridor wall, illuminated solely by a gas wall lamp and adorned with newspapers and faded pink paper. Suddenly, he let out a heartfelt sigh. It's only when I'm on the verge of leaving that I realize there's something worth reminiscing about here. When I first moved in, I thought it wouldn't be long before I'd escape this dump. Well, this wretched motel with my talents. Who would have guessed I'd end up staying here for 10 whole months? Even if I move to Rue Saint-Michel, I'll often think of that cozy little bar downstairs. I'll reminisce about the absinthe that could both sober me up and make me intoxicated, the pungent smell of sulfur, those pesky bedbugs, and the people who brought light to my darkness. Miss Seraphine, Charlie, and you. As Gabriel spoke, he paused, extending his hand to touch the crack in the wall where a fallen newspaper had revealed it. Lumion couldn't resist a playful jab. Do you authors enjoy launching into spontaneous soliloquies and lengthy speeches? Gabriel chuckled sheepishly and replied, I don't know about other authors, but I do find myself doing it occasionally. I've called this place home for nearly a year, and I've witnessed numerous tenants abruptly vanish, leave in haste, or succumb to the pain of life. Yet, the very next day, or maybe just an hour later, new tenants move into the very rooms left behind by those chasing prosperity and dreams in Trier. Most of them fail and fade away like dust, but waves of people keep coming. Perhaps one or two among them will actually succeed. This is the wellspring of inspiration for the Lightseeker script. You're the one who succeeded. Lumion couldn't help but recall Madame Michel, who had tragically ended her life while singing, in the capital of joy, forever Trier. A memory that left him with no capacity for mocking Gabriel. Hope! Gabriel's face lit up with anticipation. He took another step toward the second floor, as if driven to continue ascending. Where are you going? Lumion could guess the answer, yet he asked politely. Gabriel motioned upstairs. To bid farewell to Miss Seraphine and express my gratitude for her unwavering support. Lumion couldn't resist a sly smile, pursing his lips and letting out a playful whistle. Have a romantic night. I am not. Gabriel instinctively protested. Lumion turned and headed towards room 207, waving his hand dismissively. Can't a person have a romantic night all to themselves? Gabriel was speechless. After witnessing Seal's entrance into the room, Gabriel cleared his throat and continued his ascent to the third floor. As he climbed, memories flooded his mind. The initial encounter with the human model, Seraphine, their first conversation about his creation, and the first words of encouragement. He understood that human modeling was a meagerly compensated profession. Even the most popular male models barely received 80 to 90 Vril d'Or a month. Ordinary models scraped by on 60 to 70, equivalent to the earnings of an apprentice motel attendant. Female models fared even worse, with a meager 40 Vril d'Or, forcing them to take on part-time work. No one chose to expose their bodies as artists' models out of laziness or greed for pleasure. Seraphine was no exception. She endured the criticism to earn more money and improve her circumstances. Gabriel halted outside room 309 and rapped gently on the door. Please come in. Seraphine's somewhat hollow voice responded. Gabriel pushed the door open and found Seraphine standing by the wooden table near the window. Her lake blue dress had slipped from her form and lay in a heap on the floor. In the crimson moonlight, Seraphine's brown eyes flickered, and her brown hair cascaded down her back. Her fair body bore the imprint of human faces. Some were stunning, some sinister, some handsome, and some wicked. They all fixed their gaze on Gabriel simultaneously. Gabriel nearly let out a startled cry. What's the matter? Seraphine's voice, tinged with detachment, rang out once more. Gabriel shook off his stupor and realized that the faces were nothing more than lifelike oil paintings. The canvas was Seraphine's body. Remembering that she was a human model, Gabriel refrained from probing further. He exhaled and expressed, I'm moving out tomorrow. Thank you for your encouragement these past few months. As soon as he finished speaking, Seraphine extended her right hand, her eyes distant. Gabriel couldn't resist complying. Half an hour later, Gabriel lay on the bed, holding Seraphine close, and spoke with sincerity. "Come with me to Rue Saint-Michel." Seraphine shook her head resolutely. "I'm moving as well. Somewhere else." Gabriel persisted. "Where to?" "To a place called the Hostel. My friends are there." Seraphine's voice turned hollow once more. Gabriel made several attempts to convince her, but the human model remained steadfast. He had no choice but to leave disheartened. Seraphine rose from the bed, entirely unclothed, and watched him as he walked towards the door. In that instant, the crimson moon was veiled, plunging the room into an unnatural darkness. The oil-painted faces on Seraphine's body suddenly appeared to come alive, their mouths opening as Gabriel retreated. Eventually, tranquility returned, and Gabriel respectfully closed the door. The following morning, Lumion stuck to his routine, going for a run, practicing his boxing, and hunting for breakfast in his customary fashion. Upon his return to the Auberge du Coq d'Or, he noticed that Gabriel's neighboring room was already open. There was no sign of Gabriel, nor any trace of luggage. Intrigued, Lumion made his way to the third floor and discovered that room 309 was in the same state. He clicked his tongue and returned to room 207 with a wry smile. Before long, the doll messenger made an appearance, tossing a neatly folded letter and a silver mask onto the wooden table. "Madame Justice's reward has arrived?" Lumion's delight was palpable. Lumion hesitated briefly before touching the silver mask. He carefully opened the letter and began to read the elegant handwriting, which was quite different from Madame Magician's. "This is the promised reward. Lie. It allows you to truly transform your appearance, adjusting your form within a certain range and altering your height. At the same time, it grants you the ability to use flame controlling and damage transfer like a magician. You'll also have an enhanced sense of danger, as well as improved balance and agility. It can change its appearance at will, can become anything you desire. But when you wear it, your emotions will be amplified. You must learn to control yourself, or there will be significant problems. Also, remember, don't lose yourself in Lie. It's actually portable without any negative effects." Lumion's initial reaction after reading the letter wasn't one of delight that Lie's effects suited his needs, but rather one of surprise that the mystical item's negative effects were far weaker than he had imagined. It only amplified one's emotions when worn. In other words, Lumion could store it in a bag, wallet, or any other container and carry it with him at all times without facing any side effects. Compared to Lie, decency had to be ensconced in liquor, making it rather troublesome to retrieve and safeguard. Flog also exerted an influence while being carried. With a sigh, Lumion couldn't help but make a self-deprecating remark. "Why does it always have to be something that messes with my emotions?" With this combination, even Om's monk would explode on the spot. This combination of dark corruption from the contracted creatures, the fluctuations in desire stemming from Flog, and the gift bestowed by the Blood Emperor Tutor, was sure to wreak havoc on his emotions. When you added Lie to the mix, the equation became something like 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 4. Having just finished psychiatric treatment for his past wounds and painful memories and returning to his normal state, Lumion realized that if he wanted to avoid descending into madness and losing control, he shouldn't let Flog's boxing gloves and Lie take effect simultaneously. Lie is meant for the curly-haired baboons research society gatherings. It's for socializing. I don't need Flog for that. And when I'm not using Lie, I have the knees face to replace it, Lumion thought, pondering for a moment before tossing the satchel containing the Flog boxing gloves onto the bed. After this decision, he reached for the silver Lie mask and covered his face. The mask began to melt, its silvery substance seeping into Lumion's skin like mercury, completely enveloping his head. In an instant, everything began to shift and transform. Lumion's contours and facial features swiftly adjusted. Before long, the silvery liquid seemed to be absorbed or evaporated, and Lumion's skin returned to normal, now even fairer than before. Then, his body underwent a sudden change, and his white shirt strained against his bulging chest. Lumion lowered his head and scrutinized his appearance for a few seconds before muttering to himself. There's a limit of 10 centimeters for becoming shorter or taller. I used to be 1.76 meters tall, just 8 centimeters taller than Aurora, but now I'm 1.81 meters tall. Yes, 3 centimeters of difference shouldn't be noticeable to ordinary people. Besides, it is quite normal for both men and women to use special shoes to appear taller. I can even imitate voices. That's all part of the true transformation of one's appearance. With his loose pants and a snug shirt, Lumion left room 207 and entered the washroom, casting his gaze at the mirror. A beautiful woman stared back at him in the mirror. She had long, thick blonde hair, light blue eyes, a tall, delicate nose, and red lips as bright as the morning sun. The details of her facial features and the contours of her face continued to subtly change for dozens of seconds before settling into their final form. Lumion gazed at the woman in the mirror, his eyes gradually softening as the corners of his mouth curled up. After a few seconds, he chuckled and said, "Long time no see, Aurora." Franca, returning from Rue de Fontaines, gracefully opened the door to apartment 601. What she saw when she entered left her stunned. A face identical to her own. This person had a flaxen ponytail, bright, smiling lake-colored eyes, brown eyebrows that reached her temples, and thin red lips. Franca's tension was palpable as she blurted out, "Who are you? Why are you impersonating me?" The doppelganger also pointed at her and said, "Who are you? Why are you impersonating me?" In exasperation, Franca laughed and secretly wrapped the spider silk she released around the impostor. In an instant, crimson flames erupted, igniting the invisible threads around them. Franca immediately understood the truth. She pointed at the fake Franca and said, "You six-eared macaque, how dare you impersonate me?" The fake Franca's face squirmed as she transformed back into Lumion. His body grew taller. After removing the lie earring, Lumion asked curiously, "What's a six-eared macaque?" Franca hesitated for a moment, debating whether to keep it a secret, but then she realized that Lumion already knew everything he needed to know. There was no need to hide such trivial details. She replied, "Back home, there are many myths and legends for your sister and me. The six-eared macaque is one of them. It can hear all your secrets and become identical to you." Without waiting for Lumion's response, Franca asked excitedly, "Did you acquire a mystical item that can alter your appearance and figure?" Lumion raised his left hand, wrapped in a few white bandages, and replied, "Can't you see I'm injured? I accepted Madame Justice's commission and helped her retrieve an object from the 4th level of the catacombs. This is the reward. Lie." As he spoke, Lumion flicked the earring-shaped mystical item with his right hand. "Is that so?" Franca had suspected that Lumion's visit to the catacombs was likely arranged by the Tarot Club, so she hadn't inquired further in front of Jenna. Curious, she asked, "What was the object?" Lumion pondered for a moment and realized that neither Madame Magician, Madame Justice, nor Madame Hella had asked him to keep it a secret. "Hence," he replied, "the spring water of the Samaritan women's spring." "Is there really a Samaritan women's spring?" Franca was astonished. She had read Trier's mysticism magazines and heard rumors about the Samaritan women's spring. She even went to the catacombs to find the one named by the administrators but found nothing magical. "Yes," Lumion confirmed after some thought. "It's deep in the catacombs and has something to do with 4th Epic Trier." Franca's eyes sparkled as she inquired, "Is it magical?" Lumion glanced at her. "It's magical, but it's only for Beyonders of the Corpse Collector, Warrior, and Sleepless Pathways. If you want to give it a try, there's only one outcome. You'll forget who you were and the home you keep talking about. From then on, you'll become a true Trier Demoness." Franca shuddered and subconsciously shook her head. What's the difference between that and being dead? She stopped asking about the Samaritan women's spring and said excitedly, "Can you transform into Muggle? Let me take a look." Lumion gazed at Franca for a few seconds before finally donning the silver-white earring again. Soon, Aurora, clad in a white shirt, black vest, and simple pants, appeared before Franca. Wow! Franca exclaimed. She's even more beautiful than I imagined. Is that the point? Lumion asked in Aurora's voice. Franca smiled sheepishly. I'm not sure how close this is to the real Muggle, but we disguise ourselves at gatherings. This is enough. Lumion reverted to his original form. As he removed the lie earring, he said, I've already written a letter to Madame Hella. She said she'll inform me about the next gathering and bring me there. Franca averted her gaze in disappointment. Then there's no need for me to worry. Yes, let me tell you about the different methods of the gathering and the characteristics of the members of the Research Society. Franca's supplementary class continued until noon. Seeing Lumion preparing to leave, she hesitated for a moment and said, Can you transform into me again? Lumion, puzzled but not refusing, frowned. Before long, with a reference, he accurately transformed into another Franca. Franca gazed at her face, seemingly intoxicated. Suddenly, she extended her right hand and touched Lumion's cheek. Hey! Lumion took a step back. Franca snapped out of her daze and smiled sheepishly. The feeling of a real person and a mirror is indeed different. However, I feel that you're still lacking something, but I can't tell what. Lumion pondered for a moment and asked with a smile, lacking a feminine charm? Maybe. Franca exhaled and watched Lumion walk towards the door. Just as Lumion opened the door, he heard the demoness of pleasure shout from behind. Damn it! Were you secretly cursing me? What feminine charm? In salle de bal brise, as Lumion sat down, Sarkota approached him with a wanted poster and said, Those black dogs have been asking around with it for the past 2 days. Lumion glanced at it and realized it was his wanted poster. He smiled nonchalantly. It's fine. Let them search. Sarkota didn't say anything else and informed Lumion. The boss wants you to make a trip to Rue de Fontaines today. What's the matter now? Lumion pondered and nodded. It was almost evening when he arrived at 11 Rue de Fontaines in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative. The lawn seemed to have been ravaged, and the hall filled with weapons and armor was severely damaged. Upon seeing Gardner Martin, Lumion didn't hide his confusion. Did something happen? Gardner Martin, his face glowing, smiled and said, After the werewolf incident, they launched a sneak attack and were forced back. They suffered a loss. The Rose School of Thought ultimately fell into the boss's trap? Seeing that Gardner Martin didn't want to elaborate, Lumion asked, Boss, why did you summon me? Gardner Martin produced an exquisite invitation. Count Poofer invites you to his Red Swan Castle for a salon this weekend. Red Swan Castle? Lumion frowned slightly. Lumion still vividly recalled the night he played King's Pie. Nightmares haunted him repeatedly, and every time, he found himself in an ancient beige castle, its surface tainted with the marks of ages-old blood, its interior a horrifying canvas of madness. Seeing his silence, Gardner Martin flashed a reassuring smile. Just remember to let Poofer choose first in situations like the King's Pie game, and you'll be fine. But I'm no longer the same person I used to be. Can I really depend on being the last to choose to avoid the problem when there's the Blood Emperor's aura corrupting my right hand? Lumion silently pondered for a moment before responding, Yes, commanding officer. He then inquired, Where is Red Swan Castle? He intended to scout the area when the opportunity arose. At the very least, he needed to pinpoint the location of the nearest cathedral. Quartier Erast, near Emperor Rosel's summer palace and the West Loggins forest. Gardner Martin replied succinctly. Quartier Erast was designated as 17. In Rosel's time, it served as a suburban retreat for nobles and royalty, but now it was enclosed within the city walls, becoming one of Trier's largest districts. Known as the Barracks District due to its multiple army encampments, it was situated in the northwest, boasting a national park, West Loggins Forest, a conference center, and numerous arsenals. Additionally, it was home to the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun's largest cloister in Trier, the Sacred Heart Cloister. Lumion recalled a map of Trier he had seen and nodded in acknowledgement. It's near the Square District. Emperor Rosel's summer palace wasn't situated in Quartier Erast. It resided in the Square District, nestled between West and East Loggins Forest. Gardner Martin cast a glance at Lumien's left hand. "Why are you injured?" Lumion smiled candidly and said, "I recently delved into the catacombs with a friend I met at a mysticism gathering and got injured." He couldn't shake the feeling that the Iron and Blood Cross Order had an interest in the underground world, possibly with spies lurking around the tombs. It was safer to focus the lie on something else. The curly-haired Baboons Research Society also doubled as a mysticism gathering, after all. Gardner Martin nodded with approval. "Avoid unnecessary explorations and risks in the future. They won't bring you the mystical knowledge you seek, nor will they yield valuable items. Only danger, danger, and more danger awaits." "Is that so? Does the Samaritan women's spring count as a high-value item?" Lumion inwardly criticized. Nevertheless, he earnestly agreed. "Yes, commanding officer." Had it not been for Madam Justice's request, he would have had no inclination to venture into the catacomb's 4th level. Now the odds drew closer to 0. He couldn't help but wonder if he might stumble upon another of Amon's tombs. After bidding farewell to Gardner Martin, Lumion hopped onto a public carriage headed back to Avenue du Marquet. As the carriage rumbled along, he leaned against the wall, letting various thoughts swirl through his mind. He used this time to relax and ponder any potential issues he might have overlooked. Amidst the rhythmic sounds of horses' hooves and the carriage's wheels, a sudden thought struck Lumion. Could the Rose School of Thought, after suffering another setback at the hands of Gardner Martin, decide to seek out others who were involved in the Tree of Shadow incident? The Bliss Society only lost Charlotte Calvino and Susanna Mattis, the High Priestess. There are still other members to contend with, such as Maipu Meyer, the former manager of theater Delancey Cage Pigeons, or the actresses who had once played lead roles there before departing. I wonder if Susanna Mattis had divulged the details of the Tree of Shadow to these members. If she had, they would likely know that the High Priestess's true target was either me, Cecile Dubois, or rather Lumion Lee. If that were the case, the Rose School of Thought and the Bliss Society might redirect their focus towards me. That could spell trouble. How annoying. I really wish I could eliminate every member of the Rose School of Thought and the Bliss Society. Towards the end, upon realizing the various negative effects on him, Lumion cursed inwardly before controlling himself. If it weren't for the actor's remarkable skill in disguise and concealing themselves, he might have seriously contemplated eliminating all members of the Bliss Society to eliminate any hidden threats. He suspected that the flog boxing gloves might have a miraculous effect on individuals with twisted desires, like those in the Bliss Society. How should I find them? Lumion fell into deep thought. Just then, as the public carriage pulled into a halfway stop, a passenger boarded. It was a boy, around 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a white shirt and a miniature black formal suit with matching shorts. He wore white socks and black shoes, had short blonde hair, and his brown eyes held determination. His chubby cheeks suggested he still had traces of baby fat. "Oh, isn't this Baron Brignase's godson, Ludwig?" Lumion's mood brightened as he smiled. Almost simultaneously, Ludwig noticed him, and his expression turned to panic. He swiftly attempted to disembark from the carriage. He was still carrying the heavy dark red hard school bag. Running away from home again, Lumion thought as he stood up, alighting from the carriage ahead of schedule. The boy had already disappeared from the vicinity of the stop sign. "He's quite fast." Lumion identified the nearby footprints and calmly chose a direction. Escaping a hunter's pursuit without addressing tracks promptly was nearly impossible. After trailing the footprints for a couple of streets, Lumion turned into a secluded alley and approached a half-broken barricade that barely reached waist height. He couldn't help but chuckle as he said, "Come out." Ludwig cautiously peeked his young face out from behind the barricade, a mixture of nervousness and resentment evident in his voice as he said, "You swindler, stay away. If you come any closer, I'll devour you." Lumion raised his right hand and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Why did you run away from home again?" Ludwig responded angrily. "It's all because of all that damn homework." Lumion couldn't help but tease. "Yo, you've learned to curse." You've improved since last time. He noted that Ludwig, even if his unusual appetite and eating habits were disregarded, seemed more like a real child now compared to their previous encounter. With this in mind, Lumion concluded, "This proves that studying is still useful." Ludwig was momentarily taken aback and seemed to forget to retort. Lumion sized him up and said sincerely, "You weren't born with a high IQ. In a way, you're relatively less intelligent. But if you don't study, do your homework regularly, and occasionally take exams to gradually improve your thinking abilities, I can guarantee that someone like me could easily deceive you the moment you step outside, and you wouldn't even realize how you fell for it." Ludwig muttered to himself in a daze. Did I really improve? Is studying, doing homework, and taking exams really useful? You're not born stupid, are you? Is your brain damaged? You believed me just like that? I can't even imagine what would happen to you if you were thrown at the Salle de Bal Unique's entrance. As Lumion muttered inwardly, his smile remained unwavering. That's right. If you find it too burdensome, talk to Brignaise about reducing the amount of homework. There's no need to run away from home. Giving up on studying will only make you more foolish. At that moment, Lumion had a single prevailing thought. It is better to keep such abnormal and brainless humans or humanoid creatures under the supervision of the Orthodox Church. However, wouldn't the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom be too arrogant to think that Baron Brignaise could control a fellow who ate everything he saw? He has already escaped twice. If he hadn't encountered me every time, he would have caused trouble long ago. Ludwig fell silent for a few seconds before he spoke up. Will you negotiate for me? Lumion didn't hesitate in his response. No problem. Negotiating was something he was quite experienced in, especially when dealing with his sister. Then I'll trust you again. Ludwig hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. He then flipped over the dilapidated barricade. Don't say that. It'll only make me feel like scamming you again. Lumion muttered and led Ludwig to the nearest public carriage stop. On the way, he glanced at the boy's filthy clothes and said, Did you bring a change of clothes? No. Ludwig shook his head. Running away from home without any spare clothes? Lumion asked in amusement. So, what's in your bag? Food. Again, Ludwig shook his head, displaying a rather obedient attitude. It's not food or clothes. Lumion cast a puzzled glance at the dark red hard school bag. It can't be filled with books and papers, can it? No either. Ludwig suddenly shut his mouth. What could it be? Lumion narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Ludwig asked innocently, Is there anything to eat? No, we'll eat when we return to Avenue du Marquet. Lumion replied mercilessly. What a joke. With your appetite, why would I use my own money to treat you? Disappointed, Ludwig let out a sigh and began sucking his finger, as if he wanted to take a bite out of it. Fortunately, their destination, Avenue du Marquet, wasn't too far away. After another stop, they arrived, and Lumion spotted Baron Brignaise waiting at the entrance of the usury company. The gentleman visibly relaxed upon seeing Ludwig. This can't go on, Lumion interjected before the other party could speak. Do you think I'll keep running into him every time? Reduce his homework by half. Baron Brignaise weighed the options for a moment. Okay, Ludwig interjected in a hushed tone. And add another dessert meal. With the godfather and godchild relationship seemingly back to normal, Lumion bid them farewell and couldn't help but wonder. Why did the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom send such an abnormal child to try her? In the Hill District, in Deep Valley Town, in front of an old grayish-white house with only 2 floors, Valentine and Imra, now in possession of the brass key obtained from Celia Bello, stood behind the Deacon Angoulême with serious expressions. According to the feedback from a sealed artifact, the brass key left behind by the mysterious entrustee of the gatekeeper's disappearance pointed to this very building. The door to the grayish-white old house creaked open, needing no key to grant access. Inside, chaos reigned, with assorted items strewn about, as if someone had burglarized the place. Valentine surveyed the disarray and remarked, Someone's made off with valuable items from here. His gaze fell upon the open and empty doors to the first-floor rooms, evidence of heavy boxes that once occupied the space. We're too late. The entrustee's companion must have sensed trouble and moved out, Imra lamented. The purifiers fanned out, scouring the cramped area for clues. Before long, Angoulême discovered a handful of white papers scattered near the stairwell's edge. He carefully examined them in the sunlight. Taking a pencil from his pocket, he began to gently shade one of the papers. Gradually, faint marks emerged, forming a few legible words. Albert Goncourt, underground, riot, time. Albert Goncourt. Imra glanced at the paper in the deacon's hand and couldn't help but frown. Albert Goncourt had been the mastermind behind the Trier uprising 6 years ago, a leader of the Carbonari, a prominent anti-government militant faction. Angoulême remained silent, urging his team to press on with their investigation. After thoroughly searching both the first and second floors, they descended into the cellar. At the far end stood a black iron door, its brass lock gleaming in the dim light. Angoulême patted the grayish-white humanoid machine by his side and inserted the brass key he had obtained from Celia Bello into its palm. Immediately after, Angoulême adjusted a few knobs on the mechanical contraption. From the high-energy pyrokinetic backpack on the robot's back, a billowing white mist erupted. Steadily, it pushed the rigid machine forward, guiding the brass key into the lock at the correct height. Watching this spectacle, Imra couldn't help but sigh. Deacon, among the Inquisition, no, the entire church. You're truly the most fond of mechanical creations. Angoulême glanced at his usually laid-back subordinate and replied, I don't discriminate, whether it's a product of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery or not. I only care about its utility. When a robot malfunctions, we can fix or replace it. If a person breaks down, I'll be dealing with compensation claims and grieving friends and families. The purifiers recognized the deacon's protective tone and turned their attention to the grayish-white humanoid machine with a smile. Currently, it could only be used to move things and hammer nails. Could barely walk and run. Couldn't do any intricate or brain-intensive operations, and it didn't last long enough. Otherwise, it would have saved them a lot of trouble. With a mechanical click, the robot turned the brass key, and the heavy iron door swung open. A thin fog billowed from within, distorting the door and revealing ethereal faces, etched in the mist, contorted with hatred and pain. The faces were formed by white fog, filled with hatred and pain. They clawed and cursed at the mechanical creation opening the door, but it remained impassive. Rays of brilliant sunlight descended one after another, swiftly clearing the fog behind the black iron door. As the fog dissipated, Valentine and the others saw what was there. It was a small altar, made of grayish-black stones, rising only halfway up. Angoulême, after repeated confirmations that the area was safe, guided the robot inside. He observed a shallow, narrow groove on top of the grayish-black altar, suggesting that something had once been embedded there but was now gone. A ring, Angoulême mused in a hushed tone. In the market district, at 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches, at the entrance of apartment 601, Franca sported an exquisite shirt adorned with lace flowers at the collar and cuffs, paired with her beloved beige breeches under the sunlight. Her slippers completed the ensemble as she gazed at Lumion. Franca questioned, "Why are you here again?" Not wasting any time for his response, she raised her hand and quipped, "If you transform into Muggle, you're more than welcome." Lumion pushed his way into the room and scanned his surroundings. "I need to discuss something with you." "What's the matter now?" Franca, visibly apprehensive, inquired, "Can't you wait patiently for the gathering next week?" Lumion chuckled. "How about a trip to Trocadero, specifically the Red House Café?" "The Red House Café known for hosting women's orgies?" Franca asked in surprise. "Oh, you remembered it immediately. You must have been thinking about it a lot, right?" Lumion replied with a smile. "Yes." Franca shook her head. "Forget it. Forget it. Fantasizing about it is enough. No need to actually go. It would be too indulgent. I must maintain control, resist desires, and avoid complete indulgence." Then, She scrutinized Lumion and remarked critically, "Don't tell me you intend to use lie and transfiguration to disguise yourself as a woman and infiltrate the orgy for first-hand experience?" Lumion mocked. "Did you truly think that through leading you to believe I'd consider such a plan? This is a serious matter." He recounted the Rose School of Thought's failure and his concerns. Someone from the Bliss Society mentioned that they're in contact with members of the Moment Society and the Narcissus Society, who also participate in the Red House female orgies. They want to convert them into believers of the Mother Tree of Desire. If we follow this trail, we might uncover the core members of the Bliss Society, or at least eliminate Maipu Meyer and those who were aware of Susanna Mattis' rough plan. Franca nodded slightly and said, "Moreover, we can't entrust this to official Beyonders. If they extract any information, your cover could be blown." With a resolute expression, she declared, "Since it's a serious matter, we have to be there." Then, with enthusiasm, she asked, "When are you planning to go? Do you know the party's time and the conditions for an invitation?" "That's today's objective. Visit the Red House Cafe. Enjoy coffee for an hour or two while subtly displaying your feminine charm. See if you attract the attention of potential contacts among the homosexuals or identify any women who might be orgy participants. Initiate conversations and establish connections to gather further intelligence." Lumion understood the importance of a methodical approach, especially in delicate situations like this one. Franca nodded heavily. "No problem." Lumion produced lie, in the shape of a silver necklace, and handed it to Franca. "Use this to alter your hair, eyes, and facial features. You can't appear in your true form. What if Maipu Meyer is lurking? He'd recognize you as the current boss of Theater de Lancian Cage, a pigeons in an instant." As soon as Franca finished donning lie, she said eagerly, "Let's go now." Lumion's lips curled up. "I forgot to mention that this mystical item amplifies the wearer's emotions." Franca was taken aback. "No wonder I've been feeling so anxious." Lumion added with a smile, "Emotions that weren't there before won't be amplified." Franca, clenching her teeth, retorted, "Well, my desire to punch you has definitely been amplified." Lumion ceased his mockery and began to earnestly explain the functions and precautions of lie. Franca walked to the full-body mirror and observed her hair rapidly turning black, her pupils turning dark brown, her skin becoming more delicate, and her lines softer. Compared to her flamboyant beauty, she now appeared more composed and mature. Her facial features leaned towards elegance, giving her an indescribable charm. Gazing at her altered reflection in the mirror, Franca remained silent for a prolonged moment. "It doesn't resemble your true appearance, but it's still beautiful and charming," Lumion complimented objectively. He wanted to say that she had the charm of a demoness, but he chose not to agitate Franca. Franca snapped out of her daze and silently changed into non-red boots before walking towards the door. Upon entering the corridor, she snapped out of her daze and glanced at Lumion beside her. "If you're giving me lie, how do you plan to disguise yourself as a woman? Are you relying on the transformation illusion?" Lumion replied with a hint of amusement. "Who says I'm masquerading as a woman?" He led Franca to a new safe house on Rue du Rossignol, retrieved a brownish-yellow ritualistic dog skin, and wrapped it around himself. Then, he recited an incantation in Hermes. "Dog!" A dark light suddenly surged from the ritualistic dog skin, enveloping Lumion completely. In an instant, a large dog with brownish-yellow fur appeared in the room. Franca, with her black hair and brown eyes, was taken aback. She finally understood Lumion's plan for monitoring the situation at the Red House Cafe. After a moment of curiosity, Franca asked, "What does it feel like to become a big dog? Are you sure you don't feel burdened?" The brownish-yellow-furred dog rolled its eyes at Franca and opened its mouth. "Woof! Are you stupid? Do you think dogs can speak and answer your questions?" Franca clicked her tongue and, with Lumion in brownish-yellow dog form, hired a rental carriage to head to Trocadero town, west of Lavini docks. Along the way, Lumion had the urge to bite her several times. From time to time, she would curiously stroke his dog fur, stomach, and head, hoping to find something distinct from a real dog. After more than an hour, the carriage arrived outside Trocadero. Franca paid the fare of 2 d'or, and Lumion, in his dog guise, hopped out, behaving as if he had no connection to her. He began to scout the streets for the Red House Café, which emitted a distinctive aroma of fermented grapes. Soon, he located the establishment near East Logness Forest. While the entire building wasn't red, it sported a magnificent mushroom-shaped red roof. The main structure was beige, adorned with bold graffiti on the walls. Lumion settled near the café's entrance, lying down quietly, and watched as Franca, transformed into a black-haired beauty, entered the establishment. The ambience at the Red House Café radiated a small-town charm. Enamelware utensils, wooden-framed decorative paintings, checkered tablecloths, and exposed ceiling beams gave it a simple yet elegant vibe, a striking contrast to its vibrant and trendy exterior. Franca, seated by the window, ordered a cup of fragrant Intis coffee and basked in the sunlight. With a casual glance around, she observed the clientele and waitstaff. Most of them were women, particularly the waitresses, and their attire and graceful movements indicated specialized training. Only 2 men, seemingly foreign wine merchants, sat across from each other, discussing the impact of this year's abundant rain and sunlight on grape quality. Among the 3 female patrons, one was a local elderly woman with gray hair, dressed modestly, occasionally greeting passers-by. Another was in her 30s, wearing a veiled black hat and a blue corset dress, her features fairly ordinary. The third, a striking beauty with delicate eyebrows, had naturally cascading brown hair in wavy curls, dressed simply, and exuded a calm demeanor. Apart from the local elderly lady, the other 2 might be participants in the orgies. Franca turned her attention away, thinking that the first floor, with a dozen or so tables, didn't seem like the place for such private affairs. Her guess was that it might be happening in the basement or on an upper floor closer to the distinctive red mushroom roof. From Franca's vantage point, she had a clear view of the café's entrance. Lumion, in his brownish-yellow dog form, lay there quietly, soaking up the sun and keeping a close eye on everyone entering and exiting the Red House Café, as well as the patrons and waitresses inside. No one paid much attention to the wild dog by the roadside, except for a few stray dogs that passed by. One of them bared its teeth at Lumion, who occupied his usual spot, and growled menacingly. Lumion felt somewhat helpless. Could he really engage in a dogfight in his current form? This wasn't a significant concern for him, but what mattered was that the animal creation spell had sealed most of his beyonder powers, reducing his strength to that of a dog. Of course, given his size as a large dog, intimidating smaller canines was a breeze. However, the dog growling at him was also quite substantial, albeit on the thin side. Fight! Fight! Franca couldn't contain her excitement as she watched the scene unfold through the window. She had no intention of intervening. It was a rare opportunity to witness Lumion in such an awkward situation. How could she resist the spectacle? Lumion, sprawled by the door, raised his right his right foreleg. Drawing from past experiences, he focused a portion of his consciousness on his paw. A faint sense of madness and a scent of blood, perceptible only to Lumion, hung in the air. The brown-furred dog, its skeletal frame visible, was taken aback and hastily retreated with its tail between its legs. Oh, come on. Be more daring. Why run away? Franca, inside the Red House Café, was left disappointed. She couldn't fathom why the dog had suddenly become afraid of Lumion. The hunter couldn't unleash his full powers. He could exude an aura of provocation at best. Simultaneously, Lumion chuckled self-deprecatingly. If the Blood Emperor ever found out that I used his aura to scare off dogs, he might just skin me alive, wouldn't he? After the brief interlude, Franca refocused her attention on the café. Drawing from her experience and observations in fashion magazines, she gracefully sipped her coffee and occasionally performed everyday actions that highlighted her feminine charm, all learned over the past year. It didn't escape her notice that nearly everyone in the café had their eyes on her. Some glanced discreetly, while others openly admired her, some even offering warm smiles. The elderly local lady, who had been seated nearby, smiled at Franca, picked up honey-roasted chicken wings from her plate, and made her way out of the Red House Cafe. Stopping in front of Lumion, she mumbled to herself in amazement, "It's another one!" Lumion had an uneasy feeling as he watched the old lady squat down and offer the brownish-yellow roasted chicken wing to him. After a moment's hesitation, he bit into the chicken wing like a real dog, allowing the old lady to stroke his furry head. Truth be told, he wasn't accustomed to eating like a dog, but fortunately, the old lady stood up and departed after a couple of affectionate strokes. Inside the Red House Cafe, Franca couldn't help but burst into laughter as she watched Lumion awkwardly nibble at the chicken wings. Unable to resist her amplified emotions, her body trembled with laughter. If she didn't need to maintain her image, she might have doubled over in laughter. She also wanted to take something to feed Lumion. In her natural state, Franca's true charisma shone through. Her black hair, brown eyes, and effortless elegance captivated those around her, giving her a unique and magnetic presence in the cafe. The mysterious charm of her black hair and brown eyes, along with her elegant and casual demeanor, made her uniquely attractive. At that moment, a woman wearing a light-colored hunting suit rode up on a brown horse from the nearby racetrack near East Loggins Forest. She skillfully dismounted and removed her hat. Her long, orange-red hair flowed like a waterfall, adding a touch of wildness to her otherwise clean, pure, and exquisite face. Carrying a whip, the woman in the hunting attire secured her horse and made her way into the Red House Cafe. She approached the quiet and beautiful young woman. Franca had ceased her laughter at Lumion's antics and couldn't help but feel that this new arrival seemed more like a participant in the orgies than anyone else present. Despite being the most beautiful with exquisitely delicate features that gave her an innocent appearance, there was an aura about her that could easily pass for that of a man. There was likely to be someone like her at a female orgy. Franca elegantly raised her right hand and brushed back the black hair that had fallen across her lips, subtly displaying her own feminine charm. The woman with long orange-red hair, who had been unconsciously surveying the cafe's occupants, appeared visibly taken aback, as if she had been momentarily stunned. However, Lumion, who had been lying quietly by the entrance, noticed a slight furrow in the woman's brow after her initial surprise. She averted her gaze and continued her approach toward the quietly elegant woman with wavy hair. They engaged in light banter before they ascended the wooden stairs to the second floor amidst some chatter. Franca observed them from the corner of her eye and began to form a rough idea. There is a strong likelihood that these two are indeed participants in the female orgies, though whether they belong to the Moment Society or the Narcissus Society remains uncertain. Franca continued to sip her coffee leisurely, deliberately making no move. After more than half an hour had passed, and with no sign of the women descending, she decided to leave her seat and walked out of Red House Cafe. She planned to call it a day, so as to not risk arousing suspicion by approaching them too hastily. Her plan was to maintain her cover as a resident of the nearby Lavini docks and return to Trocadero every 2 or 3 days, or even more frequently. After all, this area was renowned for its wine production and scenic beauty, attracting numerous tourists daily. It would be entirely plausible for a lady who had recently moved nearby to explore the area. Lumion, stationed at the entrance of the Red House Cafe, appeared disinterested, as though he had no connection to Franca's actions. Almost simultaneously, his sharp senses detected the beautiful woman with long orange-red hair standing behind a glass window on the second floor. The woman observed Franca's departing figure with a solemn, vigilant, and contemplative expression, devoid of any apparent homosexual romantic interest. Why is there such a reaction? Did she discover something amiss with Franca? How did she discover it? Lumion felt puzzled as he stood up, as if he had soaked up enough sun, and moved to the alley between the Red House Cafe and the neighboring building, which was closer to Franca's departure direction. Before long, the woman with long orange-red hair reappeared behind the second-floor window. She carefully scanned her surroundings, confirming that no one was paying attention. There was only a brownish-yellow dog dozing off in a corner. Gently, She pushed open the window and gracefully descended to the alley below, as light as a feather. Immediately after her descent, the woman with the clean and pure appearance blended into the shadows. Lumion, pretending to be in a state of drowsiness, silently observed this unfolding scene, his mind racing. Featherfall, shadow concealment, beauty, remarkable charisma. Could she be a demoness? Was it precisely because she is also a demoness that she sensed something unusual about Franca's appearance and demeanor, prompting her to follow and observe? Lumion discreetly stood up and began to follow Franca from a distance, giving the appearance of a leisurely stroll. The orange-red-haired woman remained hidden in the shadows, elusive and difficult to pinpoint. Lumion couldn't ascertain her exact location, but he was certain that she was not far from Franca. Franca, playing her part convincingly, didn't seem in a hurry to leave Trocadero. She embraced the role of a tourist, visiting the nearest vineyard, sampling the free red wine at a shop, and purchasing some regional specialties. Just before noon, Franca entered the town's upscale department store and began trying on various styles of women's clothing. As Lumion watched, nearly 15 minutes later, he lost sight of Franca. It was then that he observed the clean-looking woman in hunting attire emerging from the shadows in a corner of the department store, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Franca had successfully shaken her pursuer. Lumion's guileless dog face lit up with a gratified smile. The final stage of today's operation, getting rid of the would-be stalker, had been executed flawlessly. Franca, with Lai's assistance and her ability to counter divination, had done a commendable job. She must have utilized the shoppers in the department store, changing into a different set of clothing as a ruse, transformed herself, and exited openly to evade detection. After the woman in the hunting attire returned to the Red House Café, Lumion left Trocadero and made his way toward Quartier Arrast. While still in his canine form, he intended to explore the vicinity of Red Swan Castle. Guillaume Binet's animal creation spell had a duration of 7 days, after which it would naturally dissipate, requiring a new ritual. As Lumion had anticipated, Red Swan Castle stood atop the hill, its beige exterior tainted with the marks of age-old blood. It stood in eerie silence, surrounded by a small river. Lumion conducted a few circles around the area before arriving at the closest church building, the Sacred Heart Cloister of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Beneath the shade of the green trees, he squatted quietly and gazed at the magnificent golden building adorned with steeples. During his observation, Lumion couldn't help but notice a golden retriever squatting more than 10 meters away, its attention also fixed on the Sacred Heart Cloister. Are all the dogs around the cloister so devout? He retracted his gaze while criticizing. He quickly left the forest behind. His primary concern was to chart a route from Red Swan Castle to the Sacred Heart Cloister, taking note of any advantageous terrain and hiding spots along the way. What the Sacred Heart Cloister actually looked like or if it held any special significance was of little concern to him. By mid-afternoon, Lumion had thoroughly scouted the area surrounding Red Swan Castle. He discovered several potential escape routes, some following the main road, some along the freight railways, others winding through forests, past lakes, or over hills. Not only were they well concealed, but they also featured natural traps. Initially, Lumion had contemplated infiltrating Red Swan Castle in his canine form, but he soon realized that security was exceedingly tight. Stray dogs were not tolerated, and intruders faced certain death. Unfortunately, the animal creation spell only permits transformation into larger animals. The implicit requirement is that the hide must be able to envelop a curled-up human. Otherwise, I could transform into a rat. I don't believe they could guard against that. He sighed and retreated to a nearby secluded spot. With his spirituality, Lumion manipulated the air within the dog hide and murmured 2 words of Hermes. His grace. Creating a sound in this manner was not challenging for Lumion. What proved difficult was that his spirituality was constrained by the animal creation spell. It could not extend beyond his body or the dog hide, and it was in limited supply. Thus, any sound produced remained confined to the dog hide, hidden from others' ears. Furthermore, He could dispel the incantation after uttering a few words. In a swift, shadowy motion, the brownish-yellow dog's skin split open, revealing Lumien's human form. He crawled out, carefully folded the hide, and cradled it against his chest. Though it had lost its mystical properties, Lumien had no intention of discarding it. Finding such a complete and large dog hide was a rarity. I only have one ritualistic dog hide left. I must conserve it. Lumien muttered these thoughts as he resumed his journey along the familiar road toward the nearest town. In a bustling metropolis like Trier, ritualistic dog hides proved more practical than ritual sheepskin or cowhide. Donning the latter too and transforming into the corresponding animals would undoubtedly draw attention. After all, who wouldn't be tempted to guide a lone sheep wandering the streets home to prepare it into various delicacies? Moreover, in Trier, there were those with perverted inclinations, ones who fancied sheep buttocks. As Lumien returned to apartment 601 at 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches, the night had already fallen, casting a dark veil over the city. Franca swiftly changed back into her usual attire and settled into the recliner, her gaze fixed warily on the lie necklace resting in a corner of the coffee table, as though it might spring to life and ensnare her at any moment. What's wrong? Lumien closed the ajar door behind him and casually stowed away the lie necklace. Franca's expression shifted, and she sighed, confessing, "After I returned, I found myself with idle time, so I attempted to adjust my appearance. But, at this point, she let out another sigh, her emotions a mixture of fear and nostalgia. I became entranced by my own reflection in the mirror. I've never seen such a flawless woman. Just by gazing at her face, I could do so for an entire day, no, for eternity." Lumien contemplated her words for a moment before responding. "You can use lie to deceive others, but never deceive yourself. I understand, but the allure of the demoness of pleasure and the effects of lie are genuinely potent," Franca admitted earnestly. "It wasn't easy for me to regain control. I forcibly removed the necklace and tossed it onto the coffee table. While my fixation may be partially due to its amplification properties, I can't help but reminisce. I can't help but yearn to give it a try. Heh. My mind has passed the test." With the lie necklace out of her sight, Franca visibly relaxed. She chuckled and remarked, "Were you using your sister's way of speaking to caution me?" "Yes, in preparation for your upcoming gathering," Lumien confirmed, making no effort to conceal the fact that he had been practicing Aurora's manner of speech recently. Franca nodded thoughtfully and commented, "It felt quite natural. If it remains at this level, deceiving them shouldn't pose a problem." Without awaiting Lumien's response, the demoness of pleasure playfully inquired, "So, how did the honey-roasted chicken wings taste?" Lumien provided an objective assessment. "They were decent." Franca's curiosity and teasing spirit persisted as she asked, "Could it be that your taste buds were improved due to your canine senses? Had your sense of smell become more acute?" Lumien replied with an experimental tone, "It does have some influence on me, but I haven't transformed entirely into a dog. I still retain a significant portion of my human senses." Franca continued, "And what about other aspects?" After a moment of contemplation, Lumien explained, "Other aspects? It's more like my soul is confined within a real dog's body. Everything I do is restricted and influenced by my physical form, including." Seated on the divan, he raised his leg, mimicking the posture of a canine taking a leak. Franca exclaimed, "You really don't care about your image at all, do you? It doesn't bother you?" Lumien shrugged, responding, "What's there to be concerned about?" Franca thought for a moment before posing her final question. "One last thing. Will you be affected by dog hormones and react strangely to other dogs? The body is mine, and the dog is just a disguise. It's merely an external constraint." Lumien's expression suggested he wasn't a fool. He then adopted a mimicry of Madame Magician and asked, "Are there any more questions?" "I'm done." Franca was satisfied. Lumien chuckled. "Then it's my turn to ask. What are your thoughts on the ladies you observed today?" Franca absently twirled a few flaxen-colored strands of hair that had come loose from her ponytail as she replied, "There are 2 potential suspects." She proceeded to recount her speculation and added, "That woman with the orange-red hair still gives me an odd sensation, as if she's drawing me in." Lumion smiled approvingly. "You're on to something. She's at least a demoness of pleasure or a beyonder with a corresponding mystical item." After identifying that the beyonder belonged to the demoness pathway, Lumion sensed a magnetic allure in every gesture she made, similar to Franca's. It was a bit challenging for him, with most of his abilities sealed, to resist such temptation. Fortunately, Om's monk's endurance held firm. Demoness? Franca pondered the possibility and mused to herself, "That makes sense. How could a gathering of females dedicated to pleasure not attract 1 or 2 demonesses?" Lumion had a moment of realization and posed a question. Is it to bring pleasure to others and oneself? He sensed that this might be a fundamental requirement for their acting. "That's one aspect of it. Even if it weren't for the potion, I'd still want to attend. However, I can control myself, but the same can't be said for other demonesses," Franca said with disdain and a sigh. Lumion, not fully grasping the implication behind her words, remarked, "She followed you, but you managed to shake her off." "Ah!" Franca was momentarily surprised. "She should be from the demoness family." "The demoness family you mentioned?" Lumion had previously heard Franca briefly mention this secret organization. He had always been curious about how demonesses could form families. "Matriarchal society?" Franca sighed and said, "Yes, it's also known as the demoness sect. Its origins trace back to the descendants of the primordial demoness during the 4th epoch. The primordial demoness is a sequence 0 of the assassin pathway, essentially a true deity. She's widely regarded as an evil god, also known as the chaos demoness. Primordial demoness. Lumion committed the name to memory. Franca continued, "The core of the demoness family always includes a descendant of the primordial demoness, but they also recruit or cultivate assassins with different surnames. It's essentially a sect that controls all the potion formulas and most of the resources related to this pathway. Only a demoness from the demoness sect would tail a wild demoness upon their first encounter." "To retrieve the beyonder characteristic?" Lumion inquired. Be it recruitment or elimination, it was a way of reclaiming beyonder characteristics. Franca pursed her lips and responded, "Exactly. They don't want the beyonder characteristics of the demoness pathway to be lost outside their sect. Moreover, they hold a deep disdain for female assassins and eliminate any they come across." "Why?" Lumion couldn't comprehend. Franca shot him a resentful glance, as if blaming him for asking such a question. She sighed and said, "It's because the primordial demoness was originally male. During the process of attaining godhood through the assassin pathway, she transformed entirely into a woman. This transformation left her mind twisted and filled with agony. The demoness sect claims they want to emulate the primordial's experience. So every demoness in the sect was once male. After enduring immense pain and suffering, they became profoundly distorted. They yearn to see other men undergo similar ordeals. Perhaps you don't know, but these demonesses seek out men to father their children. Baby girls are sent away, while baby boys are kept behind to relive their mothers' lives." As Cordu's prankster king, Lumion couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Isn't this incredibly twisted? What's even more twisted is that these children's fathers eventually become demonesses themselves. Franca recounted the information she had obtained from Madame Judgment and exhaled in fear. "I've been avoiding them, not wanting them to discover me." "But you're originally a man. Why should you be afraid?" Lumion asked, puzzled. "Are you worried that being around them might corrupt you and warp your senses after joining the demoness sect?" Franca nodded solemnly. "Yes. Besides, I'm already a minor arcana card holder of the Tarot Club. How could I possibly join the demoness sect?" Lumion fell silent for a few moments before speaking again. "Didn't you want to join the Iron and Blood Cross Order too?" "That's different. It's a mission for the Tarot Club," Franca defended reflexively. Lumion didn't press the issue and instead nodded thoughtfully. No wonder you mentioned that female orgies easily attract demonesses. Franca scoffed. It's just that most demonesses are members of the demoness sect and have connections either vertically or horizontally. Otherwise, half of the female orgies might consist of demonesses. What's even more extreme is that when you receive an invitation to a strip ball and attend with enthusiasm, it's always packed with men. After muttering a few words, Franca looked at Lumion and asked awkwardly, "So, what should we do next?" Lumion understood Franca's concerns and smiled. 2 directions. First, consult with your major arcana card holder about the possibility of establishing contact with the demoness sect. Remember, you originally were a man, so there's no need to fret about being eliminated. As long as you can pass their background checks, you can tap into their resources to enhance yourself. And when pretending isn't an option anymore, have your major arcana card holder assign you a mission to steer clear of Trier and make a swift getaway. Think about it. You're already at Sequence 6. Most of the top-tier resources are within the demoness sect's grasp. Infiltrating their ranks and acquiring these resources from within is a much simpler and safer route compared to making enemies and taking risks to hunt them. Of course, this hinges on your major arcana card holder providing a way to elude the watchful eye of the primordial demoness. Franca was taken aback and mumbled, "How do you sound so experienced?" Lumion scoffed. "Are you amnesiac? I'm doing something similar right now. I'm infiltrating the Iron and Blood Cross Order on behalf of the Tarot Club." "What's the major perk?" "Once I complete the Iron and Blood Cross Order's mission, I can claim rewards from Gardner Martin and report back to my major arcana card holder. I can use the pretext of my spying progress to secure rewards from her, 2 rewards with 1 mission. Otherwise, why do you think the number of mystical items on me have increased so rapidly?" Of course, he didn't need to mention Mr. K's contributions to Franca. 2 rewards with 1 mission. Franca repeated it a few times before a realization dawned on her. "I've been cooperating with you on missions related to the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Will this clash with contact with the demoness sect?" Lumion's expression said, "As expected, you're still inexperienced. There's no clash. Why would there be? Simply convey to the demoness sect your desire to transition to the hunter pathway at Sequence 4 and revert to your original gender. That's your motivation for pursuing leads on the Iron and Blood Cross Order. You've already left enough clues and made substantial progress. From what you've described, those demonesses went from being men to women. I refuse to believe they haven't considered leveraging the pathway switch to regain what they've lost. That reason should be enough to convince them. Moreover, demonesses and hunters belong to neighboring pathways. They surely have ulterior motives concerning the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Given your opportunity to infiltrate them, they're more likely to embrace you than hinder you. In fact, they might even value your presence. Most importantly, if things go as planned, you could become the demoness sect's liaison responsible for matters related to the Market District and the Iron and Blood Cross Order. If you want the higher-ups among the demonesses to be aware of what's transpiring here, they'll be informed. If you prefer keeping it under wraps, they'll remain oblivious. For instance, Jenna being a female assassin. At this point, Lumion smiled. You can also exploit the demoness sect to nurture Jenna. When the high-ranking demonesses discover that a powerful pure female demoness is paid for by their own sect, won't they lose control on the spot? It was an intriguing thought. Could be described as extreme provocation and mockery. Franca nodded indiscernibly. Kid, if you had taken the instigator potion, you might have fully digested it within a week. I'm just kindling a specific fire within you. Lumion leaned back on the sofa. Franca couldn't help but scoff in a half-mocking, half-teasing tone. If I were to genuinely join the demoness sect, and you reach the Sequence 5 qualitative transformation without obtaining a Sequence 4 potion formula and the corresponding main ingredient from the Iron and Blood Cross Order, would you consider becoming a demoness? Lumion considered the question seriously before answering. It depends. If I urgently require the strength and capabilities of a Sequence 4 to complete specific tasks, it's not out of the question. I'll choose the path that's simpler and more attainable. Franca was taken aback. Are you sure you won't find it mentally burdensome? He made it sound as if he was drinking absinthe or Lanty-proof tonight. Lumion borrowed a phrase from his sister's vocabulary. I'll do whatever it takes. He then added, I'll stop at nothing to achieve my goal. Besides, can't we just switch back when we reach sequence 3? You can't just switch at will. Most Beyonders never advance beyond sequence 4 in their lifetime, let alone sequence 3. As they ascend, it becomes increasingly difficult. Whether it's the risk of losing control or obtaining the necessary resources, the challenges remain the same, she cautioned. Lumion let out a chuckle. Anyway, it's all just a fantasy at this point, isn't it? To confirm if it's feasible at all. Franca was left momentarily speechless and then inquired, You mentioned 2 directions. What's the other one? The other option is to track down the demoness of the Demoness sect and extract detailed information about the female orgies from her. Subsequently, focus on identifying potential members of the Bliss Society among the participants. As soon as you can, pinpoint the core members with close ties to Susanna Mattis and eliminate any hidden threats. Lumion explained the alternative plan concisely. While it's a viable plan, if the Bliss Society members aren't directly involved in the female orgies and are merely associating with certain individuals, targeting the demoness alone might not provide the information we need. Additionally, it's bound to draw the attention of high-ranking members of the Demoness sect, leaving little room for further investigation. I'll start by reaching out to my major arcana card holder and inquire if she has any reservations about my contact with the Demoness sect. Franca analyzed after some thought. She was clearly tempted by Lumion's suggestion. Lumion acknowledged her analysis without rushing her. After all, she wouldn't return to Trocadero's Red House Café for another 2 or 3 days, with an invitation to Count Puffer's salon preceding that event. 3 days after scouting the surroundings of Red Swan Castle and informing Madame Magician and Mr. K of the invitation, Lumion arrived at the Beige Castle in a 4-wheeled 4-seater provided by Gardner Martin. He chose not to dress too formally for the occasion. No tailcoat, top hat, or cane that stereotypically marked a gentleman. Instead, he wore a light brown hunting suit, off-white breeches, and brown boots. In his hand, he held a Lone-style deerstalker hat, allowing his golden-black hair to catch the wind. Lumion was aware, through Aurora's gossip, that appearing overly grandiose in a literary and artistic salon like this would make him appear out of place among the other participants, possibly even a laughingstock. Of course, this outfit had been funded by Gardner Martin's recent contribution of 10,000 Vril d'Or, costing Lumion a total of 1,000 Vril d'Or. Holding the invitation letter, Lumion underwent the guard's scrutiny and passed through the imposing several-meter-tall door. In this area there was a hall, but it was relatively modest. It served as a waiting area for the butlers, valets, maids, and guards accompanying the guests during a grand banquet. Lumion scanned his surroundings and confirmed that this wasn't the hall from his unsettling nightmare. Beyond the hall was the atrium, and on the opposite side stood Red Swan Castle's main edifice. It rose 6 to 7 stories high and was encircled by a ring of towers. Lumion couldn't help but glance up at a narrow window on the 3rd floor. In his nightmare, a man with dark red hair had gouged out his own brownish-red eyes from behind that very window. Now, however, there was nothing behind the clear glass window but a slightly mottled light-colored wall. Mottled? Shouldn't the room's walls have been repainted? Aurora had mentioned that the annual maintenance cost for such an ancient castle is astronomical. Lumion shifted his gaze away and proceeded to enter the main building. The moment he crossed the threshold, his eyes narrowed, and his heart sank. This hall was an exact replica of the one in his nightmare. From the crystal chandelier hanging high above to the spiral golden staircase leading to the 2nd floor, everything mirrored his dream with eerie precision. Though Lumion had expected this, encountering it in reality stirred up complex emotions within him. The male servants in the hall, adorned in their vibrant red uniforms with golden trimmings, stood in 2 neat rows to welcome Lumion's arrival. Lumion's eyelids twitched, finding the vividness of the red to resemble flowing blood. The salon was situated in a spacious living room on the 1st floor, elegantly decorated with a thick, dark red carpet adorned with intricate patterns. A set of plush sofas graced one side of the room, and bar stools and armchairs were scattered around them. On the opposite end of the living room, a tall young woman sat at a brown piano. She wore a simple yet pristine sky-blue patterned white corset dress, and her auburn hair cascaded gracefully down her back. As Lumion entered the living room, the girl's fingers danced gracefully across the piano keys, conjuring a sprightly melody. Count Puffer occupied an armchair, engaged in conversation with an elegant lady with black hair, blue eyes, and an air of refinement as she leaned against the armrest in a crouched position, chuckling merrily. Novelist Honori, painter Mullen, critic Ernst Young, and poet Irita, each accompanied by their female companions, were either gathered on the sofa, engaged in conversation, or lingering near the table adorned with desserts and roasted meats. In addition to these well-known figures, other guests filled the room. Lumion scanned the crowd and spotted a familiar face. It was Laurent, the inhabitant of Aubaire's du Coq d'Or, rumored to have used Madame Lacazan's hard-earned money to frequent upscale cafes and mingle with high society. Laurent still donned the same pristine black tailcoat, and his neatly combed brownish-yellow hair followed a precise 30 to 70 cut. He stood out amidst the casually attired authors, painters, poets, and critics surrounding him. He displayed no restraint in his interactions, his dark brown eyes sparkling as he exchanged pleasantries with the gathered guests. Within moments, Laurent locked eyes with Lumion, and his pupils dilated, as if he had encountered an evil spirit. Is this not Cécile Dubois, the current owner of Aubaire's du Coq d'Or and the infamous mob leader? In an instant, fear coursed through Laurent's veins. He worried that Lumion might expose his true identity, jeopardizing the connections he had painstakingly cultivated. He was on the verge of success. "Oh, you're doing quite well. You've even received an invitation to such a salon," Lumion remarked with a smile, pointing to himself as if to suggest that they both belonged to a certain type and could feign ignorance of each other. A sigh of relief escaped Laurent as Lumion approached Count Puffer. With a hint of annoyance, he grumbled, "You didn't inform me about bringing a female companion. You're making me look like a fool." "Ha ha." Count Puffer and the others chuckled, delighted that their prank had succeeded. After the laughter subsided, Count Puffer gestured toward the girl at the piano. "If you don't mind, you can invite my cousin, Miss Elrose." Lumion settled into an armchair with a polite smile aimed at Count Puffer. He responded, "That would be my honor." With a graceful gesture, he extended an invitation to Miss Elrose. Count Puffer, dressed in a crimson shirt, waved his hand. "After she finishes playing this piece." Lumion shifted his gaze towards the piano, finally getting a clear view of Miss Elrose. Her chestnut eyebrows framed her expressive brown eyes, which sparkled with a youthful vibrance. The delicate curve of her cheeks and gentle facial contours suggested her age to be under 20, and there was no apparent trace of Sauron lineage. Lumion surmised that Elrose likely inherited her Sauron lineage from her maternal side. He turned away briefly, his fingers wrapping around a glass of red, white, and blue liqueur resting on the coffee table. Engaging in lively conversation with Count Puffer, novelist Honori, and others, Lumion discussed the latest trends and scandals circulating in their circle. He had been diligently reading newspapers like Novel Weekly, Journal de Debats, Youth of Trier, and Ghostface to keep himself well informed for occasions like these. The black-haired lady who had been kneeling beside Count Puffer had already moved away to observe the newspaper editors engaged in a game of billiards. Lumion was aware that she couldn't be Count Puffer's wife. Aurora had once enlightened him about the peculiar customs of Trier. In intimate gatherings and small-scale balls, the male and female hosts refrained from appearing together. It was considered improper and might invite unnecessary gossip. Therefore, when one of them hosted a salon, their spouse would attend someone else's event. Back when Lumion first learned of this, he was barely 15, and it struck him as a bizarre set of rules. Now, reflecting upon it, he couldn't help but think, "You Trierians have devised such absurd and comical unwritten rules to facilitate discreet affairs, and everyone willingly adheres to them." As the musical piece concluded, Elrose gracefully left the piano and made her way to the sofas. Her cousin introduced her to Lumion, pulling over a bar stool for her. She sat with her legs neatly together, a silent observer of the ongoing conversation. As time flowed by, others gradually converged in their direction. Laurent followed a casually dressed, middle-aged man who sported an impressive beard. Count Puffer took it upon himself to make introductions, saying, "This is Cornell, the editor-in-chief of Le Petit Triarion." Lumion had perused the newspaper before, and he vividly recalled the "For the Interstellar Bridge to the Crimson Moon" featured in its pages. Now, with that memory in mind, he couldn't help but suspect that it might be a cleverly disguised scam or perhaps a piece of Triarion performance art. He also harbored suspicions that it might be connected to devotees of some evil god. "This is Cécile Dubois, the general manager of Coastal Import and Export Corporation." Puffer introduced the identity Gardner Martin had fabricated to Cornell. Cornell extended his right hand with a look of surprise as he greeted Lumion. "You're quite the young lad." Lumion accepted the handshake, offering a charming smile. "This is the result of my unwavering diligence and hard work." Just as poet Irita was on the verge of commenting on the diligence of most individuals present without becoming the general manager of a large company at such a young age, Lumion added a touch of self-deprecation to his tone. "It's precisely because I excelled in both areas that my father appointed me as the general manager of the Import and Export Company." The room erupted in laughter as everyone grasped Lumion's meaning. Their perception of Cécile Dubois underwent a positive transformation. In their social circle, there was no shortage of individuals who had landed important positions at a tender age due to familial connections. These people typically either avoided mentioning their parents and elders, striving to demonstrate their self-proclaimed abilities, or they struggled with confidence and maturity, endlessly fixating on their fathers or uncles. There were very few who exuded the kind of openness, honesty, and humor that Lumion effortlessly radiated. Back then, Count Puffer could scarcely be counted among them. Lumion, with a touch of mischievous humor borrowed from his sister, turned his gaze toward Laurent and inquired, "Who might this be?" Thud, thud. Laurent's heart raced in response. While they had an unspoken agreement not to reveal each other's true identities, Laurent lacked a thorough understanding of Cécile Dubois, the mob leader, and worried that Lumion might suddenly change his mind. Cornell, the editor-in-chief of Le Petit Triarion, gestured to the young man by his side. "This is Laurent. He's remarkably talented, well-informed, and unfailingly polite. I've been observing him for nearly 3 months, and I'm considering offering him a position as my assistant and deputy editor-in-chief." "Laurent, how do you feel about this unexpected proposition?" Laurent initially found himself taken aback, but soon, he was overwhelmed by joy and felt a slight sense of vertigo. All the pains and anxieties he had endured, from his mother's tears to his neighbor's disdain, had led to this moment. He had always believed that with his talents, he shouldn't be stuck at the bottom, and he had been actively seeking an opportunity, even if it meant squeezing his mother dry to maintain a facade of dignity. Laurent refrained from displaying excessive excitement and responded to Cornell with a gracious smile, saying, "It would be an honor." Not bad at all, Lumion thought as he assessed the situation. Speculation could be a risky endeavor, but the rewards could be substantial. However, there's the importance of changing one's mindset and genuinely starting from their current position. Speculating to improve social status might lead to losing everything in the long run. Lumion recalled his sister's comments after losing in the stock market as he considered Laurent's actions. He was unlike Charlie and others. Lumion held a disdain for those who exploited their mothers in the speculative process. As long as Laurent's mother could accept it and didn't resort to violence against her son or show strong resistance, Lumion didn't pass harsh judgment. With Cornell and the others now seated, Lumion's curiosity led him to ask, "Where did you first encounter Laurent?" Cornell responded with a smile, "At the Vichy Café. He often visits to engage in discussions about various trier-related matters and to share his opinions." Vichy Café, the place where 5 Vril d'Or could buy half a bottle of mineral water and 2 boiled eggs? Laurent's mother, Madame Lacazan, doesn't even earn 3 Vril d'Or after a long day's work. Yet, the investment has clearly paid off. Even a rookie deputy editor-in-chief at a newspaper like Le Petit Triarien earns nearly 5,000 Vril d'Or annually, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Lumian observed the differences and realized that Laurent's fixation on speculative networking had a certain logic. Still, success in such endeavors was a rare occurrence, 1 in 100 at best. Lumian cast a glance at Laurent, who eyed him with caution, and smoothly changed the subject with a smile. Cornell, I happened to come across in for the interstellar bridge in Le Petit Triarien last month, or perhaps even earlier. Piqued my interest. Any comments about it? Cornell indulged in a puff from his pipe before bursting into laughter. I believe it's a bunch of delusional folks, but since they paid, there's no reason why I shouldn't run there. Maybe it can fool some fanatical enthusiasts of mechanics and science. How are they now? Lumian chuckled. I'm even thinking of investing in them, just to see if they're swindlers or if they can actually produce something. Poet Irita picked up his pipe and muttered, You might as well sponsor me instead of investing in them. At least then, you can berate me for writing like a piece of dog's hit, and I won't have any comeback. Lumian played along, acting as if money was of no concern to him. No problem. How about 5,000 Vril d'Or? His intention was to give Irita only 3,000 Vril d'Or later, using the excuse of not having enough cash on hand at the moment. Irita lowered his pipe and spread his arms theatrically. Praise the sun and let Seal's malice strike harder. Ha. Let's head back to the old city together after the salon. Lumian subtly hinted at his intention to sponsor Irita later but refrained from handing over the money directly to avoid the stink of money. Following this brief diversion, Cornell seemed to warm up to Lumian's presence. I'm not sure how those people are faring. They only paid for a 1-month ad. As the conversation flowed, Count Puffer glanced at the setting sun and proposed a game with a warm smile. Shall we play King's Pie? Consider it a warm-up before dinner. Is this the only game you know? Do you have a childhood? Lumian couldn't help but inwardly critique Count Puffer's choice of games. But he refrained from objecting. The others readily agreed, and Count Puffer promptly instructed his valet to bring out the sizable king's pie that had been prepared in the kitchen. It resembled the lid of a grand saucepan, emitting a tantalizing aroma and color. Who shall be in charge of the cutting? Count Puffer surveyed the participants, his gaze sweeping over each of them. After a moment's thought, he decided, Elrose, you do the honors. You're the youngest and most beautiful lady here. Elrose, seated on a barstool beside Lumian, gracefully rose and took up the table knife to start dividing the king's pie. Rather obedient of your cousin. Living off the Sauron family, off Count Puffer? Lumian realized that Elrose's techniques were deft, perhaps from frequent practice. In no time, the colossal king's pie was divided into roughly 29 portions. As was customary, Count Puffer proposed offering the extra slice to his ancestor, Vermonda Sauron, and no one voiced any objections. After completing this part of the ritual, the living room seemed to descend into an eerie silence, as if the very atmosphere outside the castle had solidified. Count Puffer then turned his attention to Lumian and Laurent. Laurent, this is your first time attending my Saturday salon with Seal. You'll be the first to choose. Lumian laughed and said, Of course, the host should be the first to choose. Don't you all think so? Instigated by him, the other participants readily agreed that the male host should have the honor of making the initial selection. Count Puffer didn't insist and took up a slice of king's pie, addressing the group. Whoever bites into the gold coin shall be king. Seeing that the Sauron family member had made the first choice, Lumian felt more at ease and leaned forward to survey the slices. This was double insurance. First, he would let Count Puffer make his selection. Then, while there were still plenty of slices left, he would exploit Termaboros's aversion to the matter to choose a slice without the gold coin. This time, Termaboros remained silent, not offering any warnings. Lumian naturally picked up the king's pie slice he had personally selected. But as he settled back into his seat, his mind spun unexpectedly. It was as if he saw the narrow glass window once again, and the image of the dark red-haired man who had gouged out his own eyes intruded upon his thoughts. Compared to his previous nightmare, Lumion could now see him more clearly. The dark red-haired man behind the narrow glass window bore a striking resemblance to Count Puffer. As he raised his right hand to dig at his eyes, his facial muscles twitched, and his facial contours transformed, instantly becoming identical to Lumion's. It was identical to Lumion Lee from Corda Village, not the current Seal Du Bois. When the dark red-haired man with Lumion's face gouged out the bloody eyeball, Lumion's eyes ached, and his vision darkened. Simultaneously, wild laughter echoed in his ears, infecting him to the point where he wanted to release his frustration, unleash violence, and satisfy his bloodlust. Suddenly, his right palm heated up, and pure madness surged into his mind. Out of nowhere, frustration, violence, and bloodthirst surged out of him as the maniacal laughter instantly ended. Lumion's vision returned to normal, and he saw novelist Enori sitting across from him, with Count Puffer beside him. They grinned as they observed the other participants selecting slices of king's pie, completely unaware of the unusual changes happening to Lumion. Lumion counted the king's pie slices that had vanished and glanced at Laurent, who was engrossed in his choice. He realized that only a few seconds had elapsed, but it felt like an eternity. Drawing upon his Om's monk abilities, he resisted the emotional turmoil stirred by the Blood Emperor's presence. He faintly perceived a peculiar, insane, bloody, and ruthless mental impression lingering in the void above him. The desire to infiltrate Lumion's body, sending shivers down his spine, remained suppressed by Alista Tudor's hidden aura. It dared not descend. Instead, it circled above the living room, akin to vultures eager to feast on carcasses but cautious of nearby predators. None of the participants in the King's Pie game detected the existence of such a manic spirit glaring fiercely at them from above. They giggled and selected their slices of King's Pie. Come, dance with the Blood Emperor. Let's see who's crazier, you or Alista Tudor. Lumion scoffed inwardly, his emotions in turmoil. Of course, he understood that his Blood Emperor aura was a mere facade. If the spirit were to forcefully enter his body, he wouldn't have the power to resist it. All he could do was hope that Mr. Fool's seal would activate and yield some effect. However, judging by appearances, the frenzied and cruel spirit lacked any rationality. It operated solely on instinct and harbored an innate fear. Lumion took a moment to collect himself. While observing Elrose and the others choose their king's pie slices and sensing the frenzied spirit's erratic movements, he contemplated the corresponding dilemma. This appears to be the core of the Sauron family's King's Pie game. Puffer employs his bloodline and a simplified ritual to summon the lingering spirit of his ancestor, allowing it to inhabit the person who consumes the symbol and becomes the king. If a frenzied and bloodthirsty spirit were to truly take control of my body and corrode my mind, I might lose my sanity instantly. It's nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to resist such a force. What does Count Puffer rely on to maintain his composure? At the very least, he seems normal and has become king countless times. No wonder Termaboros insisted I switch slices last time. If I were to lose control, he wouldn't fare any better. Son of a sow, why didn't you warn me today? Did you choose to remain silent because you knew I possessed the Blood Emperor's aura and wouldn't succumb to this insane mental invasion? Where does this frenzied spirit originate from? It's been 200 to 300 years. How can it still exist? Could it be that the Sauron family has a special method for preserving the spirit of a high-ranking individual across generations? Or could Vermanda Sauron actually still be alive? Or perhaps the Beyonder trait he left behind has become too corrupted? Is the Sauron family attempting to gradually eradicate it using this method? But it's been 200 to 300 years. Gardner Martin's objective is to ascertain Vermanda's condition. This crazy spirit continues to hover above my head without descending. Will it eventually retreat, change its target, or trigger other alterations? Lumion remained on high alert, keeping a constant watch on the frenzied spirit lingering in the air. If it displayed any signs of forcefully invading through the Blood Emperor's aura or causing other unfavorable developments, Lumion would opt to teleport away. Anori, Mullen, Irita, and the others each selected their king's pie slices, leaving only the one reserved for Vermonda Saron on the plate. Count Poofer surveyed the surroundings with a grin and declared, "Everyone, let's dig in. The one who finds that gold coin will be the king for today." With that, he elegantly sampled a portion of the king's pie in his hand, then took a few more bites. His countenance gradually shifted from one of confidence to one of blank panic. There was no gold coin. Count Poofer stared at the other participants in disbelief, his assurance of control crumbling. In that moment, a single thought consumed his mind. No, this can't be. I'm the one who most closely resembles my ancestor. His eyes fixed on Elrose, the sole guest possessing the Sauron family's bloodline. Though Elrose was perplexed by her cousin's frantic and intense gaze, she still took a few bites of her king's pie slice. Yet still there was no gold coin to be found. Count Poofer's confusion deepened. His gaze darted around, his mind racing with conjectures. Could there be an illegitimate son of a family member here? No, even if there were, I bear the closest resemblance to the ancestor. Could a high-ranking member of the Hunter pathway be present? Impossible. Or perhaps someone here has been tainted in the underground world. Lumion noticed Count Poofer's distressed head-scratching, and most of the game participants had sampled their king's pie slices. He gradually lifted his right hand and took a bite. As anticipated, his teeth encountered a solid metallic object. He spat out the item onto his left palm. It was, without a doubt, a 10 Verl d'Or gold coin. Count Poofer's pupils widened as he fixated on Lumion's visage, a burning desire to dissect every inch of his flesh evident in his gaze. Novelist Anori let out a chuckle. Ah, a new king at last. It being always Poofer tires me out. He was getting rather dull with his pranks. Lumion picked up the gold coin and cast a cold glance at Anori. Who gave you permission to speak? Anori's body quivered, and he instinctively clamped his mouth shut. Lumion struggled to maintain control over the influence of the Blood Emperor's aura. He sensed the frenzied spirit above him spiraling faster and faster, as if growing more impatient and savage. He surveyed the surroundings leisurely and offered a smile. From this moment forward, I am your king. Or would you prefer to address me as emperor? For some inexplicable reason, all the participants, including Count Poofer and Miss Elrose, experienced a stirring in their hearts, as if they were compelled to heed Lumion's commands. Of course, it was merely a pulsing sensation, induced by the combined impact of his words and aura. Among them, poet Irita, who had recently entered into a sponsorship agreement with Cécile Dubois, rose nonchalantly, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed. Indeed, your majesty. The others followed suit, either embracing the spirit of the game or yielding to the pulsing sensations in their hearts. They stood and offered their bows in their own unique ways. Indeed, your majesty. Lumion's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he signaled for everyone to retake their seats. Then, he turned his gaze towards Count Poofer and raised his chin slightly. I command you to present 30,000 Verl d'Or worth of gold. Count Poofer was taken aback, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within him. This was the first time he had been subjected to the king's pie commands. He had an urge to respond with a jest, but he remembered the gravity of the consequences if he disobeyed the king's orders during this mystical game. He would meet a dreadful fate. Count Poofer clenched his teeth and rose from his seat. Indeed, your majesty. Exiting the living room, he ascended to a floor of the castle's main building and retrieved 5 hefty gold bars from a secure vault. For him, parting with 30,000 Verl d'Or wasn't a significant loss. Seeing Count Poofer offering him gold bars totaling 30,000 Verl d'Or, Lumion couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Had he known that his orders would be followed to the letter, he might have demanded even more. The dilemma now lies in how to discreetly make off with the gold later. In normal circumstances, even if I accepted 30,000 Verl d'Or in person, I would have to privately return it. Failing to do so could offend Count Poofer. Moreover, I need to figure out how to explain to Gardner Martin that I had become king while remaining unaffected. Lumion pondered as he tucked away the 5 gold bars. Then he turned to novelist Enori. Your mission is to bestow a kiss upon someone here. Your target is... As Enori eagerly eyed the beautiful women present, Lumion pointed towards poet Irita, who had just taken a puff from his pipe. Our poet. A momentary silence hung in the air, followed by a whistle from one of the guests, and then the others joined in. Reluctantly, Enori stood up and muttered, I really don't want to kiss that guy with bad breath. I could accept it if it were Mullen. Despite his reservations, he complied, giving Irita a gentle kiss on the lips. Irita took it in stride, chuckling, and remarked, I can sense your discomfort, Enori. Pull yourself together. Don't act like a naive country bumpkin. Lumion observed with an impassive expression, his attention primarily drawn to the swirling madness. Though it refrained from attempting to invade anyone's body, the influence of the madness made everyone slightly restless, their emotions displaying signs of instability. Upon hearing Irita's teasing, Enori's countenance turned icy, as if he contemplated picking up a table knife and stabbing him. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Lumion suspected that as the game unfolded, the participants would grow increasingly agitated, irritable, and prone to bloodlust while the madness continued to linger. At that very moment, a piercing, terrified scream echoed from somewhere within the castle. A chilling scream, filled with terror, reverberated through the living room, causing the hearts of every guest to race with fear. Painter Mullen was very sensitive to this. His pale white complexion exchanged a concerned look with Count Poofer. What happened? Count Poofer furrowed his brow, puzzled by the sudden disturbance. Upon hearing Mullen's question, he snapped back to attention and casually reassured everyone. It seems there may have been an accident. I'll have a servant find out the details. Don't worry, it won't disrupt our gathering. What could possibly go wrong? With that, Count Poofer signaled to his valet, positioned discreetly in a corner of the living room, to investigate the source of the scream. Then, he addressed the assembled guests, saying, Please, let's continue. As he spoke, the Sauron family member directed his gaze towards Lumion. Ever since presenting the gold bars, he had been closely watching Emperor Lumion, analyzing every subtle movement and expression. He was determined to unravel the mystery of how Lumion had chosen the king's pie slice with the gold coin and not him. Lumion fought to keep his composure in the face of the madness that seemed to consume him and turned his gaze towards Painter Mullen. Create a piece of art using your buttocks. In his role as Cordu's prankster king, Lumion had an array of tasks in his arsenal to assign to each participant in the game, ensuring that none of them would forget their missions. Yet, Lumion's main concern wasn't the playful antics, but the malevolent presence that loomed over the sofas. This sinister entity refused to dissipate, even after failing to infiltrate Lumion. It hovered in the air, exuding an impatient, bloodthirsty, and irritable aura. Lumion suspected a connection between the earlier scream and this ominous mental vortex. The handsome yet pallid and weary painter, Mullen, stood in bewildered silence, grappling with this bizarre request. Painting with one's buttocks was entirely uncharted territory. Novelist Enori and the others, having readily accepted their own missions, not only cheered with enthusiasm but also summoned the servants to bring paint and drawing paper. They even assisted Mullen by loosening his belt. With no escape, Mullen reluctantly covered his posterior with paint and made a few awkward imprints on the drawing paper. The result resembled a child's crude doodle. Observing this spectacle, novelist Enori was struck by an idea. Why don't we frame it and send it to art critics? Let's see their reaction to such a unique creation. The painting's signature is the word, the Emperor. For the title, write Mullen. Any suggestions? Mullen, avoiding the crowd, cleaned himself up and contemplated for a moment before responding, Let's call it Café. Curious? Cornell, the editor-in-chief of Le Petit Trierion, asked, What does it signify? Mullen shook his head as he discarded the paint-stained handkerchief and soft paper, pulling up his pants. It doesn't signify anything. This painting was meaningless from the start. As they discussed, Count Puffer's valet returned to the living room and whispered something into the host's ear. Influenced by the unsettling aura of the Blood Emperor's madness, Lumion struggled to make out the words despite his best efforts, catching only fragments. Lost, harm, danger. Count Puffer's expression darkened, a hint of seriousness creeping in. He nodded subtly, signaling for his valet to return to his previous position, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Observing Count Puffer's reaction, Lumion racked his brain, searching for a way to dispel the malevolent spirit. I can't wait for everyone to complete their missions, can I? No, there's one crucial step missing. At the end of the previous King's Pie game, Count Puffer had consumed the King's Pie slice meant for Vermondasaran. With this thought in mind, Lumion fixed his gaze on the untouched offering that remained on the plate. Leaning forward, he extended his right hand and claimed it. Count Puffer had no doubts about this. From his perspective, it would be suspicious if Lumion didn't retrieve the offering. Almost simultaneously, the frenzied entity, radiating negativity, reacted vehemently, positioning itself directly above Lumion's head. It emitted waves of negative emotions, as though cursing the audacious human who dared to partake in its offering. Lumion sensed anger, hatred, and an insatiable desire to rend his soul asunder. Yet he remained unfazed and even smiled. This reaction confirmed that he had made the correct choice. Had the agitated spirit not responded so vehemently to his appropriation of the offering, Lumion would have remained clueless about how to banish it from lingering above everyone's heads. This wasn't a guarantee of success, and it might entail danger, but it was a preferable alternative to the participants of the King's Pie game growing increasingly agitated and bloodthirsty, ultimately turning on each other. When the moment was right, Lumion could still teleport away. As for the others, barring Count Puffer, their chances of survival were slim. Naturally, he couldn't predict whether there would be unforeseen changes or new threats after consuming the offering, but in this dire situation, it was better than nothing. For the participants in the King's Pie game, Lumion's intervention was their only hope. Without his actions, their demise was certain. With them, there was a fighting chance. Lumion raised the sacrificial King's Pie to his lips and took a substantial bite. The frenzied spirit grew even angrier and more violent. It no longer hovered above the others but remained directly above Lumion's head. At times, it seemed poised to descend upon him, while at others, it attempted to tear into its target. However, it was thwarted by Alista Tudor's aura, instinctively holding back from further aggression. Another scream resounded. It came from somewhere in Red Swan Castle, originating from a different person than the previous one. A moment ago it had been a man, but now it was a woman. Count Puffer's eyelids twitched, and he smiled. It seems the servant responsible for cleaning up the earlier mishap must have stumbled upon some rather terrifying sights. Literary critic Ernst Young and the other guests readily accepted this explanation. As guests, they lacked the authority to pry into the castle's internal affairs. Moreover, they had gradually become engrossed in the King's Pie game, growing a tad fanatical, impatient, and preoccupied, diverting their focus away from other occurrences within the castle. Lumion relished the King's Pie offering, savoring the intangible anger and curse like a melodious symphony playing in his ears. Compared to the horrifying ravings he endured whenever he received a boon, this was akin to the beautiful performance of an orchestra. Unable to vocalize itself and hesitant to invade his body, the frenzied spirit could only indirectly influence his emotions and mental state. During this process, Lumion turned his attention to assigning missions to various individuals. Noting that the participants were fully immersed in the game, their gazes fixed on it. Periodically, another scream would punctuate the air, sending shivers down the spine. Finally, Lumion finished the offering, and the frenzied spirit hovering above him abruptly halted. In the next instant, it vanished mysteriously, dissipating into thin air. While the participants of the King's Pie game still appeared fanatical, their irritability and agitation had considerably waned. Lumion let out a quiet sigh of relief and turned to Elrose, seated beside him. Let's see you do the twist. If you're not sure how, ask someone to show you. In contrast to the risque can-can dance, which was already laden with suggestive undertones, the twist seemed relatively innocent as long as it wasn't a male-female dance. However, it had a comical appearance. Elrose complied, rising from her seat and attempting the twist with a hint of awkwardness. Amidst the laughter of those present, Lumion continued to assign missions to the remaining participants. After all the participants had completed their assigned missions, Lumion straightened up and assumed an air of superiority as he delivered his final instruction. Last mission. Keep everything that happened today a secret. You must not divulge anything about today's game to anyone. Yes, Your Majesty. Elrose and Loron, still caught up in the game's ambience, responded in unison, their expressions displaying utmost respect. This compliance was partly due to the lingering presence of the Blood Emperor's aura that still clung to Lumion. Observing the instinctive obedience of each participant, Lumion let out a contented sigh and offered a warm smile. That concludes today's game. Count Poofer rose from his seat and gestured with a smile. Let's proceed to the dining room. As they moved from the living room to the dining room, they had to pass through the castle's main hall. Lumion, who had returned to his usual self, noticed out of the corner of his eye that a few valets and maids were diligently at work near the corridor. They were using mops to clean up a reddish puddle. Red. Lumion's eyelids twitched as he swiftly averted his gaze. Following dinner, the guests bid their farewells one by one. Lumion sought out Count Poofer and retrieved the 5 heavy gold bars with a smile. Count Poofer shook his head. Since I proposed the game, I must adhere to its rules. Do you think so little of me, believing I can't do without the 30,000 Vril? It's simply a gesture of courtesy, Lumion responded with a smile. He didn't insist and smoothly returned the gold bars to his pocket. According to their arrangement, Lumion arranged for the poet, Irita, to join him in his four-wheeled, four-seater carriage. Using the pretext of having limited funds on hand, he handed Irita only 3,000 Vril. Irita didn't seem to mind at all. He stashed away the banknotes and engaged in a conversation about his artistic preferences. As the carriage began its journey, Lumion inquired, "Which district are you heading to?" "Just take me to the Sacred Heart Cloister," Irita replied with a grin. "I'm meeting a friend there. Sponsored poets always find friends to share a drink with." Sacred Heart Cloister. Lumion nodded slightly and instructed the carriage driver accordingly. Before long, the carriage arrived at the picturesque cloister. Even in the darkness of night, the golden facade of the building reflected the crimson moonlight, creating a surreal and dreamlike atmosphere. After watching Irita enter the cloister, Lumion directed the carriage driver to head back to Rue de Fontaines in Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative. As the carriage rattled along, leaving behind the woods and fertile fields, Lumion suddenly heard the resonant voice of Termaboros. "A dangerous creature is tailing you. It has been since Red Swan Castle. It brims with hostility and is preparing to strike." Dangerous creature. Lumion narrowed his eyes, calmly opened the carriage door, and effortlessly leaped out. Facing the carriage driver, he spoke with the remaining authority of an emperor. "Wait for me in the nearby town." The carriage driver hesitated for a moment before complying with the order. As Lumion watched the carriage and its driver disappear into the distance, he calmly retrieved the flog boxing gloves from his briefcase and methodically donned the iron-black gloves. The nearby forest seemed to darken, and the river that flowed through it took on an eerie blood-red hue. A figure emerged slowly from the blood-stained river. Lumion's mind seemed to freeze momentarily for some inexplicable reason as he observed the figure crawling ashore. Instead of an immediate attack, he watched the figure climb out of the water. The unfamiliar man's face bore an eerie stiffness, and his clothes clung to him from being soaked in water. The latter seemed to merge with his flesh. It was a wax statue that came to life. Crimson blood seeped from the waxen figure, mixing with the river's flow before smashing against the wild grass along the bank. The wax statue's light blue eyes shifted slightly within their white sockets, casting a vague reflection of Lumion. Meeting that gaze left Lumion feeling overwhelmed, unable to resist mentally or physically. Instinctual fear surged within him, drowning out all other emotions. Suddenly, Lumion's survival instincts kicked in, fully erupting and overpowering all other emotions and states. Lumion's vision was restored. The wax statue, with its cold, unyielding eyes, was now less than a meter away. Its pale white hand, dripping with blood, extended its fingers like deadly blades, thrusting toward him. Lumion had no time to react. He raised his right palm to shield his face, and there was a resounding impact as the wax statue's razor-sharp finger collided with his iron-black flog boxing glove, adorned with short thorns. Where the boxing glove fell short, the wax statue's finger pierced Lumion's palm, leaving a conspicuous wound on his face. Had he not shaken off the initial intimidation, the blow might have punctured his skull and reached his brain. The familiar searing pain jolted Lumion awake. Clenching his left hand, he conjured a blazing crimson flame and launched a powerful punch at the wax statue's face from the side. Simultaneously, with a smile, he tightened his right palm, using his own flesh and blood to hinder the wax statue's right hand, preventing it from evading his fiery strike. Bang! The flog boxing gloves knocked the wax statue's head askew, and the iron-black thorns on their surface etched exaggerated scratches onto its unyielding face, the wounds shifting from deep to superficial. Despite the vivid flow of bright red blood, there was no flesh-like texture to the injuries, only layers of wax that seemed to melt under an invisible fire. In response, blood-colored capillaries extended from the wax statue's light blue eyes, exuding an intense, bloodthirsty desire that lent it an eerie vitality, making it resemble the living. Lumion had chosen the flog boxing gloves for its potency, a mystical weapon of utmost power, especially against the creature that Termaboros had labeled as dangerous. He couldn't afford to be careless. However, he never expected his enemy to be a wax statue rather than a living being. It rendered the flog's ability to evoke specific desires or emotions ineffective. It could only serve as a defensive tool. If not for the bizarre intimidation, Lumion would have discarded his boxing gloves and opted for the decency brooch. Now, with his adversary before him, he had no choice but to stick with the flog gloves, focusing instead on fire infusion. To his astonishment, his punch had ignited the wax statue's bloodlust, suggesting that the entity retained a degree of life, along with faint emotions and desires of its own. "Good to see you're still kicking." Lumion's grin widened. He pulled back his right palm, gritting his teeth through the pain, and his fiery fist realigned the wax statue's head. The wax statue, its bloodthirsty desires now heightened, showed no inclination to increase the distance between them. It resumed its intimidating tactics, instinctively and desperately engaging in close combat with Lumion. This played perfectly into Lumion's strategy. His iron-black boxing gloves, ablaze with crimson flames, consistently clashed with the wax statue's limbs, fists, shoulders, torso, and head in rapid, precise succession. Each punch lacked brute force. What Lumion needed was a relentless onslaught. Bam! 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 Bang! 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 Lumion's fists, adorned with the flog gloves, trailed crimson flames, effectively suppressing the agile and skilled wax statue to the point where it couldn't employ any other abilities. His feet executed a fluid dance of stepping forward and raising knees to fend off the attacks from below. Within a mere 10 to 20 seconds, the wax statue abruptly ceased its movements, and an ethereal explosion emanated from its form. The capillaries within its eyes ruptured, staining the once light blue hue a vivid crimson. Cracks crisscrossed its head, connecting with the injuries inflicted by the flog gloves. Desire detonation. Lumion's relentless assault had triggered the desire detonation effect of the flog boxing gloves. In response, Lumion withdrew his fists and watched in silence as the wax statue's blood-red eyes revealed signs of pain. 2 crimson teardrops slowly welled up at the corners of its eyes, streaming down its waxy cheeks. The wax statue opened its mouth as if attempting to speak, yet no sound escaped. Rumble. A muffled explosion emanated from within its body, and the exaggerated wounds extended across its form. Crimson flames erupted from these regions, engulfing the wax statue entirely. Fire infusion. Amidst the fierce inferno, the wax statue rapidly softened, its body dripping with blood-stained, viscous droplets. Thud. Collapsed to the ground. What kind of monster is this? Lumion gazed at the fallen creature for more than 10 seconds, his hunter's instincts telling him that this prey couldn't possess beyonder characteristics. During this moment, he retrieved his briefcase and carefully stowed away the flog boxing gloves. Without hesitation, Lumion turned and exited the forest. Behind him, crimson flames surged, consuming his dripping blood. Within the blazing inferno, the wax statue had melted beyond recognition. Lumion's figure gradually faded, disappearing not far from the scene. Spirit world traversal. To evade the attention of evil gods and the dangerous entities summoned by the flog boxing gloves, Lumion shifted his position, effectively teleporting to a nearby town. It was a location he had scouted in advance, with precise coordinates within the spirit world. After several dozen seconds, the forest path was suddenly replaced by a desolate wilderness, with only a few flickering flames remaining. The weeds gradually flourished, and the figure of a person in a white robe materialized swiftly. This figure donned a light-colored veil, and her abdomen was notably swollen. An unmistakable maternal aura enveloped her form. It was Lady Moon of the Night Stalkers. Lady Moon directed her gaze towards the entirely melted, blood-stained wax statue, silently observing the dance of crimson flames. After more than 10 seconds of contemplation, the woman and the desolate wilderness vanished. In a room within the main building of Red Swan Castle, Count Poofer, clad in a red shirt and sleek black trousers, occupied a cluttered desk. His icy stare remained fixed upon the wax statue's head placed before him. The head bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being, with light blue eyes and jet-black hair. As the silence lingered, Count Poofer couldn't conceal a hint of restlessness. Occasionally, he tugged at his collar, shifted in his chair, and even unbuttoned the top of his shirt, as if the air had grown unnaturally thin, impeding his breathing. As time ticked by, the wax statue's head suddenly emitted an ominous cracking sound. It shattered into numerous pieces, each one grotesquely melted. Poofer shot to his feet in shock, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Tiny blood vessels protruded from his eyes, ruptured, and dyed them a vivid shade of red. It was killed? Poofer murmured to himself, his astonishment mingling with suspicion. Seal Dubois was even more mysterious and formidable than he had initially thought. Even if he wasn't, the hidden faction operating behind him was. Count Poofer paced back and forth with a solemn expression. After Lumion teleported to the town ahead, he exercised caution, remaining concealed in the shadows while meticulously calculating the time. Only when he felt that a hunter could potentially reach his location from the forest by running did he cautiously make his way into the town. He located the carriage driver and arranged for his return to 11 Rue de Fontaines in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative. In a room adorned with bookshelves, Lumion fixed his gaze upon Gardner Martin, who held a cigar in his hand. Lumion spoke frankly, "I was attacked. There was no way to hide the truth from the boss." "Ha!" Gardner Martin responded in his distinctive nasal tone. Lumion proceeded to recount the events, detailing how he had chosen the king's pie slice after Count Poofer and subsequently felt a frenzied spirit attempting to invade him. He described how he had utilized fire infusion to dismantle and melt the wax statue, displaying the wounds on his hands and face. What Lumion chose not to reveal was that he had discerned why the frenzied consciousness hadn't fully occupied his body, and that he had used the flog boxing gloves. He attributed the former to an unknown cause. Gardner Martin smoked his cigar, listening quietly, unsurprised that Lumion's mind had remained incorrupt. Had he displayed any hint of astonishment or suspicion, Lumion would have swiftly invited Mr. K to eliminate the Iron and Blood Cross Order's stronghold. With a cigar in hand, Gardner Martin smiled and remarked, It appears that the official members of our Iron and Blood Cross Order are more favored by Puffer's ancestor spirit than Puffer himself. However, we also instill fear in it. Does this refer to Beyonders who have succumbed to the peculiar corruption at 13 Avenue du Marquet? The frenzied consciousness won't invade the other formal members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, even in the absence of the Blood Emperor's aura? I wonder how true this is. Why don't you give it a try, boss? Lumion suddenly felt the urge to goad Gardner Martin into playing King's Pie with Count Puffer. Now, I've confirmed something. Gardner Martin's expression grew serious. The ancestor of the Sauron family, Vermanda Sauron, is not truly deceased. He exists in a manner beyond our current comprehension. Lumion couldn't quite understand how Gardner Martin could be so certain that Vermanda Sauron wasn't dead. Still, it seemed that the other party didn't intend to explain, so he could only give up on asking. He was concerned about one thing. Does that mean my mission is over? Clearly, combined with Count Puffer's fondness for creating wax statue heads for friends he knew, and the fact that a wax statue had attacked him, Lumion believed that he was now under suspicion by the other party. It would be very dangerous to interact with him again. Gardner Martin shook his head slowly. No, you have to continue. Holding the cigar, he stood up and paced towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. The fact that you became the king after Puffer will undoubtedly make him suspicious of your origins, but he will be more eager to find out the real reason for that incident. The subsequent wax statue attack was mainly attributed to this. Therefore, he will still invite you over to test you in different ways and extract your hidden secrets. For us, this is an opportunity to confirm the true state of Vermanda and the Sauron family's ancestors. And through this, we can grasp the reason for the gradual decline of this once exceptionally powerful family. This is of great significance to us, who are also mainly from the Hunter pathway. It is our primary mission now. To put it simply, the Sauron family is like Red Swan Castle. They've been in disrepair for a long time, but they hide many secrets. They have guards that can deter spying. What we need to do is figure out the castle's defense flaws and confirm if those secrets pose a fatal threat to us. Then we can find an opportunity to break through the guards, bypass the traps, and take the treasure. Don't worry. I'll covertly provide protection for Puffer's future invitations. The risk you'll take won't be significant. Lumion pondered for a moment and said, Commanding Officer, you mentioned before that our primary mission is to find the true entrance to the fourth epic trier. How could the primary mission change so easily? Gardner Martin took a puff of his cigar and smiled. These two matters are connected to a certain extent and serve the same purpose, but you don't need to know for the time being. What's their motive? In other words, the Iron and Blood Cross Order's current focus is on exploring the underground, finding the entrance to the fourth epic trier, investigating the Sauron family's decline over the past 200 to 300 years, and securing something precious from them. According to Mr. K, one reason for the Sauron family's decline is their descent into madness and the loss of many important members over time. Gardner Martin and I are mainly responsible for the Sauron family aspect. Are the other members, including Supervisor Olson, exploring the underground? Lumion had a clearer understanding of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's recent plans. This was also his primary mission. Of course, he only knew what to do and didn't understand why. Yes, Commanding Officer. Lumion agreed without further ado. He had a hunch that this would be an opportunity for him to digest the pyromaniac potion and advance further on the Hunter pathway. According to Madame Magician, the Sauron family was once a powerful faction with a Hunter angel. Gardner Martin didn't inquire about how much gold Puffer had offered to the king, hinting that Lumion could leave and await the Count's future invitation. Passing through the renovated hall, Lumion spotted Faustino, the butler, who was also an official member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, leading a black-cloaked figure in. The man was of average height, barely 1.75 meters tall. His attire was loose, and he was tightly wrapped, obscuring his exact appearance and physique. Lumion could only determine that it was a man based on his walking posture, height, and strides. Faustino nodded at Lumion as a greeting before leading the mysterious man through the hall and into Gardner Martin's study. Who could it be? What brings him here so late at night for a discussion? Lumion averted his gaze, his thoughts racing as he left 11 Rue de Fontaines. In the market district, Rue Anarchy, Aubert's du Coq d'Or. Upon reaching the second floor, Lumion suddenly gave weight to his pace, producing thumping sounds. He leisurely returned to room 207, ignited the carbide lamp, turned around in the armchair and sat down. He smiled at the unlatched door. After 20 to 30 seconds, soft footsteps echoed from room 201. The footsteps hesitated before showing determination. Soon, they arrived outside room 207 and gently knocked on the door. "Please come in," Lumion said, raising his chin slightly. As expected, it was Laurent. He wore a linen shirt and black pants, completely different from whenever he headed out. After closing the door, Laurent looked at Lumion and said, "Monsieur Dubois, I wish to borrow 500 Vril d'Or from you." Lumion was taken aback, not expecting this development. He thought the man was here to plead with him not to expose his true identity. Unexpectedly, he came to borrow money. Why 500 Vril d'Or? Lumion's expression remained unchanged. Laurent's voice deepened as he said, "I'm about to become one of the deputy editors-in-chief of Le Petit Triarien. Although I'll be the most junior-ranking editor, I can't continue living here. I have to invite my colleagues to gatherings at home regularly to build a good relationship with them. Therefore, I wish to borrow 500 Vril d'Or to rent a good apartment in Quartier de l'Observatoire or Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative. I want to bring my mother there and use the time to teach her how to host a small banquet. Once I receive my salary, I'll repay the debt in installments. How much do you think the interest rate should be?" This is not only borrowing money to secure his job, but also taking the initiative to give me leverage and some benefits so that I won't ruin his plans. Lumion thought a little higher of Laurent and nodded thoughtfully. "I don't need interest. You'll definitely come into contact with some interesting news, information, and at Le Petit Triarien. I hope you can organize them regularly and give me a copy." As Lumion spoke, he took out his wallet and counted 5 banknotes worth 100 Vril d'Or. "Just pay it back this year." Laurent heaved a sigh of relief and said, "No problem." After watching the speculator write the IOU and leave room 207, Lumion took out the 5 heavy gold bars from Count Puffer's pocket and tossed them in his hand. With this unexpected windfall, he had amassed 75,000 Vril d'Or worth of gold. At the same time, he had 2,000 Vril d'Or that hadn't been exchanged for gold and the remaining 4,000 Vril d'Or funds for his activities. "It won't be long before I complete the Armored Shadows contract and summon it again." Lumion fiddled with the gold bars for a while before leaving the briefcase containing the flog boxing gloves on the armchair. He washed up and went to bed, awaiting the inevitable nightmare. In his daze, Lumion once again caught sight of Red Swan Castle, its beige outer walls stained with aged blood. In a daze, he walked in and arrived at the large living room where he had played King's Pie. Miss Elrose, Painter Mullen, Le Petit Triarien's editor-in-chief, Cornell, and the other guests who often attended Count Puffer's banquet sat on the sofa, as if awaiting Lumion's arrival. Laurent and the other guests' temporary female companions were absent. This made the scene seem like another salon or a past one. As Lumion approached the sofa, Count Puffer and the others stood up and greeted him respectfully. "Good afternoon, Your Royal Majesty," they greeted in unison. Instinctively, Lumion glanced at them coldly. "Oh!" Count Puffer and the others were taken aback for a moment. "Your Imperial Majesty." Lumion nodded slightly and settled into an armchair, watching as the guests settled around him. They chatted nonchalantly, their topics diverse and vague. Suddenly, novelist Honori raised his right hand and scratched his face. With a tearing sound, he ripped off a large piece of skin, revealing squirming flesh and blackened tubes. Almost simultaneously, Painter Mullen and the others either stabbed themselves in the heart or tore at their companions' necks. In an instant, the entire living room turned abnormally bloody, and there was a terrifying scene everywhere. Lumion's thoughts raced as his vision underwent an immediate transformation. In another hall of the castle, surrounded by countless lit white candles, was a coffin. The coffin was made of bronze and its surface was rusted. It was unknown how long it had been there. Lumien's heart swelled with sorrow and helplessness, as if he had lost his kin and support. He slowly extended his right hand, attempting to caress the rusty bronze coffin. At that moment, the coffin's lid creaked open, revealing a deep crack. Suddenly, a palm with dark red, nearly black blood vessels extended, holding an extremely withered heart with some blood seeping out. The heart was still gently and indiscernibly contracting and expanding. Upon seeing the withered heart, Lumien's thoughts raced chaotically, tainted with a certain madness. His right palm felt slightly warm, and he suddenly woke up from his dream. He wasn't surprised or flustered by the nightmare. As he calmed his racing heart, he recalled the details of the nightmare. Gradually, Lumien frowned. In the first scene, most of the King's Pie game participants eventually went crazy. They either mutilated themselves or others, but there were 3 exceptions. Even when the scene changed, they were still normal. One was Lumien himself, and the other was Count Poofer. There was another one Lumien hadn't expected. Miss Elrose. She's not as reserved and obedient as she appears. She has her own secrets. Lumien smiled silently. As for what the bronze coffin, dead body, and withered heart represented in the second scene, he couldn't decipher them at all. He could only guess that it might be related to the Sauron family's secret. Just like the last time, Lumien had several nightmares that night, but the clarity and completeness of his dreams gradually decreased. Just before dawn, the nightmare was completely gone. After waking up, Lumien quickly wrote a letter and sent it to Madame Magician while his memories still remained fresh. After 15 minutes, Madame Magician replied with a brief letter. The Iron and Blood Cross Order's investigation into the Sauron family's decline contradicts my previous speculations. It seems that what they claim to have may not align with their actual possessions. Perhaps they possess only critical information that allows them to achieve their goals under specific conditions. One of these conditions is unavoidable for the Sauron family. Lumien's temples throbbed at Madame Magician's response. She had conveyed a lot, but the crucial details remained elusive. While he understood each word individually, their combined meaning eluded him. What does the Iron and Blood Cross Order actually possess, and what does it claim? Lumien massaged his temples and continued reading. This situation presents both danger and opportunity for you. Investigating the truth behind the Sauron family's downfall is a mission I eagerly anticipate. Mr. Fool assigned this long-term mission to our tarot club, much like the Two of Cups interacting with the Demoness sect to confirm the primordial Demoness condition. There's no need to rush. Take your time, even if it takes years to complete. Lumien was taken aback. He had expected Franca's major arcana, Madame Judgment, to agree to her contact with the Demoness sect. But what kind of terrifying mission was it to ascertain the primordial Demoness condition? That was a true deity. Based on Lumien's recent knowledge from various sources, not only was direct observation of deities impossible, but attempting to understand their specific situation was exceedingly perilous. As for the evil gods like the one known as inevitability, mere awareness of their existence equated to corruption. A long-term mission, a task that could only be completed once Franca achieved demigod status? Lumien thoughtfully read the last sentence of Madame Magician's reply. Focus on this matter. If you need help or find yourself in a bind, contact me in advance. As for the Aurora Order, refrain from participating in other missions. Concentrate on the Iron and Blood Cross Order. I believe Mr. K will understand. Madame Magician had previously tasked me with infiltrating the Aurora Order and slowly gaining Mr. K's trust, with the ultimate goal of becoming an oracle. However, it is apparent from her tone that priorities had shifted. Now, she emphasizes giving precedence to the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Lumien discerned this as a significant signal from her reply. Crimson flames erupted as Lumien burned the letter in his hand. He slung a satchel over his shoulder and placed the flog boxing gloves inside. Then, he made his way to Rue de Blouses Blanches. He located a random cafe and had breakfast there. It wasn't until nearly 9 o'clock that Lumien knocked on the door of apartment 601. Franca didn't express any annoyance at being awakened this time. She didn't appear to be asleep, wearing a troubled expression instead. Upon seeing Lumion, she tugged at her flaxen-colored hair, which was left untied, and said, "Guess what? I've accepted a suicide mission." Confirming the primordial demoness condition? Lumion chuckled. Sensing that Franca had done so willingly, he no longer fretted about her. "How did you know?" Franca asked, surprised. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "For the lie, I divined it. The truth is, I just reported the recent situation to my major arcana card holder, and she mentioned your choice." Lumion strolled over to the divan and sat down casually. "Where's Jenna?" Realization dawned on Franca as she casually said, "To Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. Ever since she received her father's compensation, she's been keen on instigation. Yesterday, she poached a supporting actress whose contract had expired and convinced her to switch to a theater in Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative. While it did boost her income significantly, I could have matched the offer if I had been informed. Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons has been quite profitable lately." Franca didn't hold a grudge against Jenna because Jenna had sought her opinion beforehand and obtained her approval. She believed such instigations were beneficial. Plus, having a supporting actress leave opened up opportunities for apprentices like Jenna and the former dancers. After recounting the matter briefly, Franca sighed and continued, "Madame Judgment only wants me to interact with the demoness sect. Under the condition that I control my desires and mental state, I can use their resources to enhance myself, monitor their activities, and understand their immediate plans. Confirming the primordial demoness condition can be considered once I truly attain godhood and become a saint. I can deduce certain situations through the demoness sect's activities, their recent plans, and the reactions during prayers to the primordial demoness." "Aren't you troubled by the mission?" Lumion raised his eyebrows. Franca sighed. "I am troubled by the mission, but what's troubling is that I'll remain a demoness at Sequence 4. I won't be able to transform back into a man." "You can wait until Sequence 3, Lumion suggested with a relaxed demeanor. "That's true, although it would be even more challenging." Franca had thought it through and then asked why Lumion had suddenly reported the situation to Madame Magician. Lumion briefly recounted his experience at Red Swan Castle from yesterday and Gardner Martin's words, omitting specific details. Franca listened intently, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Our current missions combined involve the secrets and movements of the relevant factions within the Hunter and Demoness pathways. The Tarot Club appears to attach great importance to such matters." Lumion chuckled. "That's the only way we'll have a chance." Franca acknowledged his words tersely and suddenly remembered something. "How much gold did you command Count Poofer to give you?" 30,000, Lumion replied honestly. Franca's eyes lit up. "How much gold do you have now?" 75,000. "I can add another 6,000 at any time," Lumion disclosed without hesitation. Franca's smile widened. "Then I'll lend you 25,000 first, interest-free. Let's summon the Armored Shadow tonight and try to figure things out before the gathering next week." "You have 25,000 Vril d'Or?" Lumion was mildly surprised. He recalled that Franca had spent all her savings to advance to the Demoness of Pleasure. Franca said smugly, "I received 20,000 Vril d'Or for assisting you in dealing with Guillaume Binet, and Gardner Martin has been quite generous lately. He entrusted me with managing most of the earnings from Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons and the dancers. Heh. Madame Judgment even provided me with 10,000 to support my activities. Your earnings are quite impressive as well." Lumion realized that while the profits from Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons and the dancers might not match those of Salle de Bal Brise, they were undoubtedly substantial. If Franca could claim a significant portion of them, she could easily make around 20,000 per month. He nodded and said, "All right, we'll perform the summoning ritual at 11 tonight at the same place the other time." Franca's joy was palpable. "I'll arrange for someone to exchange the 25,000 gold right away." Late at night, at Riss Docks, within the charred remains of a building, Franca observed Lumion as he set up the altar and placed all the gold upon it. Rather than staying outside the wall of spirituality, she chose to remain by her companion's side. Lumion proceeded to light the candles one by one, letting the essential oil drip. Stepping back, he intoned, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Almost simultaneously, Franca chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name, ensuring her safety in the presence of the ritual's power. Soon, amid the faint fog and a sense of impending danger, Lumion recited the final part of the incantation. In the name of the great fool, I summon the spirit that wanders the void, a combination of numerous shadows, Lumion Lee's contracted creature. Within the wavering candlelight, an ethereal door adorned with enigmatic symbols materialized. From it emerged a shadowy figure clad in dark armor reminiscent of fish scales. Just as before, each scale seemed to bear a face, each belonging to a different creature. Those are indeed fish scales. Franca couldn't tear her gaze away, her anticipation and anxiety overriding the eerie ambience that surrounded them and the evident malevolence emanating from the armored shadow. Lumion locked eyes with the armored shadow and spoke in Hermes. "I will fulfill the contract and offer you gold valued at 100,000 vril d'or." To be honest, Lumion harbored some doubts about the 100,000 vril d'or worth of gold. The ever-changing exchange rates between vril d'or and gold left him uncertain whether he should prepare the amount based on the exchange rate at the time of signing the contract or the current rate. As a precaution, he had only acquired an additional 1,000 vril d'or worth of gold as a backup. As Lumion finished his words, the gold bars, jewelry, and various items on the altar suddenly disintegrated, transforming into golden particles that flew toward the mysterious illusory door. Most of these particles landed on the armored shadow, while a few passed through the open illusory door and disappeared. Gradually, almost a fifth of the armored shadow's pitch-black armor, resembling fish scales, transformed into gold. It was no longer dark and foreboding but radiated a holy and pristine aura. Franca's eyes widened. Legends and terms from her original world rushed into her mind as she muttered to herself, "Could this be the reconstruction of the golden body?" In her memory, the golden body referred to the golden powder or gold foil applied to the surface of idol statues. Sometimes, it denoted the special form of someone with godlike status or significant achievements. The armored shadow now resembled a weathered statue that had been rejuvenated with a coating of golden powder. When all the gold on the altar had vanished, Lumion sensed that the contract had been completely fulfilled. Taking the opportunity, he asked on Franca's behalf in Hermes, "Where do you come from?" The armored shadow opened its mouth and spoke with a deep, dignified, and somewhat sinister voice. However, Lumion couldn't comprehend its words at all. He could only watch in confusion as the armored shadow returned to the illusory door. Once the summoning ritual concluded, Lumion turned to Franca and noticed that her companion seemed lost in thought, her brows furrowed. His heart stirred as he asked, "Did you understand the armored shadow's response?" Franca nodded slowly. "The language he used is very similar to the language from my home world." "He said." Franca paused and muttered to herself, puzzlement evident on her face. "The blood son of heaven disrupted the netherworld, and the underworld Taoist sacrificed himself to enter the river." Despite Franca speaking in Titian, it left Lumion perplexed. He struggled to grasp her meaning or intentions. Surveying the silent ruins around him, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Turning his attention back to Franca, he inquired, "Care to explain?" Franca contemplated for a moment before responding, "The Son of Heaven is roughly equivalent to an emperor. As for Taoist, think of it as a mighty beyonder. In essence, this emperor, bearing the title Blood, wrought havoc in hell, sowing chaos. As for the Taoist known as Underworld, a powerful beyonder, they made the ultimate sacrifice, entering a certain river to seal away this emperor. The emperor with the title of Blood." Lumion was alarmed. The Blood Emperor? Memories from the Samaritan women's spring came flooding back. In those vivid recollections, the Blood Emperor's elusive figure burned with concealed flames, his battered armor soaked in blood. The dark waters receded within the fountain only to surge forth again, merging with the ethereal mist, transforming into a pale spring. Alista Tudor's apparition was tugged back into the fountain's depths by an inexplicable force. It appeared as though a fierce battle had transpired between the two entities. With Franca's explanation, Lumien's mind began to piece together a new interpretation of the Armored Shadow's cryptic words and his encounter. He said thoughtfully to Franca, "I suspect the Blood Son of Heaven you mention is none other than the apparition of the Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. But how did the Blood Emperor's apparition find its way to my home?" Franca didn't immediately connect it to Alista Tudor, but Lumien's deductions were beginning to make sense. The special fish-scale armor and the spell of Harumph, which originated from myths and legends, made her suspect that the Armored Shadow came from back home. And now, the language basically matched, making her even more certain. Lumien nodded, continuing, "I'll have to start with the events at the Samaritan Women's Spring, where Madame Hella and I fetched the water." "You went with Madame Hella?" Franca murmured, her curiosity piqued but allowing Lumien to proceed. Lumien went on to recount the events at the Samaritan Women's Spring in detail, ensuring Franca remained focused on his narrative. He then presented his theory. "I suspect that during the War of the Four Emperors, the Blood Emperor did not fully perish. For some extraordinary reason, he preserved a fragment of his lingering soul. During the Godly War, a passage was opened between our world and your homeland, allowing a mysterious river from your world to infiltrate ours. Mr. Fool sealed it, creating the Samaritan Women's Spring. This river appears closely tied to the realms of death and the underworld. The Blood Emperor's apparition, trapped in a state of death, traverses between your world, the Samaritan Women's Spring, and even the fourth epic trier. The Blood Emperor possesses an innate desire for resurrection, and the first step to achieving that is to escape the river's confinement. In this process, he brought chaos to the underworld of your homeland. The powerful Beyonder from the domains of death and the underworld had no choice but to make the ultimate sacrifice, immersing themselves in the mysterious river to harness its power fully and seal away the Blood Emperor's apparition. Franca alternated between confusion and clarity. When Lumien finished sharing his theory, she responded with a mixture of surprise and suspicion, saying, "Your guess seems quite realistic and logical." His explanation shed light on the words of the Armored Shadow and the peculiar occurrences at the Samaritan Women's Spring. Franca fell into a brief silence, then continued, "Back in my homeland, that elusive and mysterious river is known as the Yellow Springs. However, before I transmigrated, the Yellow Springs and the Netherworld were nothing more than legends, unverifiable myths. There were no tales of the Blood Son of Heaven or the Underworld Taoist. Could it be that I was just an ordinary person who never had the opportunity to encounter such things?" Lumien chuckled. "Before I discovered Aurora was a warlock, concepts like superpowers, demons, and ghosts were non-existent." Franca acknowledged his words, her expression gradually shifting towards excitement. "Now that there's a passageway connecting our worlds, returning home is no longer an unattainable dream," Lumien, in a friendly tone, warned. "Madame Hella mentioned that the pale white spring water is deadly to anyone who touches it." Franca's expression froze for a moment, then she replied, "That may be true for us now, but with the power of godhood and ascending to sainthood, we might be able to handle it." Lumien reminded her again, "There are the figures of an angel and a true god imprisoned in the spring." Franca rolled her eyes at Lumien. "Aren't you a buzzkill? Compared to before, when we had no answers, no direction, and no hope, now there's a glimmer of hope. We know where to focus our efforts." One of the reasons Madame Hella went to retrieve the Samaritan Women's Spring might have been to confirm if it's connected to the Yellow Springs. "She's truly exceptional at finding leads." Lumien simply shrugged, opting not to dampen Franca's newfound optimism and enthusiasm. Franca's excitement was palpable as she paced back and forth before suddenly posing a question. "Were you asking where the Armored Shadow came from? Why did it mention the Blood Emperor and Taoist underworld?" That wasn't an answer. Could there be some hidden secret? Lumien thought for a moment and said, "It's a shadow born after death, and some of its abilities clearly belong to the death domain. It also has a strong urge to break free from its restraints and escape imprisonment. Given these factors, I believe it's a ghost-like entity sealed by Taoist underworld. Asking about its origins would inevitably lead to uncovering the current state of the Taoist underworld, which is why I received that answer. Franca was enlightened. That makes sense. Underworld Taoist destroyed its golden body and sealed it. Could that be why it's collecting gold to reconstruct its golden body and break free from its imprisonment? Observing Lumien's puzzled expression, Franca clarified the concept of a golden body and her interpretation. Is that so? Lumien nodded slowly. It seems like we might be able to continue trading gold with the armored shadow in the future, but fully restoring it to its original state should be avoided. This entity is extremely dangerous and holds a deep malice. I wonder what it will do once it escapes its seal. Franca agreed wholeheartedly. At the very least, we need to advance to sequence 4 before considering this matter. Lumien snickered. Didn't you mention that achieving godhood and becoming a saint is an arduous endeavor? Why the newfound confidence? Franca glared at Lumien. Isn't it because I have a goal now? Can't I indulge in a little daydreaming with all the motivation I have? Seriously, did we switch roles? She recalled that not long ago, she had remarked that Lumien made the path to godhood and switching pathways sound too simplistic. Lumien chuckled and said, "It's good to have a goal and motivation. Yes, the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's gathering is coming up next week. Should I inform the others about the Armored Shadow, the Blood Emperor, Underworld Taoist, and the Yellow Springs?" Franca pondered for a moment and said, "In the past, I would have shared this information, but now I can't do so until I solve the issue with April Fool's Day. However, we can inquire about the illusory river related to death and see if anyone has relevant information." Lumien thought for a moment and said, "I'll do the asking." Franca was momentarily surprised but quickly understood Lumien's reasoning. Lumien had gone to the Samaritan Women's Spring with Madame Hella. It made more sense for her companion, who was posing as Muggle, to inquire about the situation at the Samaritan Women's Spring. There was a logical rationale behind it. From Hella's perspective, Lumien and Hidden Blade were strangers who didn't know each other. If Franca were to casually mention the River of Death, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. On Monday, Franca arrived at Trocadero's Red House Cafe once again. This time, she had taken care to dress more in line with her usual attire, wearing a shirt, pants, and boots, even though she still maintained her black-haired, brown-eyed form. Her intention was to create the illusion that she was a man who had transformed into a demoness, which she hoped would deter any sudden attacks from the demoness she was waiting for. However, the long-haired orange-red demoness did not appear throughout the morning. Instead, Franca found herself engaged in conversations with 2 female patrons who took the opportunity to strike up a chat with her. Franca calmly sipped her coffee, seemingly unfazed by the interactions. She couldn't help but notice that Lumien appeared unusually calm and encouraged her to take her time. Franca understood the urgency of eliminating the core members of the Bliss Society, particularly those close to Susanna Mattis. Failing to do so would mean Lumien would forever be overshadowed by the Rose School of Thought. Lumien had already reported to Madame Magician about the Bliss Society, the Rose School of Thought, and the activities at the Red House Cafe. The response he received was concise. "Do not leave Trier for the time being, and there should be no major issues." Lumien ignited the letter and departed Rue du Rossignol, strolling towards Avenue du Marquet. As he approached Salle de Bal Brise, he spotted a familiar figure, a man with dark brown eyes, a prominent nose bridge, and a flaxen-colored beard that covered his chin. This man wore a robe reminiscent of an ancient warlock's attire. It was Secret Suppliant Ostatroll, the same person who had introduced Lumien to Mr. K's mysticism gathering. "My cabbage?" Lumien inquired with a smile. "What brings you here?" Ostatroll responded with a magnetic voice. "I've come to find Baron Brignays to settle my debt." "You've got the money?" Lumien raised his eyebrows. Ostatroll smiled and replied, "Yes. I've come to realize that some honorific names derived from the potion can be used for prayers. There's no danger involved. This discovery has been quite helpful to me." Lumion was slightly taken aback by this revelation. With a dark look, he tapped his chest 4 times. Up, down, left, and right. Ostatrull mirrored his actions with an even warmer smile. Lumion didn't continue the small talk. He simply waved his hand and walked past Ostatrull. Quietly, he approached the white spherical statue constructed from skulls outside Salle de Bal Brise, releasing a soft sigh. At 9 p.m., Lumion returned to room 207 at Aubaird's du Coq d'Or. He finally received a letter from a pure silver skull with pale white flames burning in its eye sockets. The letter was from Hela, and its content was brief. There will be a gathering in 1 hour. If you wish to participate, silently recite the following incantation within 5 minutes of 10 p.m. It's finally here. Lumion exhaled, folded the letter, and left Aubaird's du Coq d'Or. He didn't need to look for Franca. They had discussed the gathering many times before, so there was no need to waste time confirming it. Lumion made his way to the new safe house on Rue du Rossignol and tossed the satchel containing the flog boxing gloves onto the bed. He hadn't prepared an additional iron cabinet. With a few traps hidden in the room, regular thieves couldn't approach the core area. Forcing their way in would only cost them their lives. An iron cabinet wouldn't stop exceptional thieves anyway. When the time was right, Lumion donned a hooded black robe that bore a striking resemblance to the attire worn by warlocks, all according to Madame Hela and Franca's descriptions of his sister's appearance at these gatherings. Then, he pulled out Lai and transformed it into a simple yet exquisite silver-white earring. He secured it onto his right earlobe. Gazing into the full-length mirror, Lumion maintained a calm demeanor as he observed a sudden transformation of him growing shorter. His hair morphed into a luxuriant shade of pure gold, growing thick and cascading down his back. His facial features underwent a metamorphosis, mirroring those etched in his memories of Aurora. His nose bridge, now elevated and delicate, complemented his lips, neither too full nor too thin, painted in a subtle shade of red. His eyes, light blue and clear, emitted a faint but captivating luminescence. In the past, Lumion had always perceived his sister as a paradox, her inner self contrasting sharply with her outward appearance. She exuded an aura of sunshine, cheerfulness, and open-mindedness. Yet in reality, she was a homebody, reluctant to venture out for social interactions. Only those who had truly earned her trust were privileged to witness her relaxed demeanor, the quirky phrases she often uttered, and her playful and bullying side. On the contrary, Aurora displayed no apprehension when stepping out into the world. Much like Lumion, she possessed the natural ability to connect with the elderly ladies of Cordu and regale the children with captivating stories, earning their affection. Ever since Lumion had learned about his sister's true background, he had come to comprehend the stark divergence between Aurora's inner self and her external appearance and demeanor. Certainly, many people grappled with such contradictions, but Aurora's unique circumstances had magnified this incongruity. Lately, Lumion often found himself pondering what his sister had been like and the kind of life she had led. As he stared into the mirror, Aurora's light blue eyes seemed to take on a misty quality, as if she too were lost in reminiscences of days gone by. Lumion still held vivid memories of the first time his sister had mentioned her homeland. It happened during his 2nd year in Cordu. Back then, when the shepherds had returned to the highland pastures, Aurora had taken him to pat the newly born lambs and, cruelly, bought their loved ones. They ventured into the green pastures adorned with white and yellow wildflowers, carefully selecting a spot that wouldn't disturb the serene surroundings. They then set up a charcoal grill for a picnic. As night descended upon them, and the starry heavens unveiled themselves like a boundless river of glistening diamonds, Aurora suddenly drifted into a reverie, her fingers brushing away tears. Lumion inquired about her thoughts, and she confessed to a profound sense of homesickness. Aurora's gaze in the mirror seemed to lose focus, mirroring the soft, yellowish-blue glow of the carbide lamp. The mountain village nestled beside those vibrant green pastures under the radiant sun. It was a place they could never return to. After a while, Lumion opened the pocket watch he had borrowed from Salle de Bal Brise, confirming the time. Then, He donned a sleek silver-white half-mask, revealing his finely sculpted lips and chiseled chin to the world. Without delay, Lumion retrieved a piece of paper adorned with the ancient Fasak script and affixed it securely to his left breast, displaying the word Muggle. As Franca had explained, the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society boasted a sizable membership, each member donning unique disguises during their gatherings. Without the corresponding code names, distinguishing one from another would be an insurmountable task, save for those closely acquainted with each other. Despite hailing from the same world, the Society's members hailed from diverse homelands, each with their distinct languages. Upon their transmigration to this world, they found themselves scattered across different countries, inevitably erecting language barriers. Initially, they relied on the linguistic prowess of fellow members who were polyglots. However, over time, they gravitated towards adopting ancient Fasak, the common tongue of the northern continent, as their shared language. For Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society members residing in different nations, ancient Fasak bore striking similarities to their mother tongues, easing its acquisition and mastery. Naturally, there were exceptions among the Society's ranks, those whose native languages diverged significantly from ancient Fasak, but they were a minority. They had to follow the majority, knowing that, until they mastered the language, someone would always be there to translate for them. Lumion had already laid a strong foundation in ancient Fasak. Ever since his arrival in Trier, he had diligently immersed himself in Aurora's grimoires, plunging deeper into this linguistic realm. Basic communication posed no challenge for him any longer. Approaching 10 p.m., Lumion made final adjustments to his appearance in front of the full-length mirror, ensuring everything was in its rightful place. He concealed an assortment of ritual components and the alcohol flask containing the decency brooch within the concealed pocket of his warlock-like black robe. With Madame Hellas' letter clutched firmly in his hand, Lumion began the recitation for the Hermes gathering. A beyonder from ancient times, ruler of the nation of the Evernight, noble mother of the sky, I beseech your permission to enter your kingdom. As the words escaped Lumion's lips, the world around him underwent a sudden and eerie transformation. He beheld his own reflection in the mirror, like a pencil sketch hastily erased by an eraser. His vision dimmed, plunging him into what felt like the deepest of slumbers. Abruptly, Lumion's consciousness drifted to the gathering, the pounding of his heart resonating within his ears. He snapped out of his reverie, finding himself within a palace marked by crumbling stone walls and encroaching weeds. In its heart lay a massive, weathered stone throne, yet no one ventured near it. Through the fissures in the walls and the time-worn windows, Lumion glimpsed a night shrouded in darkness and cold, veiled by a thick fog. Faint starlight penetrated the fog, casting a feeble glow upon the palace and the dreamlike town enshrouded by the fog. The town appeared utterly deserted, as if plucked from a dream. Within the palace, stone candlesticks embedded in the walls flickered, bathing the surroundings in their warm, yellow flames. At that precise moment, over 100 figures arrived, each attired in distinctive garments. Lumion scanned the assembly but could not yet spot Madame Hella. However, he recognized Hidden Blade Franca. Clad in her favored assassin's garb, black robes complemented by leather armor, a hood drawn low, and a silver half-mask gracing her countenance, Franca engaged in conversation with a group of similarly attired individuals. Yet, among them, Franca stood as the sole genuine assassin. Lumion didn't greet Franca. Following her instructions and the hints in Madame Hellas' letter, he approached the huge stone chair. Such a crowded gathering was no different from a marketplace. It was unlikely to form a unified communication and transaction. The gathering naturally fragmented into smaller groups. Only when there was a matter of particular significance would President Gandalf or vice presidents like Hela take their place by the massive stone chair to address the assembly. Of course, someone could do the same if they wanted to share their intentions with the entire gathering. Aurora had been a regular attendee at the Academy's gatherings. Their designated meeting spot nestled deep within the palace, tucked away to the left of the huge stone throne. As Lumion advanced in that direction, He couldn't help but marvel at the mystical nature of the gathering. After reciting the incantation, he had departed from the Rue du Rossignol safe house in the market district, only to find himself transported to this mysterious and ancient palace. The members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society hailed from diverse corners of the northern and southern continents, yet they had all managed to converge here within a specific time frame. Lumion had never encountered such a mystical power before, surpassing even teleportation. Only the bestowed sowers of the Great Mother could compare. What baffled him, however, was Franca's never sharing the method of entering the gathering. Even if they were face to face, he wouldn't hear it unless granted permission by Madame Hella. But it was just reciting an incantation, wasn't it? How could he not hear it? As Franca had explained, this power likely stemmed from a sealed artifact, an artifact Madame Hella couldn't fully control but could employ to a certain extent. Beyond this method of convening, the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society possessed other means, although these were established by various groups for internal or clique gatherings. For instance, Hidden Blade Franca had set up a Telegram group with select members, utilizing a miniaturized and simplified analyzer for scheduled chats. Recalling Franca and Hella's rough descriptions of Aurora during the gatherings and forming his own assumptions, Lumion's steps grew lighter. He believed that, given the unique and shared origin of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society members, even if his sister wished to remain guarded amidst the assembly, her relaxed demeanor, akin to his interactions with her, would prevail, possibly even more prominently so. This was a state devoid of profound secrets. Additional figures began to manifest, their forms rapidly taking shape in the air, akin to oil paintings successfully duplicated. Among the members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, a diverse and eclectic array of disguises flourished. Some were clad in traditional iron-gray full-body armor, while others embraced vibrant red, yellow, white, and multicolored paint, transforming into clowns. A handful sported extravagant makeup veiling their true visages, resembling wicked witches from ancient folklore. Still, others adorned themselves with monstrous helmets sculpted from orange-yellow pumpkins or relied on makeshift hoods to become pale vampires with strikingly red lips. Some even chose horse-like attires that enveloped them from head to toe. It was a spectacle more fantastical and imaginative than the masquerade balls documented in newspapers and magazines. As Lumion strolled amidst the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society's diverse members, a faint smile played on his lips. Occasionally, he would nod in acknowledgement of those who greeted him. At last, he reached the corner housing the academy team. His eyes naturally swept over the code names displayed on their attires. Pettigrew, Professor, Griffin, Eagle, Bear, Headmaster, Periodic Table, Isotope. Pettigrew stood at just over 1.6 meters tall, his disheveled, yellow hair peeking out from under a face mask designed for performances. His right palm was encased in a flamboyant silver glove, and he wore an open brown jacket over a dark shirt. As Lumion approached, Pettigrew stepped forward, exclaiming in surprise and delight, "Muggle, you've finally reappeared." Lumion replied with a smile in Aurora's voice. "Something happened some time ago. It took me a while to recuperate. Are you all right now?" Pettigrew asked with concern. "It's all right," Lumion replied nonchalantly, unsure of Aurora's friendship with him. He turned his gaze to a lady sitting on the stone steps. The woman donned a black butterfly mask, a white shirt adorned with a bow tie, and a long, dark coat. Pinned to her chest, a clearly typeset paper name tag read, "Professor." Lumion greeted her with a smile. Did Associate Professor not make it? Associate Professor was a man. A few years back, due to their shared code names, they had met in real life and became husband and wife. Both were avid warlocks, delving deep into the study of various spells. Aurora's grimoires contained the weed removal spell, courtesy of Associate Professor. Professor's lips bore a faint hue, and her gaunt face framed her beautiful brown eyes. She simply replied, "He's occupied in the real world, playing host to guests. He couldn't spare the time. Nevertheless, my presence is akin to his. It doesn't alter matters." "Muggle, what's the matter?" Lumion smiled faintly and said, I want to thank him for his weed removal spell. What's there to be grateful for? Could it be that your home was overrun by a large number of weeds? Pettigrew asked curiously. Lumion mirrored Aurora's expression as he recounted the past. His light blue eyes darted around as he continued. Some time ago, I encountered a plant rumored to originate from the abyss. It not only grew at an astounding rate but also possessed remarkable vitality. It emitted anesthetic gases and devoured humans like a man-eating flower. Whenever it surfaced, it did so in the hundreds, if not thousands. The weed removal spell, however, could wither them all. While it didn't annihilate them outright, it rendered them dormant for a considerable duration. Weed removal works on Beyonder plants? Professor exclaimed in astonishment. Lumion nodded and said, but it's effective only against grass or vine-type plants. These were the insights Aurora had penned in her grimoires. It was evident she had conducted experiments with the abyss demon flower of the Padre, meticulously documenting her findings with scholarly dedication, even when her condition was clearly off. This is an interesting discovery. Professor held Lumion's hand, delving into the intricacies of the weed removal spell. Fortunately, Lumion had delved deeply into the spell and sought guidance from Franca and Madame Hella. Though he couldn't use it, his knowledge was sufficient for a conversation. After a lengthy discussion on spells and mystical knowledge with the Academy team, Lumion suddenly sensed a looming presence, casting a shadow over his surroundings. Raising his eyes, he beheld an immense figure. This figure towered at an imposing 2.4 meters, draped in a plain linen robe. Its head was concealed beneath a hood, and in its grip, a formidable magic staff, capable of shattering the skulls of ordinary humans, was held. It was none other than Gandalf, the president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Franca had suggested that he might have reincarnated as a middle-aged man within the Faesac Empire, endowed with a giant bloodline. He had a penchant for liquor and an insatiable thirst for mystical knowledge, yet the nature of his pathway remained an enigma. Sometimes he displayed traits of the reader pathway, embodying characteristics of a savant and mystery prior. At other times, it made people feel that with his physical condition, it would be a pity not to take the warrior pathway. High-end mystical knowledge like the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility originated from Gandalf. Oddly, Franca's expression took on a peculiar twist when mentioning Gandalf, as though his code name didn't quite align with his towering stature and imposing presence. Gandalf, his visage obscured by an eerie shadow, fixed his gaze upon Lumion and gruffly extended a smile. You've missed a few gatherings. I was concerned something might have befallen you. Lumion responded with pursed lips, his momentary sigh and helplessness hidden beneath the surface. Something did happen, but it's been resolved. That's reassuring. Gandalf nodded in relief. Following a few more courteous exchanges with Lumion, he made his way towards the other teams. This was Lumion's first time participating in the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society's discussions. Following Madame Hella's counsel, he adopted a stance of speaking less and listening more. Often he remained in silence. Throughout this process, Lumion, now seated on the stone steps, observed those who spoke with a faint smile, projecting an aura of extreme attentiveness. Aurora often employed a similar tactic. When conversing with Madame Pualis and the elderly ladies in Cordu, she would grace the speaker with a warm smile, making them feel truly valued. The discussion might be captivating, but beneath her apparent engagement, Aurora's thoughts would occasionally drift. She would intermittently return to grasp the essential points, safeguarding against potential awkwardness when she needed to respond. Of course, when it came to discussions of mystical knowledge or striking deals, Lumion remained fully engaged, simply mirroring Aurora's demeanor. After a while, Lumion found a suitable moment to rise from his spot, signaling his intention to depart from the Academy team's gathering area. A lady, her face adorned with removable oil paint, exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you purchasing anything today? Do you really need to spend a small fortune at every gathering to find joy, grande sir?" Lumion muttered silently and smiled. "I have two reasons. Firstly, I've recently hit a bottleneck and am more focused on gathering the formula and ingredients for the Scroll's Professor Potion. He spoke earnestly while analyzing the absence of corresponding requirements. Finally, he said, "Secondly, I'm broke and owe someone a substantial sum." Members of the Academy team chuckled warmly, their understanding evident. They had all noticed that Muggle had met with a significant problem during her hiatus from the gatherings, transforming from a well-off individual into someone burdened with debt. However, they weren't overly concerned for Muggle. Over the past few years, they had witnessed their companion's knack for accumulating wealth. Gracefully, Lumion made his way to the third pillar on the right of the colossal stone chair, where the Purgatory team congregated. Madame Hella frequently engaged in their discussions. The lady was already present, albeit with a noticeable reduction in the chill that enveloped her. Under her veiled hat was a blur, revealing only a pale, yet not dismal, white complexion. Silently, Lumion observed the discussions and dealings of the Purgatory team. After a while, he inquired thoughtfully, "Have any of you heard of an illusory river associated with the domain of death?" Hella cast a fleeting glance at Lumion but remained silent. Another member of the Purgatory team, a man bearing the code name Cerberus, pondered the question and responded, "Muggle, why do you ask? I've heard rumors of an illusory river deep within the underworld, within the realm of hell. It's said to be connected to one of the high-sequence beyonders of the corpse collector pathway." He actually answered without hesitation and didn't seek compensation for the intel. Even though it's only hearsay and not verified fact, Lumion smiled and said, "I've recently been intrigued by the presence of such a river in both the myths and legends of our homeland and here." He raised the topic indirectly without delving into further details. Cerberus pondered for a moment before commenting, "This might be rooted in the commonality between the origins of myths and human thought." Lumion tersely acknowledged with Aurora's voice and didn't inquire further. He listened for a while longer before turning his attention to a hole in the ancient palace. With his previous preparations in place, Lumion could smoothly blend into the April Fool's team, allowing him to eavesdrop on their conversations. As Lumion made his way to the designated location, he quickly reviewed what he had observed and heard. He couldn't help but notice that his sister, Aurora, had garnered quite a bit of popularity. Both the members of the Academy and the Purgatory team had shown her kindness. While moving diagonally through the ancient palace, Lumion's attention was drawn to a man with stockings covering his head. This individual leaped onto a broken pillar and addressed the curly-haired Baboons Research Society members, who were clad in various eccentric outfits. "Allow me to recite a poem. Ocean, you are all water. Horse, you have 4 legs. Demoness, you truly taste great." This isn't a poem at all. Lumion had already purchased Emperor Rosel's Secret Chronicles, which included jests about the Emperor having a more than friendly relationship with a demoness. In the diary, he even commented on the taste of demonesses. With one step following another, Lumion approached the April Fool's team. He spotted a man with his back turned to him, dressed in a black seer's robe. Behind this figure, an ancient Faesac word was inscribed in golden paint, Loki. Franca had mentioned that Loki was a figure from certain legends in their world, associated with lies, mischief, and flames. This member bearing the code name Loki is the founder of the April Fool's team. Although he has progressed on the paths of the divine at a pace not inferior to Hela and the others, he hasn't ascended to the position of vice president. Various pieces of information flashed through Lumion's mind. He entered the area where the April Fool's team was, and all laughter abruptly ceased. In unison, Loki and the others turned to face Lumion, who was clad in a half-mask and a black warlock robe. As Muggle, Lumion's lips curved into a radiant smile. "Long time no see, everyone." Facing Lumion's greeting, the dozen or so members of the April Fool's team fell silent. Among them, several people's gazes and body language gave Lumion the distinct feeling that something was amiss. There was Bard wearing stockings to conceal his appearance, Hisoka with a half-mask, vertical red hair, and teardrop and star makeup on his face. Mad Lady, sporting red, yellow, and white clown paint, and Ultraman in comical attire. Some of these April Fool's team members appeared surprised and puzzled, while others subtly shrank back. Some narrowed their eyes, and others changed their postures, becoming even more vigilant than before. If Lumion hadn't sought guidance from psychiatrist Anthony Reed during this time and focused on observing the guilty's reactions when they realized their victim was still alive, he wouldn't have been able to discern these differences so clearly. He might have missed something important. In contrast, Lumion's earlier suspects, Loki and I Know Someone, had more normal reactions. The former was the founder and leader of the April Fool's team. If anything unusual occurred within the team, the chances of him remaining unaffected were slim. According to Franca, he was believed to be a member of the Spectator Pathway, possibly a psychiatrist. However, Aurora's understanding of this pathway was notably deficient. Her grimoires didn't align with the details uncovered in the dream. Dressed in a black circus divination-style robe, Loki obscured his face with the shadows of his hood, seemingly unconcerned about being identified. After a brief silence, he expressed his surprise, saying, "Muggle, you've reappeared. I thought you lost control and went mad after hearing the Hidden Sage's cram school classes, and that's why you haven't attended any gatherings for months." "Rap? It's rap, not cram school classes," corrected Bard with a smile. Lumion had learned from Franca that rap was a strange form of music that some members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society liked to compare to the ravings of unknown entities. Muggle's thin red lips curled up slightly in response. "I did show signs of madness, but I managed it. In the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, this was a common topic. Many members had lost control for various reasons, turning into monsters or even dying. As a result, psychiatrists could make a killing by treating their companions' psychological or mental problems during gatherings." Dressed in a white coat and wearing a birdbeak mask, I Know Someone nodded. "Last year, I assessed your mental and psychological state. There wasn't much of a problem, but you haven't had regular assessments in nearly a year. You need to be careful. I know someone who was careless and overconfident and ended up in an asylum." This psychiatrist appeared normal enough and was genuinely concerned about his patient's condition. However, his membership in the April Fool's team raised some suspicions for Lumion. At the very least, his mental state didn't seem entirely healthy. As a prankster, Lumion didn't despair about the future or made it his life's mission to seek fun. Having such circumstances would undoubtedly put a toll on their psychological well-being. Loki didn't press further about Muggle's absence from numerous gatherings. He spread his hands and addressed all the members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society in the April Fool's team spot. "Everyone, I've recently come across another transmigrator from history. Who is it?" Bard with stockings blurted out, and the other members turned their attention to Loki. Taking note of everyone's gazes, Loki gestured meaningfully and continued, "I've obtained ancient texts that mention the existence of an ancient sun god in the Third Epoch. Haven't we always been puzzled by the scriptures of the various churches, especially the Eternal Blazing Sun Church? Don't they bear a striking resemblance to the religious texts of our world? Now, I believe I've found the answer." As the leader of the April Fool's team spoke, he tapped his chest 4 times. Top, down, left, right, as if indicating a religion from his homeland. Lumion's eyelids twitched. Mr. K had made the same gesture while praying to that entity. Was it merely a coincidence? Or was there an inevitable connection? Furthermore, wasn't the ancient sun god the father of the angel at Sal Debal unique? Loki continued in an exaggerated tone. "Yes, just as you suspect. The scriptures of the various churches are derived from the ancient sun god, but they have different focuses and have altered certain details. I've only managed to find a few of that entity's books, but I can confirm they're from our world. I hope you can gather more information about the ancient sun god and eventually confirm that he too is a transmigrator, possibly even predating Roselle. If you wish to see the books I've obtained, remember to request a trade later. 100 grams of gold or an equivalent currency for a copy is a very reasonable price, don't you think? We're all on the same side, and this discovery holds the key to our hopes of returning home. Otherwise, I wouldn't sell it for such a small amount of gold." The comical-looking Ultraman let out a sigh and said, "It's all rather pointless. I believe you think that this entity, who has become a deity, must have a better understanding of the world's truth than us. He might have already unraveled the secret of transmigration and the way back. But according to your information, didn't he also fail to return? See the light." Loki's lips curled up. "And I suspect that the reason that individual couldn't return is because he perished in a divine battle." "Sounds intriguing." Hisoka, dressed in clothes with poker card patterns, suddenly chimed in. Loki slowly scanned the members of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society and flashed a smile. "The information about that entity and the ancient books related to it has been deliberately erased, with only a small number of them circulating in secret. Most are hidden underground near the source of power left behind by that entity. It's said that in those places, the higher your sequence, the more dangerous it becomes. It's easier to lose control. Ordinary beyonders like us stand a chance to approach. Perhaps it holds the truth about the connection between our two worlds and a way to return to our homeland." At this point, Loki's gaze passed over Lumien's masked face. Is he subtly encouraging Aurora and the other members of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society to venture underground? Lumien maintained his vigilance against any potential pranks. However, there was another reason why he sensed a potential issue instantly. Madame Justice had mentioned that the higher one's sequence, the more dangerous it would be when approaching the Samaritan Women's Spring. She had also explained the nature of the problem. This led Lumien to suspect that the ancient sun god's location mentioned by Loki might be a place similar to the Samaritan Women's Spring. He knew firsthand how perilous and terrifying the Samaritan Women's Spring could be, inciting others to explore underground in their quest to return home while avoiding the risks himself. Or is this merely a prank that could harm others without benefiting Loki? Lumien glanced at Loki's profile and deliberately interjected. "I've been pondering a similar question lately. Why do many myths and legends in this world involve an illusory river associated with the domain of death, just like in our homeland? Could it be the result of some senior who transmigrated back?" Given Lumien's knowledge of Aurora, he knew she couldn't resist getting involved if she caught wind of any leads regarding returning to her hometown. Since he had questions of his own, he needed to steer the conversation away from Loki's direction. Finding a relevant topic was his best strategy. This was a lesson Lumien and his sister had learned through their battles of wits and pranks over studies, homework, exams, combat, and pranks. Mad Lady, adorned with red, yellow, and white clown paint, chuckled and remarked, "Human nature. My dear, humans tend to blend their own experiences into myths and legends. In ancient times, they relied on water for survival, so they believed there should be a river in the afterlife. Likewise, when they dug graves, the deeper they went, the more likely they'd encounter an underground river." Lumien, emulating Aurora's tone, responded, "Your explanation is quite scientific, but I think it lacks mysticism. And if we aim to return, mysticism might be just what we need." He recounted the legend of the river Styx, which he had recently acquired from the Purgatory team, and concluded, "I believe this could also be a path worth exploring." Loki's face remained hidden in the hooded shadows as he chuckled and remarked, "Although the underworld should be somewhere in the spirit world, I believe it must be closely related to the underground. In numerous folklores from the northern and southern continents, hell is often depicted as being hidden underground. That's why our investigation needs to be centered on the underground. Whether it's the remains of the third epoch's ancient sun god or issues related to the river Styx, we must delve deep underground to truly connect with these mysteries." Lumien couldn't help but mutter to himself, "You just want everyone to meet their end faster." He pretended to be engaged and continued sharing information about the ancient sun god, underground exploration, and the river Styx with Loki, I Know Someone, and the other members of the April Fool's team. After almost 20 minutes of conversation, Lumien decided to step away from the April Fool's team's vicinity. He had already sensed abnormal reactions from at least 4 members of the April Fool's team. The next step was to leave this to Hidden Blade Franca. If there was indeed something awry with the April Fool's team, they would be highly cautious when dealing with Muggle. They wouldn't readily engage or probe, fearing they might fall into a trap. Their primary objective should be observation and indirect information gathering at this point. When it came to Hidden Blade, they could play pranks without reservations. Later on, Franca could use those pranks as an excuse to locate the April Fool's team members in the real world and confront them individually. She could win the support of other members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Whether they could extract any significant information during these confrontations remained to be seen. As Lumion took a few steps away from the gathering, he spotted the 2.4-meter-tall president, Gandalf, approaching the massive stone chair and addressing the group with a resounding voice. "Everyone, I have something important to discuss." Lumion halted and turned his attention toward the president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, who was dressed in a linen robe. The nearly half-giant Gandalf didn't require mechanical contraptions or mystical techniques to project his voice throughout the ancient palace. "I just had a conversation with Isotope and noticed a matter that deserves our attention." He mentioned that ever since advancing to Sequence 6, he's been encountering Beyonders more frequently and getting involved in Beyonder affairs. "This aligns with my general observations over the past few years. You know, I enjoy talking to every member and asking about the additional changes brought about by superpowers. For me, I've delved deeper into the paths of the divine than most, gaining a profound understanding. Having said that, I want to share a conclusion. There are almost no exceptions. As Beyonders progress in sequence, the frequency of mystical matters involving them significantly increases. At Sequence 9, this phenomenon isn't prominent. But starting from Sequence 7 or even Sequence 6, even those who typically don't pay much attention to such matters will feel that they are constantly encountering Beyonder events. Let me illustrate with numbers. At Sequence 9, the assumed number of Beyonder incidents or encounters with other Beyonders each season is 1. This can easily slip under the radar during mysticism gatherings and small circle activities you participate in. It's challenging to pinpoint precisely. Now, at Sequence 8, it's 2. For Sequence 7, it might surge to 5 or 6. In other words, one may come across 1 or 2 Beyonder incidents or unfamiliar Beyonders once or twice a month. Do you have any thoughts or speculations about this phenomenon? Can you discern the cause? Perhaps there are fundamental laws of mysticism at play. Lumion fell into a daze. Isn't this the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence? This transmigrator, codenamed Gandalf, possessed a sharp investigative spirit. He was astute in noticing even the smallest details and had actually uncovered the outward signs of the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. He was also the one who had suggested that advancing to Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 in recent years would be easier than before, even allowing for the direct consumption of Beyonder characteristics. He had provided a more precise assessment of the increased risk. A research-focused talent, Lumion sighed, using Aurora's usual terminology. For someone like him, with an evil god's angel sealed within and a deity-level aura shrouding him, the manifestation of the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence was so intense that it couldn't be ignored. Anyone would recognize the problem. What do you mean 1 or 2 Beyonder incidents a month? It's practically every week. Including the Beyonders he had encountered, it could be said to be a daily occurrence. However, at times, Lumion felt that the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence hadn't fully played its role. Only by attracting members of the Sinners organization and Roche Louise Sanson's family to Avenue du Marquet and coincidentally meeting them would it qualify. Perhaps the power of a boon wasn't as potent as the convergence of Beyonder characteristics, or perhaps Termaboros's seal had mitigated the effect. In any case, his desire remained unfulfilled. As someone who had taken his sister's place at the gathering, Lumion refrained from approaching Gandalf directly and offering a substantial price for information on the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. Casually scanning the area, he noticed Madame Hella and Hidden Blade Franca remaining silent, listening to the discussions among members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society regarding this phenomenon. Lumion knew that Franca was familiar with the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. With Hella's concealed knowledge from her exploration of the Samaritan Women's Spring, she should have observed such a phenomenon. They didn't explicitly mention the term convergence due to their different motivations. For Franca, as long as she didn't seek to ascend to godhood, Immediate understanding of the law of beyonder characteristics convergence wasn't necessary. She just needed to recognize the corresponding phenomena and avoid risks. The specific details could be sold at the gathering when she needed funds and gained Madame Judgment's approval. As various groups engaged in fervent discussions about President Gandalf's topic, Lumion made his way toward the Academy team. As Lumion continued on his path, he spotted Hidden Blade Franca approaching. "Muggle, you're finally back at the gathering. I was genuinely worried something had happened to you." Franca's expressions were slightly exaggerated, but it was well within the norm for her. In the eyes of all the members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, she was known for her rich emotions and her love for interacting and experimenting. Lumion pursed his lips and offered a smile. Something did come up, but it got sorted out. Impressive mental resilience. He didn't react strongly when the Court of Disaster was mentioned. Franca looked at Muggle's exposed lower face with curiosity and asked, "What happened?" "A mysticism catastrophe," Lumion replied, taking on a resistant demeanor. Franca knew when to change the subject and shifted the conversation with a smile. Just a while ago, in the April Fool's group, Loki mentioned that he stumbled upon another ancient transmigrator known as the Ancient Sun God. Lumion took the initiative to bring up his conversation with April Fools. Mad Lady, Hisoka, Bard, and Ultraman are a bit skeptical. Mad Lady, Hisoka, Bard, Ultraman. Franca and Lumion shared an unspoken understanding. She immediately grasped his intentions. Take note of the 4 April Fools team members Lumion suspected of being problematic, including Loki and I Know Someone, who were often discussed as potential suspects. There were now a total of 6 individuals. Is that true? Besides Emperor Roselle, are there other ancient transmigrators? Franca asked with genuine excitement. She wasn't faking it. She had always been interested in ancient transmigrators. Seeing the opportunity, she bid Muggle farewell and approached the area in the palace where the April Fool's team was located. Lumion returned to the Academy team and listened as Professor, Isotope, and Pettigrew discussed the mysticism experiences they had encountered. The gathering had a strict 2-hour time limit, but attendees could leave at any moment. They simply needed to recite an incantation, changing the last sentence to, "I beseech your permission to leave your kingdom," and they would return to their original location. Many members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society chose to depart early after conducting their business and sharing their concerns, to prevent any accidents from occurring in the real world. However, a significant number of members opted to stay. For them, the opportunity to interact with people who shared their unique origins and not worry about accidental disclosures of their secrets was a pleasure. Even if their conversations veered into trivial topics, it still improved their emotional well-being and provided relief for their mental and psychological states. Lumion believed that his sister had found these gatherings quite relaxing. Thus, he partly attended to impersonate her and show no difference while also enjoying the atmosphere on Aurora's behalf, patiently remaining until the end. Vaguely, he sensed that his emotions were becoming more sensitive and easily stirred. It was as if Aurora's soul fragment had risen to the surface and was affecting his psyche. As the gathering drew to a close, Professor, wearing a shirt with a bow tie, turned her attention to Lumion and inquired, "Muggle, are you still residing in the South?" She's not referring to a specific country. Does she know that Aurora is in Intis? Lumion's thoughts raced as he responded candidly, "No, I've already moved to the Trier Greater region." A smile curved on Professor's lips. "Associate Professor and I are also residing in Trier. Would you be interested in an offline gathering?" "I'm in the Trier Greater region as well," Pettigrew chimed in eagerly. Periodic Table and Isotope nodded in agreement. An offline gathering. Aurora did occasionally go out for a few days in the past. Could she have attended a real-life gathering with Professor and the others? Different circles have different styles. Franca and her associates have a Telegram group, and these individuals from the Academy participate in real-life gatherings depending on the region. Lumion pondered for a moment and replied, "Another time, after I've sorted out some personal matters." He intentionally brought up certain personal matters, hoping that this information might reach the April Fool's suspects like Loki and Mad Lady. All right, Professor and the others acknowledged. After all, Muggle had previously revealed that something had occurred to her. A beyonder from ancient times, the ruler of the nation of the Evernight, the noble mother of heaven, I beseech your permission to leave your kingdom. With each repetition of the incantation, the figures in the ancient palace gradually faded away. When Lumion regained consciousness, he found himself back in the safe house on Rue du Rossignol. How magical! Compared to this, Mr. K's mysticism gatherings are like comparing my safe house to Emperor Roselle's summer palace. They're on entirely different levels. The contrast is quite significant. Lumion sighed and returned to his original appearance. He wasn't in a rush to write to Madame Magician to report the Armored Shadow's response or to inquire about the ancient sun god. Instead, after changing his clothes, he headed straight to 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches and knocked on the door of apartment 601. Jenna had gone to visit her brother and wouldn't return until the next morning. Franca sat in a recliner, muttering as if cursing someone. "What's bothering you?" Lumion asked as he settled onto the divan. "That rascal Loki. I wanted to buy some information from him, but he told me others could pay with gold. But not me," Franca replied indignantly. "He said he wanted to experience the taste of a demoness. Damn it, why didn't he drink the potion and become a witch himself? After I cursed him, he claimed it was a joke and sold me the ancient information." She chuckled after recounting the encounter. Although there's a special barrier in the gathering venue that prevents us from tracing the ownership and location of the items we trade, the essence of the items can't be concealed. Regarding the copy of the information, it includes details such as the type of paper, which factory it originated from, the model of the mechanical typewriter or printing machine used to produce it, and even the approximate location. This could provide some clues. It might help us locate Loki in the real world. Of course, that's assuming he hasn't taken any anti-divination measures, misdirection, or hidden anything. As Franca spoke, she took out a mirror and prepared for magic mirror divination. After reciting the incantation, the mirror darkened, accompanied by the faint sound of water. Franca held the copy of the information she had obtained from Loki and inquired thoughtfully, "Where can we find the mechanical typewriter used to create this information?" Within the mirror, an aged voice responded, "Trier. A lone bar." "A lone bar?" Lumion was taken aback by the answer. Loki, the founder of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society's April Fool's team, is actually in Trier and connected to the Alone Bar? Isn't this a little too coincidental? Lumion's impression of the Alone Bar was that it stood diagonally opposite Salle de Bal Unique. In the basement, there was a theater for marionette shows. The lighting was dim, and the colors were dark, giving it a slightly sinister appearance. Initially, he didn't see it as a problem, but now that he knew that the monocle-wearing patrons of Salle de Bal Unique were in a superimposed state of being Amon and not Amon, he believed that the Alone Bar, which could compete with this dance hall and survive, wasn't simple. Moreover, he had once observed Leah from Bureau 8 entering the bar. He suspected it to be Bureau 8's covert hideout, designed to keep an eye on the Amons at Salle de Bal Unique. Could Loki also be a member of Bureau 8, a true official Beyonder? Or was it possible that he merely resided in Quartier de l'Observatoire and recognized the uniqueness of Alone Bar? Was that why he used the mechanical typewriter there to create a copy of the information, preventing anyone from tracing it back to him? What's the matter? Franca watched Lumion furrow his brow and plunge into deep thought. After a prolonged silence, she extended her right hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Lumion contemplated for a moment and said, "There's a significant issue with this bar." "You're familiar with this bar?" Franca looked surprised. This man appeared to harbor many secrets she was unaware of. A soft chuckle escaped Lumion's lips. "We'll need to start with Madame Hella and me searching for the Samaritan Women's Spring." Franca was taken aback. "How many times do I need to have you give out every detail? Are you a tube of toothpaste, giving out a little with each squeeze?" The focus was on the situation at the Samaritan Women's Spring, and this all happened along the way, Lumion explained, without feeling embarrassed. Starting from his encounter with the Islander swindler, Monette, and his repeated scares, He connected Charlie being swindled, the uniqueness of Salle de Bal unique, and Madame Magician's connection to Amon. Finally, he mentioned that Alone Bar was diagonally opposite Salle de Bal unique, and an official member of Bureau 8 had once entered and exited. Franca felt like she was listening to a ghost story. She subconsciously wanted to hug a pillow, but there was none on the recliner. Quickly shaking off her daze, she straightened her back, trying to maintain an expression that suggested a true man wouldn't be frightened by such a terrifying incident. All this was used to torment Jenna. After Lumion finished speaking, Franca hissed and said, "You've had quite the array of experiences. You've even encountered an old monster that only exists in horror stories. Why didn't you warn me earlier? That islander swindler shows up in the market district from time to time. What if I run into him one day? It's for your own safety. If you didn't suspect anything when you encountered him, he wouldn't pay you any attention. But now, if your demeanor changes when you see him, he might become suspicious and involve you in his parasitism." Lumion warned, half scaring Franca. "That's true." Franca gritted her teeth and added, "The next time I meet him, I'll pray for the angel's protection from Mr. Fool when I get home." She pushed aside her fear of the omens and steered the conversation back to the main topic. This all ties into the Alone Bar. Investigating it in the future is going to be very challenging. Franca suddenly had an imaginative guess. "Do you think Loki has already been parasitized by an Amon?" Lumion struggled to follow Franca's train of thought and responded, "Huh." Franca continued, her tone grave. "Consider this. The books and legends of the ancient sun god have been missing for 2,000 to 3,000 years, and since the churches of the Seven Gods Bibles are copied from him, they must have erased relevant information. How did Loki come by this information? While there are various possibilities, if he is indeed Amon, it would make sense. No one knows his father's situation better than him. As a child of a transmigrator, not to mention that he can obtain Loki's memories through parasitism, even if he can't, he can perfectly act as our companion. You also mentioned that he enjoys deceit and has frightened you a few times. This is very similar to Loki's usual behavior. And when Amon from Salle de Bal Unique created the duplicate, he deliberately went to the Alone Bar diagonally opposite to use a mechanical typewriter to mislead potential tracing. This also fits with this style. Franca's bold imagination surprised Lumion. After a moment of thought, he responded, "This does explain why this information oddly points to the Alone Bar." Under the guidance of this evil angel, the April Fool's team gradually felt despair for the future and pursued their own joy. It was a reasonable development for them to start targeting other members of the curly-haired baboons research society. However, Amon wouldn't intentionally lead the information to the Alone Bar, as that would naturally make investigators suspect him, who resides diagonally opposite. Perhaps he anticipated the investigators' thoughts, Franca countered. Lumion shook his head slowly. "If it were Amon, your divination would have been misled or you wouldn't have received an answer. Yes, regardless, this is indeed a possibility. I plan to visit the Alone Bar for a drink in the next 2 days and investigate the situation on the ground, but I won't delve further." Franca acknowledged his words tersely and sighed. "In truth, I also realized that the likelihood of Loki being parasitized by an Amon is very low. Our primary purpose in attending the gathering is to transition into a special state. In this state, the sealed artifact borrowed from Madame Hela should be able to detect any abnormalities in each member's bodies. It won't transform the corresponding object and leave it where it is. Sigh. I'm just finding excuses for myself. It's not wise for us to pursue Loki without substantial evidence and strong suspicion. It makes me feel like I've betrayed the research society and my companions. That's why I hope that Loki was indeed parasitized by Amon. That way, I won't experience a similar sense of guilt. I'd be helping the research society eliminate hidden dangers, filtering abnormalities in the body by entering a special state and attending the gathering. But nothing happened to Termaboros. Lumion wondered if it was because Mr. Fool's seal was unique or if Madame Hela's sealed artifact lacked the ability to filter abnormalities and guard against parasitic angels like Amon. However, he didn't voice any objections at the moment and instead smiled. In my view, there's definitely something amiss with Loki. It's just a question of whether it's a major or minor issue. When he sold you the information, did he encourage you to explore the underground and seek out more remnants of the ancient sun god? He did, Franca confirmed. He also mentioned that in such places, the higher the sequence, the more dangerous it is. It's easier to lose control. Only low-sequence beyonders like us can approach it. That's only a relative perspective. Did you find it dangerous when I explored the Samaritan women's spring earlier? Lumion inquired. It was extremely dangerous, Franca acknowledged, knowing much about the matter. And you don't even know that the Blood Emperor's apparition nearly caught me, Lumion muttered. Searching for the remnants of the ancient sun god will likely be even more dangerous. If Loki doesn't make an attempt, he'll be essentially using you as cannon fodder by encouraging you to explore underground. And if he does try, he'll inevitably be corrupted and gradually mutate. He lacks the purification of a great existence like Mr. Fool. So it's crucial to locate Loki as soon as possible. It's in both your and his best interests. Franca bit her lip and agreed. You're right. Loki clearly has malicious intentions in this matter. The other members of the April Fool's team might be curious and willing to participate, but I believe they're cooperating with him. After persuading Franca, Lumion asked curiously, Tell me, the prerequisite for entering the gathering is to enter a special state. What state is it? Franca, no longer hesitating, shared eagerly. I've asked my major arcana card holder about it before. Although I couldn't reveal the incantation or provide a detailed description of the gathering, she speculated that it involves a concealment power based on my description and its effects. Concealment power? Lumion nodded. It was indeed well concealed. Even the incantation had been hidden, preventing anyone from discovering it. Franca went on, The power of concealment is associated with the Evernight pathway, which is the divine pathway controlled by the Evernight Goddess Church. She lowered her voice and added, I suspect that Madame Hela is affiliated with the Church of Evernight. Similar to 007? Lumion inquired. He hadn't encountered 007 today, as too many people had participated in the gathering, and he didn't know the usual attire or team of 007. Franca tersely confirmed his assumption. Something along those lines, but she may hold a more significant position. She's at a higher level and has access to more concealed knowledge. Recalling Madame Hela's actions in obtaining the Samaritan women's spring, Lumion couldn't help but agree with Franca's assessment. Indeed, the lady possessed a wealth of secret knowledge. Moreover, she wore a black diamond ring that clearly exceeded ordinary mystical items and was suspected to possess godlike powers. Additionally, the sealed artifact she had borrowed to convene the gathering was beyond Lumion's imagination. In a casual manner, Lumion asked, What are the primary manifestations of the Evernight pathway's powers? According to Aurora's grimoires, the first 3 sequences of this pathway were Sleepless, Midnight Poet, and Nightmare. They primarily involved enhancing spirituality, increasing mental strength, reducing the need for sleep, the mystical application of poetry, and the unique ability to induce sleep in others. Franca thought for a moment and replied, The power of concealment, command over spirits, and the ability to create realistic dreams. Realistic dream. Lumion was taken aback by the answer. He couldn't help but recall the realistic dream he had experienced in the ruins of Cordu. At the conclusion of the Cordu disaster, Lumion found himself not only grappling with the seal within his body and the fading aura of inevitability surrounding him, but he had also been thrust into a vivid, lifelike dream. Surprisingly, even the investigators, Ryan and the others, succumbed to an uncontrollable slumber as they entered a specific area, becoming entangled in his dream. During that time, Lumion, who was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of mysticism, failed to sense anything amiss. It was only later, when he enlisted the help of Mr. Poet to decipher the symbolic meanings woven into the dream, that he realized its origins were not tied to Termaboros's power or Mr. Fool's seal. It had a different source, one that conveyed protection and solace. Ever since that moment, Lumion had tirelessly pondered the origin of this lifelike dream, but he had never unearthed a definitive answer. The possibilities were endless. However, with Franca's detailed account of the Evernight pathway and his own experiences at the gathering, a sudden revelation struck him. The Evernight pathway, known for inducing nightmarish visions, could also weave the fabric of realistic dreams. Could it be that Madame Hella, upon learning of Aurora's tragic fate in Cordu, had arrived too late to intervene directly? Perhaps she had resorted to employing the power of a sealed artifact to draw me into the lifelike dream, an attempt to provide solace for my tormented soul? No, there's no need for her to hide this from me and feign ignorance. What's there to hide? Moreover, if she were responsible, there would be no lingering traces of slumbering power left behind. Could it be that the continuous use of the incantation involving concealment powers during the gatherings somehow marked or corrupted Aurora with the sealed artifact's influence? When her body disintegrated, the sealed artifact sensed the disturbance and, albeit unsuccessfully in saving her, led me into the realm of this lifelike dream. Yes, it makes sense. Leah and the others were compelled to slumber on the blood-colored mountain peak, situated near the sacrificial ground, close to the three-headed, six-armed giant. This aligns with my theory. The source of the dream's power is intricately tied to Aurora's fate. Franca observed Lumien's prolonged silence, realizing he was deeply engrossed in contemplation. She wisely refrained from interrupting, allowing him to return to the present before gently inquiring, "What thoughts have crossed your mind? Do you recall the Cordu disaster I mentioned? There's an area around the sacrificial ground, which became the blood-colored mountain peak. Anyone who ventured into it fell into a deep slumber and experienced a realistic dream," Lumien explained succinctly. The more Franca absorbed his words, the more astonishment and trepidation filled her. Could it be that there's something wrong with Madame Hella too? I don't think so. Lumien shook his head in response and outlined the crucial aspects of his conjecture. Relief washed over Franca, and she couldn't hide her emotions. This theory does seem to fit the circumstances. Right, did you notice? The initial part of the incantation features a 3-line honorific name. This implies that the sealed artifact either possesses characteristics of a living entity or was once alive. It's reasonable for it to instinctively influence those who beseech its power. After careful consideration, Lumien recognized the validity of this point. The two of them continued their conversation, ultimately deciding that Lumien should find a suitable time to pay a visit to the alone bar. Returning to the Auberge's du Coq door, Lumien drew the curtains and settled at the table. Bathed in the soft glow of the carbide lamp, he began composing a letter addressed to Madame Magician. The letter primarily centered around the Armored Shadow's performance and its response. Lumien was particularly interested in gathering information about the ancient sun god and its connection with the Aurora Order. However, mindful of the late hour, he decided to wait until he naturally woke up in the morning, had his breakfast, and then sent the letter. At noon, Lumien received a reply from Madame Magician, and he felt a sense of satisfaction for having purposely returned to room 207 of Auberge's du Coq door. The Armored Shadow's response and its current condition offer us valuable insights into the situation regarding underserved. Lumien was taken aback by the first sentence. His gaze fixated on the blank portion of the sentence, uncertain whether Madame Magician had intentionally injected humor into her letter, or if some form of distortion had affected the message. Drawing from his knowledge of Magician, Lumien's initial assumption was that she had initially composed the entire sentence, but later realized that certain information couldn't be disclosed at this moment. Instead of redacting it or starting anew, she had employed some mystical means to erase the phrase. Why can't I be privy to this information? It's merely another world, right? Lumien mused as he proceeded to read the subsequent sentence. While this is a valuable acquisition, its immediate utility may be limited, though Mr. Hanged Man will undoubtedly be pleased. In due time, when he deems it appropriate, he might get you to summon the Armored Shadow once more. He will be responsible for providing compensation in gold for the chance to pose inquiries. Let him determine the questions. Your role is to facilitate the communication, and the Two of Cups will handle translation. Oh, and do not forget to request a reward from Mr. Hanged Man. Mr. Hanged Man. Lumion repeated the code name, his eyes continuing to scan the contents of the letter. The ancient sun god's problem is complicated, and my knowledge on the matter is limited. At this juncture, I can only offer this. He was the ruler of the third epoch, the one who brought an end to the tyrannical reign of the brutal ancient gods and ushered in an era of light for humanity. The entity revered by the Aurora Order maintains a complicated connection with him. Understanding this connection carries risks. Consider him as the inheritor of half of his legacy, while the other portion is shared among select members of the seven deities. This division directly gave rise to what we commonly term the Age of the Gods, also known as the Fourth Epoch. If remnants of history, legends, documents, and artifacts were still available from the Fourth Epoch, the prior Third and Second Epochs existed mostly within the scriptures of various churches, veiled in almost mythical obscurity. Lumion possessed only scant knowledge, recognizing the Third Epoch as the Cataclysm Epoch and the Second Epoch as the Dark Epoch. In Madame Magician's words, Lumion sensed the majesty and allure of ancient history unfolding before him. The brutal ancient gods, the ancient sun god who ended humanity's dark age, the ruler of the Third Epoch whose demise remains shrouded in mystery, and the age of the gods that emerged from his corpse. Why would such an ancient deity give birth to someone like Amon? And who is Amon's mother? Could there be a connection between Amon and the figure revered by the Aurora Order? The more Lumion contemplated this, the more he discerned problems with the ancient sun god's method of raising offspring. He harbored a favorable impression of this deity, not only because of his role in ending the dominion of the ancient gods and offering humanity a glimmer of hope, but also due to the suspicion that he might be an earlier transmigrator from the same world as Aurora and Emperor Roselle. Simultaneously, Lumion began to understand why Mr. K and the Aurora Order held such vehement disdain for heretics. The one they revered was the rightful heir to the legacy of the ancient sun god. A flame erupted, igniting the letter in Lumion's hand. He tidied up and fastened the silver lie earring, making subtle adjustments to his appearance to ensure he bore no resemblance to Lumion Lee. With that done, he removed lie and slipped it into a concealed pocket. His recent insights indicated that his transfigurations from lie wouldn't end when he was separated from lie. It was a flesh-and-blood reconstruction. If he wanted to return to his original state, he had to use lie to adjust it again. Lumion grabbed his satchel and left Abaird's Du Coq door. On his way to Avenue du Marquet, he heard the chime of a bell, signaling that it was 1 p.m. Lumion retrieved the golden pocket watch he had borrowed from Salle de Balbrise and synchronized it with the distant tolling of the bell. The pocket watch would lose a minute every few days. After a journey of more than half an hour, Lumion arrived at Rue Ancienne. His steps led him toward the Alone Bar, and his gaze naturally drifted across Salle de Bal Unique. At that moment, the establishment had yet to see many customers. 3 guards, each sporting a monocle over their right eyes, lounged in various corners, engaged in sporadic conversations or drifting into daydreams. A postman in a distinctive blue uniform adorned with floral patterns parked his bicycle by the roadside and approached Salle de Bal Unique's mailbox, clutching a stack of letters. Like the guards, he too wore a monocle on his right eye. An inexplicable shiver coursed through Lumion's scalp, prompting him to avert his gaze and continue his course into the Alone Bar. Inside, the dimly lit atmosphere persisted, casting a shadowy ambience even at noon. Present, Lumion found himself the sole patron. The bartender stationed behind the bar counter was not the same individual as before. Instead, it was Leah, the Bureau 8 investigator, whom Lumion recognized. She was attired in a white shirt, a bow tie, and a black knee-length dress. Her hair had been elegantly tied into a simple bun, adorned with tiny silver bells, a departure from her previous appearance, exuding a distinct charm. "Gin on the rocks," Lumion stated as he settled onto a bar stool at the counter, tapping the surface lightly. A chuckle escaped him as he continued, "Why do we have a new bartender?" Leah cast a playful glance in his direction and quipped, "Monsieur, there's no strict rule that dictates a bar must employ only one bartender. That would surely lead to their exhaustion." "Fair enough," Lumion agreed, paying 8 licks for his drink and patiently awaiting the arrival of his iced gin. After savoring his beverage for nearly 10 minutes, he casually inquired, "Is there a typewriter available here? I've just remembered a document I need to complete." Leah, wiping a glass, responded, "In the room next to the theater in the cellar, there's a typewriter reserved for scripts. It costs 2 licks and 1 koppet for each sheet of paper." "That's quite pricey," Lumion muttered as he rose and entered the cellar with his glass of gin. He steered clear of the marionette theater, harboring some lingering unease from his previous encounter. Instead, he ventured into a nearby room. There was indeed a brass mechanical typewriter here, and a man engrossed in reading a newspaper beside it. Lumion, in line with his prior preparations, proceeded to type out a brief document. Some of the worn letters on the typewriter matched the information provided by Loki with uncanny precision. Satisfied with his work, Lumion offered payment to the silent man for his use of the typewriter and paper before promptly exiting the somewhat eerie basement room. As he returned to the bar's lobby, he was abruptly met with fugue as he heard the faint chime of a bell. Lumion swiftly regained his composure and directed his gaze towards Leah, noticing that she displayed no signs of alarm or surprise. "Did you hear the bell?" Lumion inquired, placing his glass on the bar counter. Leah furrowed her brow. "The hour has not yet struck. Why would the bell toll?" Suppressing his bewilderment, Lumion finished his drink and departed the alone bar. While passing Salle de Bal Unique, he observed that only 2 guards with monocles remained stationed at the entrance. The postman was conspicuously absent. Without further ado, Lumion continued down the street, putting distance between himself and the establishment. As he boarded a public carriage headed back to the market district, the clock chimed 2 o'clock with impeccable precision. Instinctively, Lumion retrieved his pocket watch, opening it to check the time. To his astonishment, the pocket watch, which he had meticulously calibrated just an hour earlier, had once again slowed down. A minute slow, Lumion carefully examined the pocket watch, ensuring that there were no mechanical issues. He hadn't bumped or jostled it in the past hour, so there should be no reason for it to malfunction. Ever since I calibrated my pocket watch, the only odd occurrence had been the fugue state and the faint ringing of a bell when I left the alone bar. Additionally, there is 1 less monocle-wearing guard at the entrance of Salle de Bal Unique. Could there be a connection between these events and the sudden 1-minute slowdown of my pocket watch? Lumion pondered this seriously, trying to come up with possible explanations. He planned to write and inquire with Madame Magician once he returned to the market district. Normally, he wouldn't bother his major arcana card holder with such minor issues, but the pocket watch's abnormality had likely started on Rue Ancienne. Moreover, there had been changes in Salle de Bal Unique's omens. These were reasons to be cautious. Lumion stowed his pocket watch away. When the public carriage came to a stop, he swiftly disembarked and turned into a nearby street, keeping a vigilant eye on the people and animals passing by. He changed public carriages 3 times, each leading to different destinations, attempting to identify and elude any potential pursuers. This was the self-cultivation of a hunter. After completing this elaborate process, Lumion entered a department store. He placed the satchel containing the flog boxing gloves in a public washroom cubicle, put on his lie earring, and reverted to his original appearance. He also swapped his brown jacket for a dark vest that he had kept in his satchel, transforming himself back into Cecile Dubois as he returned to Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman. Lumion breathed a sigh of relief after sending the letter to Madame Magician, detailing his experiences with the fugue state, the faint bell chimes, and the alterations in Salle de Bal Unique's guards. Whenever he visited Rue Ancienne, even though he never encountered a genuine disaster, he always felt an unsettling and inexplicable fear gripping his heart. The puppet messenger swiftly returned with a reply from Madame Magician. "Your instincts are keen and accurate. The fugue you experienced and the bell chimes you heard were the result of Mr. Fool's Angel of Time. He located his target and obliterated Salle de Bal Unique along with all the omens in Trier. The reason your pocket watch slowed down by a minute was also a consequence of this clash. In the near future, you needn't concern yourself with what Amon might do to you. Nevertheless, you should be aware that dealing with such a mythical creature is far from simple, and they cannot be completely annihilated. There are still numerous Amons lurking in the various countries of the northern and southern continents, and a few might even be concealed beneath Trier, beyond the reach of angelic powers. As Lumion read Madame Magician's response, he was momentarily stunned. That brief fugue he had experienced indicated a battle on an angelic scale. Had he not recently calibrated his pocket watch, he might not have gathered any substantial evidence, and if it weren't for the angelic Termaboros sealed within him, he might have suffered the same fate as Leah. Unable to hear the bell or even be in a fugue state. Is this the might of an angel? The confrontation between the Angel of Time and Amon had not affected the ordinary people in the vicinity. Otherwise, the residents of Rue Ancienne would have died without even realizing it. The pocket watch had fallen a minute behind. During my momentary fugue, an angel-level battle had unfolded. The Angel of Time, Mr. Fool's Angel of Time, possesses true mastery over time. Once one crosses the threshold into divinity, their array of abilities take on a mystical quality. The Circle Inhabitants' repetitive loop, the concealment power of the Evernight pathway, Madame Magician's Door of Starlight, and now the Angel of Time's bell chimes. All of these surpass my wildest imagination. For the first time, Lumion didn't long for the power of a high-sequence beyonder solely to resurrect his sister. It was an innate yearning. Lumion's spirits lifted at the prospect of no longer living in fear of Amons suddenly emerging from the shadows and thrusting him into peril. He offered genuine praise to Mr. Fool and the Angel of Time, as well as his major arcana card holder, Madame Magician. With a sense of relief, he incinerated the reply and made his way to apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. Franca was waiting for his return with information about the Alone Bar and Loki. Good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? He inquired, still grinning, as he closed the door. Franca sized him up. You seem rather cheerful. The good news is that you've found leads on Loki? The bad news is that we lack the strength to continue investigating? Neither. Lumion seized Franca's reclining chair. Franca was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lumion to be so shameless. Before Franca could voice her surprise, Lumion continued, The good news is that Mr. Fool's Angel of Time has taken action. Salle de Bal Unique and all of Trier's Amons have been wiped out. If Loki shows up at the next gathering, it means he hasn't been parasitized by an Amon. The bad news is that the copy of the information you bought was indeed created using a mechanical typewriter in the cellar of the Alone Bar. However, we can't continue our investigation while in Bureau 8's territory. I'm quite certain that it's Bureau 8's stronghold. Leah was already working there as a bartender. Franca's expression shifted between excitement and concern. Did you see Mr. Fool's Angel of Time? But why didn't I sense any obvious developments in Trier? Indeed, whether Loki is a member of Bureau 8 or not, asking directly about anyone who has recently used that mechanical typewriter will result in us being targeted by Bureau 8. And finding an excuse to use that typewriter to attempt divination with the last user might point to some members of Bureau 8 or even saints. There must be a high-sequence beyonder overseeing Bureau 8's stronghold diagonally opposite Salle de Bal Unique. Franca, her attention diverted to serious matters, forgot to ask Lumion to leave her exclusive seat. Lumion recounted the minute delay in his pocket watch and Madame Magician's reply, leaving Franca amazed and fascinated. After mentioning the Angel of Time, Lumion pondered for a moment and said, Loki didn't conceal his appearance well at the gathering. I suspect he possesses abilities similar to Knee's face or lie. Franca nodded. If he's truly an official member of Bureau 8, I believe he's a beyonder of the seer pathway. He's at least a sequence 6 faceless. Your lie corresponds to the sequence. Yes, many beyonders in Bureau 8 are from the seer pathway. Above Magician is faceless. After Lumion obtained lie, he suspected that it belonged to the seer pathway, but he didn't know the corresponding sequence name. That's right. This pathway becomes bizarre and difficult to kill after sequence 7 Magician. It excels at transformations. At sequence 5, its abilities are even more terrifying. It can silently turn a person into a puppet without a sense of self. Its name is Marionettist. Franca, who had entered the world of mysticism and joined the Tarot Club earlier than Lumion, clearly possessed more information about the pathways of the divine. After Lumion conversed with Franca about the seer pathway, the two of them fell into a dilemma about how to find Loki in reality. Just then, brisk footsteps echoed upstairs before Jenna opened the door to apartment 601. She glanced at Lumion, who was sitting in the recliner, and Franca, who was standing beside him, and asked in confusion, "What are you guys talking about?" "We're pondering over a conundrum," Lumion clarified, informing Jenna that he and Franca were in trouble tracking an enemy with the code name Loki. Finally, he asked, "Any ideas?" Jenna shook her head in amusement. "You've rejected all the solutions I can think of." Without waiting for her companions to speak, she said thoughtfully, "Seal, put yourself in Loki's shoes. Think of yourself as someone who likes to tease others. Think of everything that happened from their perspective and see if you can find any clues. Don't you also like pranks? You should have something in common with them. My pranks are quite different from theirs." Lumion didn't say it out loud. He tried to recall his motives, thoughts, and changes in mentality during the pranks to analyze the actions and motives of the April Fool's team. After a moment, he furrowed his brow. "All pranks are meant to bring joy when the target is embarrassed or suffers a blow. Those people used my sister as a target for pranks, but they can't confirm the final outcome, so it's difficult for them to obtain true joy. Similarly, how are they going to track Franca's movements and witness her tragic end by instigating her to explore the underground? You have to know that even if Franca never goes to the mysticism gathering again, she might have encountered an accident due to something else." The three people in the room pondered this question. If a prankster failed to witness the end of a prank, they would lack a sense of accomplishment and the expected joy. How could Loki and the others determine Aurora or Franca's encounter? After a while, Lumion said in a deep voice, "Either the prank is a cover-up, and they have an ulterior motive, or they have a way to monitor the corresponding target." Franca suddenly felt a chill down her spine and subconsciously surveyed the room. "What way?" Jenna asked on her behalf. Lumion shook his head slowly. "I don't know. This might be a lead." Amidst the alternations between silence and discussion, the three of them couldn't come up with an answer, so they could only put this matter aside for the time being. On his way back to Salle de Bal Brise, Lumion gazed at the afternoon sun and probed, "Temaboros, can I find Loki through the prophecy spell?" Termaboros's magnificent voice resounded. "After you left Rue Ancienne, if you hadn't done any anti-tracking, you would have encountered Loki." "If I hadn't used anti-tracking, I would have encountered Loki?" Lumion was taken aback by Termaboros's response. All he wanted to know was whether the prophecy spell would work against seer pathway beyonders. It didn't matter if Termaboros answered or not. As a contractee, he could answer his own question and acquire a bottle of prophetic concoction to test its effects. To his surprise, the inevitability angel did provide an answer. Lumion's mind raced as he dissected the information in that sentence. After leaving Rue Ancienne, Loki had been tailing him for some time. The source of the copied information had been a trap. This noon, Loki had been at the Alone Bar. He deliberately chose the Alone Bar's mechanical typewriter to make a copy of the information. His plan was that anyone chasing him would discover it, allowing him to start tracking the other party, aiming for a lethal strike. And if the pursuer turned out to be formidable, he could ensure his basic safety by being inside Bureau 8's stronghold. He wouldn't be easily discovered. He could even manipulate Bureau 8, an official organization, to go after the other party. With this in mind, Lumion felt a mixture of regret and relief. Regrettably, he hadn't spotted Loki's pursuit after leaving Rue Ancienne until the anti-tracking process was finished. This meant he had missed the founder of the April Fool's team. He could have had the chance to discuss Muggle-related matters with him. But Lumion was also relieved because he wasn't prepared. If he had discovered Loki and was forced to act prematurely, there was a high chance he would have met a tragic end. After all, according to Franca's description, a Sequence 7 magician possessed many bizarre abilities. As a marionettist, they could silently eliminate others. If Loki had launched a surprise attack, Lumion wasn't sure if he would have had the opportunity to use Mr. K's finger. He also wasn't sure if he could have located the real Loki in time and escaped with the spell of Harumph. However, at this moment, regret outweighed relief in his heart. Lumion's pace toward Salle de Balbreeze involuntarily slowed. He recalled his experience at the Alone Bar at noon. The bar was dimly lit, and it was well past lunchtime. Besides a couple of inebriated patrons chatting by the window, Leah, disguised as a bartender, appeared to be the only one on the first floor. From the cellar, which doubled as a marionette theater, he could occasionally hear conversations from different people. In the room with the mechanical typewriter, a man was reading a newspaper. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on the newspaper. Even when collecting the typing fee, he merely nodded. Which one of them was Loki? Lumion stopped diagonally across from Salle de Balbreeze, his gaze unfocused. Clearly, Leah couldn't be Loki. It wasn't due to gender differences but rather her lack of sequence. According to Franca, Loki had a habit of revealing his appearance as of last year or even earlier. It was suspected that he had advanced to faceless, and Leah was only a sequence 7 magician a few months ago. In the lifelike dream, she likely couldn't conceal her specific sequence. Lumion's suspicion gradually settled on the man who was engrossed in reading the newspaper and watching the typewriter. He has the ability to use the mechanical typewriter to duplicate information at will. It would be easy for him to notice if any strangers borrowed the typewriter. Lumion carefully recalled the man's appearance and realized he was entirely unremarkable. He was in his 30s, with black hair, blue eyes, and an average appearance, dressed in a plain black suit like any common clerk. Moreover, a marionettist can create marionettes. The man might just be one of those marionettes, not Loki, which is why he remained silent and pretended to read the newspaper. But if a marionettist can control people, can they also turn rats, cockroaches, bedbugs, and other creatures into marionettes? In that case, the possibilities are endless. Every living thing in the Alone Bar could potentially be Loki. How could I ever hope to find him? What a vexing individual. Though his manifestations differed from those of the Amens, they are equally vexing. It's only thanks to the angel trapped within me, Mr. Fool's seal, and the Blood Emperor's aura that I could evade a marionettist. A seer beyonder, so far. Relying solely on anti-tracking and lie likely wouldn't be enough to escape Loki's grasp. How frustrating. The Alone Bar is Bureau 8's stronghold. I can't simply flush the real Loki out with a broad sweep. The more Lumion contemplated it, the more exasperated he became. Having successfully eluded pursuit, it seemed nearly impossible to bait Loki with a similar ploy. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would smell a trap in this recurring situation. What's worse, frequent visits to the Alone Bar would undoubtedly attract Bureau 8's attention, further complicating matters. Lumion took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, forcing himself to regain his composure. He concentrated on his analysis of Loki. According to Anthony's theory, Loki and most members of the April Fool's team have high opinions of themselves. Otherwise, after experiencing despair for the future, they wouldn't seek solace in pranks. They would indulge in their desires and the pleasures of life. Is it possible to lure such a person into a trap they believe they had outsmarted? Lumion dismantled and reassembled various pieces of information in his mind, searching for a viable solution. His frustration grew, and he longed to storm into the Alone Bar and eliminate everyone except Leah. Then, an idea struck Lumion. While it might not form a direct plan against Loki, it could serve as a means to probe the situation at the Alone Bar, uncover exploitable details, and gather information. Additionally, it would provide an outlet for his emotions and anger, and perhaps even earn him some money. After careful consideration, Lumion turned around and made his way towards Rue Anarchy. Abaird's du Coq door, room 401. Lumion pushed open the unlatched door, where he found the bankrupt merchant, Fitz, sitting at a wooden table, dipping a long stick-like rye bread into a thick, sticky soup. Fitz glanced back, placing the food aside, and stood up, clearly confused and somewhat panicked. Monsieur Seal, what's the matter? The bankrupt merchant's brown hair appeared greasy, yet he stubbornly maintained a semblance of tidiness. His dark brown eyes and smile lines gave him a naturally ingratiating appearance. In contrast to their previous encounter, Fitz's clothes now bore a bit of dirt, as if he hadn't had the time to clean them. Lumion cut to the chase, his tone blunt. Can you provide evidence that Timmins owes you 100,000 Vril d'Or? The owner of Salle de Bal Unique. Fitz's eyes lit up. Yes, I have a contract for our joint venture. It clearly states that he agreed to repurchase his shares within a specified time frame, along with paying me 100,000 Vril d'Or and the corresponding profits. Monsieur Seal, you don't need to use Salle de Bal Unique to jog my memory about Timmins. I curse that scoundrel 100 times a day. Monsieur Seal, do you believe there's a chance of recovering my money? Lumion's lips curled up. This could be your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you may never see that money again. Salle de Bal Unique was at its most vulnerable. Without the Amans, it was now inhabited solely by humans with varying degrees of mutation. Fitz was a mix of excitement and apprehension upon hearing this. He hastily retrieved the valuable contract and handed it over to Lumion. While he didn't entirely trust the mob leader, he had no choice but to place his hopes in him, praying that Lumion would return with good news. Quartier de l'Observatoire, Rue Ancienne. Lumion changed his appearance and clothes. He walked towards Salle de Bal Unique in a shirt, vest, top hat, and thin formal suit. He encountered a guard sporting a monocle on his right eye and dressed in a short black suit, who obstructed his path. Monsieur, you must wear a monocle to enter our dance hall. Lumion responded with a smile. Monet introduced me here. He mentioned that I don't need to wear a monocle on my right eye, like you gentlemen. The two guards exchanged meaningful glances and exchanged knowing smiles. Then it's not an issue. From their appearances, it seems they are well aware of the consequences of being invited by Manette. They might even have been influenced by Manette's devious personality and secretly are faithful to Amon. Unfortunately, they remain oblivious to the fact that Salle de Bal Unique is no longer the same as they remembered. Lumion sneered inwardly and decided to seek out someone most resembling Amon later, intent on shattering their monocle with a punch. This act was both a release of his pent-up anger and fear from being manipulated and intimidated by Amon, and a means to catch the attention of the Alone Bar. After all, how would they know that someone could reclaim the money from Timmins? It was already evening, and gas wall lamps and stained glass chandeliers illuminated Salle de Bal Unique's dance hall. Dancers in monocles and short suits swayed on the dance floor while others leaned against the railings with glasses of wine, wearing smiles as they observed others dancing. Musicians played violins and the clarinet in one corner, contributing to the lively atmosphere. It appeared as though nothing unusual had occurred here. After observing for a while, Lumion made his way to the stairs leading to the second floor. The guard with a monocle, stationed at the top of the stairs, extended his right hand to block Lumion's path. He asked with an inscrutable smile, "Who are you here to see?" Lumion maintained a relaxed demeanor as he replied, "I'm here to collect some debts from Timmins." "Then you can't proceed upstairs?" the monocled guard retorted, his tone almost amused, as if he were witnessing a comedy. Lumion's lips curled into a radiant smile. Bang! His left fist connected with the guard's face, sending the monocle flying. Crashed to the ground with a resounding crack. Amidst the sound of the monocle falling and sliding, the guard tilted his head, surprise and confusion crossing his face. His reaction was rather bizarre. He didn't react with anger or call for backup. It was as though he considered what had just happened a part of some performance filled with mystery. Lumion passed by with a smile, heading up the stairs without a second glance. The guard's expression flickered, but he eventually gave up trying to intervene. Still filled with puzzlement and thought, his eyes darted around, and a strange, anticipatory grin played on his lips, as if he expected something thrilling. As Lumion reached the second floor, the two guards with monocles simply watched him pass without hindrance. They wore similar enigmatic and expectant smiles. No low-sequence beyonders? Lumion muttered, disappointed. He had braced himself for a confrontation, something to showcase for the alone bar across the street. But, to his surprise, the other fake Amans in the Salle de Bal Unique were just regular folks. None of them seemed inclined to engage with him. It made sense, though. Aman wasn't like Mr. Fool or the Great Mother, capable of granting large-scale boons to believers. As for the low and mid-sequence beyonders, they had likely been dealt with. In the undetectable angelic struggle, they might have been eliminated. The remaining individuals probably had no idea that the dance hall had turned unusual, and many of their colleagues had vanished without a trace. They likely believed that Lumion was about to join them or go mad from some sort of prank. With no imposter Aman to confront, Lumion had no option but to improvise and enact the situation himself. He pulled his revolver from its holster and nonchalantly fired at the rooms on both sides of the corridor. Bang! 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 Each bullet hit a window with precision, the shattering glass echoing through the hall, accompanied by gunshots. The second-floor guards were both surprised and perplexed by Lumion's actions. They suspected that he had been repeatedly fooled by a coworker, leading to a mental breakdown. Otherwise, why would he be taking on the air and windows? Instinctively, the guards raised their right hands to adjust their monocles in their eyes. Their expressions became increasingly eager, as if they were anticipating the climax of this thriller. Go! Confront the iceberg beneath the sea and the fear lurking in the darkness. After firing 4 shots, Lumion reached the largest office. He pushed the slightly ajar door open and found a man seated behind a massive wooden desk. The man had a wide forehead and narrow cheeks. His dark, slightly curly hair framed his face, and his light blue eyes seemed unfocused. He also sported a crystal-like monocle over his right eye and wore a loose, comfortable black robe. Timmons? Lumion inquired, entering with a furrowed brow. The man snapped out of his daze and responded with a sense of disappointment, as if he had lost something precious. I'm Timmons. You're not dead yet? Lumion asked, both surprised and amused. As far as he knew, the other members of Salle de Bal Unique were in a state of being Amon and not Amon. However, Timmons, the boss here, must have been deeply parasitized. Such a person should have perished in the angelic level battle, losing his life. But that wasn't the case. Timmons glanced at Lumion, maintaining the frustration and emptiness of someone who had lost their soul. Many people wish me dead, but they don't seem to have the power to curse me. Perhaps I'm already dead. All that's left is a shell. That's not important. What matters is that you return my client's 110,000 vril d'or, along with the interest, Lumion stated as he retrieved the contract from his satchel with his left hand, courtesy of the bankrupt merchant, Fitz. He anticipated Timmons' rejection of his request and an ensuing confrontation. Timmons shook off his despondency, raised a hand to his forehead, and smiled. There's cash and accessories in the safe. Help yourself. The password is 010103. I thought you'd put up a fight. Lumion sighed in disappointment. Timmons gazed at the revolver in Lumion's hand and remarked, I'm just a swindler, not a miser. I can swindle others again when I'm out of money. But if I'm dead, there's nothing left. Besides, I've already lost the most important thing today. Compared to that, 110,000 vril d'or is nothing. What do you mean you can swindle others if you're out of money? Haven't you ever considered becoming wealthy through legal means? Lumion pursed his lips and made his way towards the mechanical safe in the office. 3, 2, 1. As he approached the safe, he counted down, expecting Timmons to launch a surprise attack from behind. Yet, the owner of Salle de Bal Unique remained motionless. He didn't cry out for help or attempt to summon the police. Lumion crouched in front of the iron-gray mechanical safe. Using the password provided by Timmons, he twisted the knob repeatedly until he heard a satisfying click. He glanced at the banknotes and gold bars that clearly exceeded 100,000 vril d'or, opened his satchel, and collected them all. With that task completed, Lumion raised his revolver, shattered the office window, and climbed out. Timmons's lips curled into a playful smile, one shared by everyone present. However, at that moment, Lumion unexpectedly spun around and pulled the trigger. Bang! A yellow bullet grazed Timmons's hair and embedded itself into a cabinet nearby. The monocle-wearing Timmons's body tensed, and his smile disappeared. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. He even caught a whiff of something burning above his head. Lumion grinned and waved his hand. Surprised. With that, he leaped off the windowsill and landed in the alley behind Salle de Bal Unique. Timmons's expression gradually shifted, now marked by confusion and bewilderment. Inside Salle de Bal Unique, the dancers with monocles on their right eyes and short suits went about their business, eagerly awaiting the intruder's descent, imagining him donning a monocle and officially joining their ranks. However, amid the intermittent gunshots, they failed to witness the spectacle they had anticipated. Near Place du Purgatory in Rue Ancienne, there was a bell tower belonging to the Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral. Adjacent to the bell tower stood a newly constructed 10-story building. Franca, disguised as a typical female mercenary, positioned herself at the rooftop's edge with a brass telescope, her gaze fixed on the alone bar in the distance. Amidst the distant echoes of gunshots, Leah, the bartender clad in a white shirt, black bow tie, and a dark knee-length dress, emerged at the bar's entrance, her eyes directed towards Salle de Bal Unique, situated diagonally across from her. Before long, Franca observed gray rats emerging from beside Leah's feet. These rats crossed the street and disappeared beside the ancient building. After another 2 to 3 minutes, a man and a woman exited the alone bar, pushing their way through the guards and entering Salle de Bal Unique. Franca scrutinized the pair through her telescope and noticed that their expressions seemed animated and their movements agile when they interacted with the guards. However, as they crossed the street and passed by the guards, their expressions grew stiffer, and their movements became somewhat robotic. Marionettes? Franca speculated. As for the whereabouts of the marionettist who created and controlled these marionettes, she couldn't discern it at all. The only thing she could deduce was that the effective range of this ability spanned dozens of meters, if not more. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but complain. When there are people, they appear as real people. But when there's nobody around, the marionettist can't be bothered to maintain their facial expressions and character details. Isn't this too unprofessional? Or perhaps it's a tactic to intimidate occasional onlookers and passers-by who happen to catch a glimpse. Franca maintained her vigil until Lumion had returned to his original form, changed his attire, and completed his anti-tracking measures. Even then, she couldn't spot the marionettist when he met up with her. Other than Leah, everyone else appeared to be marionettes. Franca conveyed her frustration to Lumion. Isn't this level of caution and meticulousness excessive? I couldn't find anything conclusive. All I can confirm is that there's definitely a marionettist here, and it's highly likely that there's more than one. Just hearing her account made Lumion's head ache, much like when dealing with Amon. Could it be that they became neighbors because they excelled at concealing their true forms and were exceptionally elusive and hard to uncover? Is there no way to use magic mirror divination to gather some clues? Lumion pondered briefly before inquiring. Franca gently shook her head in response. This is the seer pathway. Unless I can directly possess one of the marionettes, I won't be able to locate their true bodies. Lumion fell silent as he gazed at the now tranquil Salle de Bal Unique. Let's head back. At the next gathering, we'll gather information from I Know Someone, Hisoka, and Bard. They shouldn't be as elusive as Loki. We can still pretend to be duped and see if we can draw them out. When the time came, Hidden Blade couldn't step forward. Muggle would have to handle it herself. Franca had already purchased a copy of Loki's information and was among the potential suspects. Agreed, Franca concurred. Realizing that this was their best course of action, the two of them promptly departed from the high-rise apartment and secured a four-wheeled, four-seater rental carriage. As the carriage reached the intersection between Quartier de l'Observatoire and Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, Franca turned to Lumion. Aren't you going to perform another anti-tracking procedure? Wouldn't relying on your anti-divination skills be sufficient? Lumion responded with a smile. Besides, after leaving Salle de Bal Unique, I've already undertaken several anti-tracking measures. Franca stared at him for a couple of seconds before letting out a resigned sigh. Fine. Avenue du Marquet, Market District. Lumion, carrying a satchel filled with banknotes and gold, said his goodbyes to Franca and proceeded towards Rue Anarchy. Franca, on the other hand, headed back to Rue de Blouses Blanches. Rue Anarchy was as lively and crowded as ever. Lumion weaved his way through vendors and pedestrians, drawing closer to Aubaird's Du Coq d'Or. Suddenly, he experienced an unsettling sensation. His body seemed to lose coordination, as if someone had injected glue into his joints. Not good. Lumion was both a hunter and a dancer, and his mastery over his body was amazing. Any unfamiliar or abnormal situation immediately triggered his instincts, alerting him to potential danger. But in that critical moment, his thoughts seemed to slow down, shrouded in a dense fog. Each idea froze, demanding tremendous effort to clear. I've been attacked. Loki is really here. Is this the performance of a marionettist's abilities? As it nears the end, I won't be able to think. Will I become his marionette? My sense of danger is clouded. Damn it, Termi, Boros, it's impossible that you didn't notice the changes in my fate. You didn't warn me. Did he intentionally tell me that Loki nearly tracked me to make me do it again? Me becoming Loki's puppet aids him in escaping the seal? I can't just wait like this. I must resist with all my might. Where is Loki? In these fragmented thoughts, Lumion strained to move. His hand found its way into his pocket, and he surveyed his surroundings with stiffness. Previously, he and Franca had discussed the limitations of the marionettist's power. They agreed that it must have a certain range or require proximity. Otherwise, it would exceed the capabilities of a Sequence 5 and only be within the realm of a saint who had transcended into godhood. Those from different pathways that Franca knew couldn't resist it at all. The duo believed that this ability either required a certain medium or could only be activated at a close distance. Just like the Ring of Punishment's psychic piercing, it could only be effective if the distance between them was reduced to 5 meters. Lumion suspected Loki was hiding nearby in the crowd, perhaps no more than 10 meters away. What greeted his eyes were street vendors and passers-by. Some of their faces were familiar, while others were unfamiliar. They were no different from usual. In his haste, Lumion couldn't discern Loki among them. Adding to the challenge, Loki was a faceless, skilled in transformation and disguise. As Lumion continued his search for Loki, a crimson flame manifested in his left palm. His motives were twofold. First, to test his ability to resist a marionettist's control and invasion by inflicting pain upon himself, and second, to set a question and observe how Loki would respond. By studying Loki's reactions, he hoped to glean insights into Loki's exact whereabouts and weaknesses in his marionette-making abilities. But just as the searing pain coursed through his mind, Lumion heard a distinct snap. Instantly, the crimson flame in his palm dissipated into a harmless stream of light, unable to form anything explosive. Lumion spun around, trying to identify the source of the snapping of fingers. However, his joints had become encased in a sticky glue, and his movements grew increasingly rigid and sluggish. This delay caused him to turn a second slower than he intended. Everyone within his line of sight appeared normal, and he couldn't pinpoint who had snapped their fingers. Marionettist is indeed capable of flame controlling. Pain doesn't help much in the slowdown of my thoughts and stiffening of my body. It only marginally increased my reaction speed. I can't waste time on such matters. The most important thing now is to find Loki. Otherwise, whether I use the spell of Harumph, summon Mr. K, or wait for Franca to save me, wouldn't significantly change the situation. I wonder if spirit world traversal can be used. If the next 2 or 3 attempts fail, I'll give it a try and see if I can teleport out of a marionettist's ability range. Lumien's thoughts grew increasingly sluggish, but they weren't to the point where he couldn't think, react, or dodge any attack. Soon, with his rich combat experience, he came up with an idea. From the current situation, a marionettist indeed needs to be at close range to gradually transform their target into a marionette. In that case, I'll make sure there's no one or animals within a 10-meter radius. Whoever lingers within the inferno hell shall be Loki. Once Lumien understood the situation, he immediately opened his mouth and shouted, "There is a fire!" Crimson flames surged from Lumien's body as he finished his staccato sentence. With his feet as the center, they spread out, igniting the fruit peels and litter on the ground. Alerted by Lumien's warning, nearby street vendors and pedestrians swiftly gathered their belongings and fled toward the ends of Rue Anarchy upon seeing the rising flames. Seeing their hasty retreat, Lumien's sluggish smile emerged. "Yes, you can use flame controlling, but I'm not going to do any delicate maneuvers now. My only move is to constantly ignite the surrounding things and increase the variety of fire sources. Moreover, this will inevitably draw the attention of official Beyonders." Crimson flames expanded in all directions, resembling a vibrant ocean gradually consuming the earth. Despite his faltering gaze, Lumien still managed to catch a glimpse of a figure flickering within the flames. A figure with black hair, blue eyes, and an ordinary face, blending in with the crowd of clerks on the road. After bidding Lumien farewell, Franca made her way toward Rue de Blouses Blanches. However, her journey took an unexpected turn as she suddenly veered into an alley, disappearing into the shadows. This demoness of pleasure began to stealthily make her way toward Rue Anarchy. This was her prior agreement with Lumien. If their initial plan of barging into Salle de Bal Unique failed to provoke the Beyonders in the Alone Bar or have them reveal themselves, they had a backup plan, a kind of fishing expedition after leaving Rue Ancienne to see if they could encounter their target. Franca's earlier inquiry about Lumien's intention to engage in countertracking was essentially confirming if they should stick to their original strategy. Lumien's response had been affirmative. As Franca approached Rue Anarchy, she retrieved a mirror from the shadows. This mirror was a mirror substitution, crafted using Lumien's blood and hair. While it couldn't be used as a substitute for death or injury at this distance, it had a profound mystical connection to the original body. It could be employed to monitor Lumien's general condition. In simple terms, if the mirror were to suddenly shatter, it would signal that Lumien had met his demise. If it displayed a few deep cracks, it would indicate that Lumien had suffered severe injuries. Likewise, Franca had placed a mirror substitution on Lumien. This precaution was taken because they were uncertain whom Loki might target after their separation. They had no choice but to conceal themselves in the shadows and continue their activities. Through mirror substitution, they could keep tabs on each other's well-being and provide timely assistance. This method was more reliable than attempting to discern changes in luck, as Loki possessed formidable anti-divination abilities and could manipulate fate after making decisions. Franca, deep in her stealthy advancement, was suddenly alerted as the mirror in her hand grew icy cold. Utilizing her dark vision, she pierced through the shadows and witnessed the mirror's transformation into a lifeless gray, as if it had rusted or been submerged in the depths of an icy lake. Seal is under attack? Franca's heart tightened as she quickened her pace. Upon reaching Rue Anarchy, she was met with the sight of spreading flames. Within the crimson inferno, a figure flickered intermittently. Occasionally, it opened its mouth, producing a sharp bang. It sounded like a real gunshot, causing vendors and pedestrians to scatter in fear, believing a violent gunfight between the mobs was unfolding. Lumien, on the other hand, struggled to evade the attacks, but he failed twice. The air bullets grazed his body, leaving noticeable wounds. However, it was clear that the figure didn't truly intend to harm him. It seemed more concerned about the potential complications that injuries might cause before a specific juncture. Relieved that Lumien was relatively unscathed, Franca retreated into the shadows and approached the battlefield cautiously. As she drew nearer, she retrieved a mirror and, disengaging from the shadows, directed the mirror toward the clusters of flames. Her right hand became enshrouded in zero-temperature black flames. When the figure appeared in the mirror's reflection, Franca swiftly ran her right hand across the mirror's surface. Silently, the figure burst into pitch-black flames. He swiftly thinned and shrank, transforming into an intricately cut paper figurine. Among the crowd, roughly 10 to 20 meters away, an unusually ordinary-looking man clad in a black suit emerged. Lumien's thoughts snapped back to full speed, and his body shook off the stiffness that had hindered him. In a flash, he vanished from his previous position and reappeared just 7 meters away from the suspected Loki. Lumien then exclaimed, "Humph!" A brilliant beam of white light shot forth from his nostrils, targeting the ordinary-looking man with black hair and blue eyes. Simultaneously, Franca acted in perfect coordination. She conjured a transparent ice spear and hurled it toward their target. Upon piercing the ground, white frost rapidly spread from the impact, chilling those nearby and causing their bodies to stiffen. At that very moment, a thin-faced passerby with brown hair and brown eyes interposed himself between Lumien and the suspected Loki, intercepting the white beam created by Lumien. He appeared unharmed, his blank eyes gazing upwards as he began to sing an aria. "Oh, my son!" In an instant, it was as if a blinding sun had risen within the minds of Lumien, Franca, and others nearby, rendering their thoughts sluggish. Instinctively, the duo moved to evade, with one either retreating into the shadows while encasing herself in a crystalline and resilient frost or rolling to the side of the road, and using the knee's face to alter his appearance. When the intense sunlight eventually receded, they found that both the man suspected to be Loki and the passerby, singing the aria, had vanished into thin air. Fearful glances from vendors and passers-by were directed their way. Those closest to the spectacle had shut their eyes tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Lumien swiftly assessed the surroundings, taking in the scattered gas street lamps and their flickering crimson flames. In the distance, figures moved about cautiously, but none dared to draw near. The individuals up ahead couldn't even open their eyes due to the blinding glare of the sun. In this situation, whether it was the suspected Loki or the passerby who had sung that aria, there was no sign of either of them. Son of a sow! Did they just vanish into thin air? Lumien couldn't help but curse under his breath, his anxiety and anger mounting. Had they fled without even engaging in a proper battle? Did they disengage once a single strike failed? Damn it, were you born in the year of the rat? Slippery as eels, and they vanish at the drop of a hat. Franca cursed as she approached Lumien, using a peculiar phrase that seemed like a translation. The seer and marauder pathways are truly interchangeable. Their styles are too damn similar, aren't they? This was primarily evident in their inability to strike or capture the primary target. The key difference was that the seer pathway started behaving this way from sequence 7, while the marauder pathway might have to wait until they reached sequence 4 to exhibit such traits. Lumien's mind raced as he pondered how to track down Loki and his marionette. Perhaps they had already made their escape, or maybe they were lurking somewhere in the evening streets of Rue Anarchy. A marionette? Yes, that aria-singing marionette had taken my spell of harumph head-on without flinching. That suggests there's a high chance it's already dead. No active, conscious spirit body. My near transformation into a marionette confirms this indirectly. If the marionette is dead, it probably doesn't possess the fate of a living being. No so-called luck. Even if there is, it's locked in darkness. That spells death. If we can't locate Loki, who possesses faceless powers, maybe we can start with his marionette. With this plan in mind, Lumien concentrated, carefully observing the destiny of the people standing more than 10 to 20 meters away. He scanned everything that had a destiny and wasn't shrouded in darkness. After a rapid survey, Lumien couldn't identify any potential marionette targets. He let out a slow, disappointed sigh. Let's get out of here. The firefighters are on their way. Official Beyonders should be arriving soon, Franca warned Lumien. Lumien withdrew his gaze and left Rue Anarchy before the crimson flames could be extinguished. His intention was to take a circuitous route back to Aubaird's Du Coq d'Or. There, he would return the scammed funds he had obtained from Salle de Bal Unique to the bankrupt merchant, Fitz, and claim his share as agreed. After taking a dozen steps, Lumion suddenly remembered Monsieur Roure, who had succumbed to illness, and Madame Michel, who had hanged herself while singing the Capital of Joy. He feared that he might unwittingly bring a catastrophe involving beyonder powers to Aubert's du Coq d'Or and his entrustee, Fitz. Aurora had portrayed despicable and deranged criminals in 2 of her novels. They relished beginning their torment with those their targets held dear, forcing them to witness the tragic deaths of their friends one by one. As the leader of April Fools, Loki took pleasure in manipulating others' minds. He had no qualms about harming his comrades, let alone murdering innocent people he had never met. Therefore, the likelihood was high that he would commence with Lumion's acquaintances and employ their deaths to shatter Lumion's psyche. He would secretly revel in watching Lumion descend into madness before seizing the opportunity to end his life. Though it was only a possibility, Lumion refused to take the risk. He halted and turned towards Avenue du Marquet. "What's the matter?" Franca inquired, her expression one of confusion. Having regained his composure, Lumion flashed a reassuring smile and replied, "Let's grab a drink at Salle de Bal Brise." The fate of the mobsters he frequently associated with was of lesser concern. Mobsters knew they had to be prepared for such eventualities. Franca was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped Lumion's underlying worry. Loki had hooked a big fish but failed to capture it. It was clear he had seen through their true appearances. He could hide in the shadows and wait for the perfect moment. As for Lumion and herself, unless they abandoned their current identities and used their anti-divination and anti-tracking abilities to survive elsewhere, they would be left in a state of constant suspicion, fearing that any rat they saw might attack them. Compared to Aubert's du Coq d'Or, the second floor of Salle de Bal Brise offered a quieter and more defensible location. Furthermore, in the event of a beyonder-level confrontation, it was better to involve mobsters rather than innocent bystanders. "I'll change my attire as well," Franca hinted, indicating her desire to alter her appearance and remain hidden in the shadows, making it difficult for Loki to locate her and launch any potential attacks. Similarly, she intended to have Jenna return home and stay with her brother for a while to avoid becoming collateral damage. In the face of such a bizarre and terrifying adversary, the survivability of an instigator remained too fragile. Lumion gently patted the concealed Franca's mirror substitution, hidden beneath his clothing with his right hand, signaling the need for them to watch each other's backs. Franca nodded solemnly, affirming her understanding of the situation. Salle de Bal Brise, the café on the second floor. Lumion settled at the far end near the window and turned to his bodyguard, Sarkota. "Go to Aubert's du Coq d'Or and fetch a bankrupt merchant named Fitz." With such an intermediary, Fitz would appear to have achieved his objectives through his association with the Savoy mob, and there was no direct connection to Cille du Bois. If Loki intended to select a victim, he would likely focus on the Savoy mob members affiliated with Lumion. With the weighty satchel resting on his lap, Lumion patiently awaited Fitz's arrival while contemplating the Loki-related issues at hand. Having lost track of the April Fool's leader, Lumion was left with only certain phenomena to guide him in this matter. One of the details was an option Lumion had predetermined before taking action. If Loki had indeed taken the bait, why did I manage to elude this April Fool's leader's tracking abilities using anti-tracking techniques in my previous encounter but not this time? Upon leaving Salle de Bal Unique, Lumion had intentionally followed the same anti-tracking procedures as before. He reverted to his original appearance, changed his clothing, and modified his satchel. However, as he traversed Rue Ancienne again and reunited with Franca, he refrained from employing any anti-tracking measures. This was done to establish a comparative sample and identify any discrepancies. After all, if he failed to capture the bizarre and seemingly unkillable Loki, his efforts would be in vain. He needed to gain something valuable from this encounter. This was a smaller trap concealed within a larger one. Logically, if my anti-tracking procedures had shaken off Loki previously, there should be no reason for an exception this time. I had meticulously paid attention to the people and creatures around me, even avoiding the watchful eyes of birds in the sky. Even if a mere insect became one of Loki's marionettes, it would struggle to keep up with my swiftness. Therefore, either Franca had been targeted early in the morning, or Loki recognized me when I passed through Rue Ancienne again after my anti-tracking. Franca carried out anti-divination procedures and was a distance away from the Alone Bar and Salle de Bal Unique. She didn't even enter Rue Ancienne and had used non-mystical methods to observe. It's unlikely that she'll be exposed so quickly unless Loki was aware from the outset that such an observer would be present. The likeliest scenario was that Loki had recognized me when I passed through Rue Ancienne again after my anti-tracking procedures. But how had this recognition occurred? I had reverted to my original appearance, altered my clothing, and even chosen to pass through in a rented carriage to avoid suspicion. According to Anthony, this should have concealed my unchanged leather shoes from prying eyes and hidden my typical gait and body language. I had even applied cologne to mask my original scent. What unique characteristics do I possess that allows Loki to discern my identity within such a brief period? Lumion compared the differences and gradually arrived at a hypothesis. Either a marionettist or one of his marionettes possesses the ability to directly identify a person at the level of their soul, consciousness, or some other aspect, or Loki can perceive distinctive traits that set me apart from others, such as Inevitability's angel, Mr. Fool's seal, or the Blood Emperor's aura. Although Lie belongs to the seer pathway, it does not have a readily detectable convergence force that corresponds to Loki's sequence. The more Lumion pondered, the more convinced he became that Loki had a means of piercing his disguise. But his tracking abilities were limited. A vigilant target who remained wary of strangers, animals, birds, and insects while being impossible to carry out any direct divination would successfully evade him. Regardless of how Loki told him apart, this was the best explanation when carrying out the before and after comparison. With this in mind, Lumion had a new idea. Lumion's lips curled slightly as he cast his gaze toward the dark night sky. 15 minutes later, Fitz, the bankrupt merchant, was brought into the cafe by Sarkota. Lumion signaled for Sarkota to step aside momentarily and addressed Fitz. "I've already recovered the money. How much do you think you should receive?" As he spoke, Lumion emptied the banknotes, gold coins, and valuable accessories onto the table, his eyes briefly scanning over them. "About 130,000 Vril d'Or in total." Fitz blurted out, 60,000, no 50,000. "No, just give me 30,000 Vril d'Or." With a smile, Lumion separated a few bundles of neatly bound banknotes and tossed them to Fitz. "As we agreed, the interest belongs to me, and I'll take 50% of the principal. Here's 50,000 Vril d'Or." Fitz accepted the money with gratitude, expressing his heartfelt thanks. While he didn't receive the full amount, 50,000 Vril d'Or was a substantial sum that would enable him to start anew with hope in his heart. 50% of the principal along with interest was a fair arrangement. Lumion was equally pleased. Through the operation facilitated by the Angel of Time by Mr. Fool's side, he had effortlessly gained 50,000 Vril d'Or in banknotes and 30,000 gold coins. After all, he had worked so hard to gather gold. But in the end, he only accumulated 75,000 gold. Deep in thought, he contemplated the idea of purchasing sacrificial offerings from the corresponding domain as a token of gratitude to Mr. Fool and the Angel of Time. After waiting for over half an hour, Lumion ascended to the bedroom on the second floor. He discarded his satchel and employed Lie to alter his appearance once more, assuming the likeness of a male Aurora with black hair and brown eyes. He changed into a shirt, vest, trousers, and leather boots, stowed away Lie, and transferred the flog boxing gloves into his briefcase. He carefully surveyed the scene beyond the window. Once he confirmed that no humans, rats, or birds were in the vicinity, Lumion pushed open the window and gracefully leaped out, seemingly unaware that Loki might possess the ability to see through his disguise. In the dark and deserted back alley, Lumion carefully navigated the maze of discarded refuse infested with rats and cockroaches. His movements were deliberate, alternating between rapid dashes and cautious steps, sudden changes in direction, and even a few circles, as if he were evading an unseen pursuer. Finally, He arrived at Rue de Blanches and entered the seemingly abandoned safe house, whose lease had not yet expired. Following a process, he pulled the heavy curtains shut and meticulously inspected every corner of the room. Compared to before, he not only eradicated the bedbugs and routed the rats, but he also left no room for tiny, rice grain-sized flying insects. He demanded absolute cleanliness. With that done, Lumion seated himself at the table. He smoothed out a sheet of paper and began to write. Honorable Madame Hella, when I took part in the April Fool's team discussion masquerading as my sister, Muggle, I couldn't help but notice the peculiar reactions of Hisoka, Mad Lady, Bard, and Ultraman upon Muggle's unexpected return after her prolonged absence. I know someone was the psychiatrist Muggle sought in her final moments. Simultaneously, they were collaborating with Loki in a ruse, hoping to entice members from other teams to embark on a subterranean quest for the remains of the ancient sun god. I believe Loki is the de facto leader of April Fools. If there's anything awry with the others, it undoubtedly concerns him as well. Consequently, I acquired a copy of the ancient sun god's information from him and enlisted divination services to examine the mechanical typewriter responsible for producing the text. It happened at the Alone Bar on Rue Ancienne in Trier Quartier de l'Observatoire. Following some field investigation, it became apparent that this locale serves as the stronghold for Bureau 8. However, Loki appears to have set his sights on me. I was assaulted in the evening and narrowly escaped becoming his marionette. My escape, though, exposed my true identity to him. As I write this letter, I find myself in the safe house I had previously prepared. Nevertheless, I can't be certain whether I have eluded Loki's pursuit. I strongly suspect there's something amiss with him. If left unchecked, he could pose a grave threat to the Research Society in the days ahead. I hope to receive your assistance. Lumion felt no shame in laying out his intentions plainly. His plan was to make himself the bait that would draw Loki out of hiding, while Hela, with her ability to harness concealment, would lurk in the shadows, ready to deliver the decisive blow to the leader of April Fools. Perhaps only Hela, with her superior sequence and mastery of concealment, had a chance of evading detection and discovering the true body of their bizarre and unkillable adversary. After folding the letter, Lumion swiftly arranged the altar and summoned the pure silver skull adorned with pale white flames in its eye sockets. Franca stealthily made her way back to apartment 601 at 3 Rue de Blanches. She used her persuasive abilities to convince Jenna to temporarily vacate the premises for a couple of days. Only after Jenna repeatedly confirmed that she would be of no assistance did she reluctantly give up her facade of bravery, departing amidst a string of curses. Quickly, Franca changed into different attire and donned the disguise props she had acquired from Rentis, a member of the Bliss Society, transforming her appearance entirely. As she applied makeup, she couldn't help but curse Fate's mother. Damn it, I shouldn't have let Jenna go so soon. She's much better at handling these things than me, and her makeup skills are superior. Such skills were fundamental for an apprentice actress. With a simple disguise in place, Franca seamlessly shifted between invisibility and concealment within the shadows, weaving her way through the market district. She made a concerted effort to thwart any attempts at divination and employed anti-tracking techniques learned from Lumion. Finally, she returned to Rue de Blanches and entered Building 6. This was the safe house she had prepared for herself, conveniently overlooking her original residence. Phew! Franca, having completed all the procedures, heaved a sigh of relief and lay down in the lone-style recliner. Simultaneously, she muttered to herself, I've only known Seal for less than 3 months. Why does it feel like I've experienced more in this time than in the past year? Is this guy some sort of jinx reincarnate? In the secure confines of the safe house on Rue de Blanches, Lumion patiently waited for nearly 15 minutes. Then, from the abrupt darkness, the pure silver skull's head emerged, clutching a simple folded letter in its skeletal teeth. Thank you, Lumion replied habitually, accepting the letter. If Hela was unwilling to engage with a suspected member of the curly-haired baboon's research society, Lumion had no choice but to abandon his current plan and swiftly locate Franca. He would guide her through spirit world traversal to distant locales like the Hill District, Quartier Est, and other suburbs before returning. He felt that it was the only way to evade Loki's pursuit or lock-on. Moving openly was out of the question unless he shifted to an entirely different area. Lumion unfolded the paper and discovered that Hellas' response was succinct. Got it. A wry smile curled at the corners of Lumion's mouth as he conjured crimson flames from his hand, igniting the reply. Without delay, he restored the table's surface to its ordinary state and reverted to his original appearance, aided by the lie earring. Next, Lumion extinguished the carbide lamp and reclined on the bed, closing his eyes and feigning slumber. As minutes slipped away, night settled in, and Rue de Blouse's blanches descended into stillness. The crimson moonlight filtered through heavy curtains, casting a subdued, eerie glow within the room. After an indeterminate span of time, a small, grayish-black figure emerged from a concealed crevice in the corner, a nondescript rat. Soundlessly and stealthily, the rat approached the table, ascending its surface. It moved about with deliberate intent, as if surveying its territory for any signs of intrusion. After a brief inspection, it halted its actions and retreated into the shadowy corners untouched by the dim moonlight. Its body now faced the bed. The rat fixated its gaze upon Lumion with an unervingly human-like intensity. It appeared to meld with the darkness, assuming a statue-like stillness, completely immobile and unwavering in its focus on Lumion. Nearly 10 minutes passed, and faint, nearly imperceptible footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the apartment. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps drew nearer. Abruptly, the footsteps vanished as if they had never been or had come to a standstill at some unseen juncture. The rat retreated from the shadowy realm untouched by the crimson moonlight, traversing the table and vanishing through the same crevice it had emerged from. With swiftness, it disappeared, leaving the room in an even deeper silence, broken only by the faint sound of Lumion's slow, rhythmic breathing. Lumion didn't open his eyes. His body was very relaxed, as if he had truly fallen asleep. 6 Rue de Blouse's Blanches, in an apartment. Franca reclined in the recliner, swaying back and forth with the chair. Troubled, she pondered what to do next. With such a bizarre and terrifying foe lurking in the shadows, the constant sense of being watched had left her restless, and she couldn't find solace whether sitting or standing. I need to resolve this quickly. One can be a thief for 1,000 days, but how can you guard against a thief for 1,000 days? One misstep and it's all over. Why don't I abandon the mission and relocate? Or I can go all out and ask Madame Judgment for help to apprehend Loki under the pretext that the mission will likely fail. It's feasible, but I'll shoulder a debt that I won't be able to repay until I become a demigod. Even if Seal takes half of it, it'll be a heavy burden. We can also ask Madame Hela to convene an emergency gathering and accuse Loki and the others of causing Muggle's death on the spot. We can request that we find reliable members to interrogate each other and see which side is lying. We can't be entirely sure if there's really something wrong with Loki and the others, but it's certain that I colluded with an outsider and lured in a spy. The more Franca thought about it, the more frustrated she became. She used proverbs from her homeland and didn't deliberately change it. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger gripped her, and simultaneously, an eerie chill crawled up her spine. Her body stiffened, and a figure reflected in her lake-like eyes. Clad in a short black formal suit typical of clerks, with neatly combed brown hair, a face bearing southern continent heritage, and dull green eyes. Wraith! The word flashed through her mind as she recognized the nature of the impending attack. Franca's thoughts became hazy, and her right hand instinctively rose, as if resisting an unseen force. She channeled the spirituality within her soul body, preparing to unleash the black flames of a demoness. This ability targeted a spirit body and was capable of incinerating wraiths. Demonesses possessed a heightened resistance to such flames compared to other pathways, and they could even use injuries to escape or severely harm their adversaries. At that moment, Franca heard a magnetic voice. It's futile. Surrender. The sound pierced Franca's mind like sharp arrows, interrupting her attempt to condense the black flames. As soon as the voice faded away, her mind seemed to be shrouded in a thick fog, and a thick frosted glass appeared in front of her. The voice continued, "I didn't use my full strength in the evening to test the waters. The person impersonating Muggle with a high-level existence sealed in him must possess some special abilities. If I hadn't done my best to gather information, I might have been the one to die." After the probe, things got even more interesting. I went to his place just now and felt that it wasn't safe enough. Therefore, I planned to turn you into my marionette and launch a surprise attack. Heh. Do you think you can escape my grasp? There's something special about us. As long as we're within a kilometer of each other, I can use the power of a great existence to sense your location. I've long yearned for a demoness to be my marionette. It'll definitely taste good. Franca's spirit body was repeatedly affected by the sound, interrupting her efforts to activate mirror substitution and condense black flames in advance. Her thoughts became increasingly sluggish, and her joints felt as if they were filled with glue. Can Loki sense my location? What's so special? Can he? Before Franca could piece together any answers or formulate a complete response, the magnetic voice, now with a sinister smile, continued, "I can't waste any more time. I must accelerate to avoid unforeseen complications." At this point, the voice turned respectful and recited in Franca's unusually familiar language. "The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings." In the room with the thick curtains, Lumion suddenly felt the mirror substitution inside his clothes turn abnormally cold. Even through the linen shirt, he couldn't help but shiver. His heart tightened. He couldn't afford to feign sleep anymore. He sat up and took out the mirror. Beneath the faint crimson moonlight, the mirror lost its luster, its surface resembling ice. Lumion knew that Franca was in danger. Without hesitation, he activated the mystical connection between the substitute and its true form, emitting a dim light from the black mark on his right shoulder. In an instant, Lumion vanished from the bed, reappearing in the living room at 6 Rue de Blouses Blanches. Almost simultaneously, Lumion saw the surroundings engulfed in an eerie grayness, a fog obscuring the crimson moonlight. Franca lay in a recliner, her body contorting as if she fought for survival. Her lake-colored eyes were filled with a turbulent mix of emotions: anger, fear, anxiety, and worry. A vague figure seemed to encircle her. Her head tried to move, but her movements were restrained by invisible threads. Suddenly, the sound of nails scraping on a blackboard assaulted their senses, incomprehensible words piercing their spirit bodies. Their consciousness soared upward until they reached a dark void shimmering with countless stars. In the highest reaches of this void, mysterious symbols swirled, their forms beyond description. They coalesced into a dynamic, otherworldly door that defied the intrusion of even the moon's crimson light. Lumion and Franca's spirits were drawn inexorably toward the door. As they approached, a faint voice emanated from within, a voice that seemed to hold the secrets of the entire universe, as well as the madness, self-destruction, and darkness lurking within every heart. With each step toward the dynamic door, the maddening ramblings grew more intense, causing their heads to throb in agony. Yet an overpowering primal urge compelled them to enter, to merge with the formless entity behind the door, and to partake in a clandestine pact that promised essential, primordial, extraordinary, and potent knowledge. Amidst the sea of incomprehensible symbols, the door stood slightly ajar, allowing invisible entities to pass through. With a resounding hum, Lumion and Franca's minds were plunged into a state of blankness, as if struck by a relentless force. The chaotic ravings they had heard coalesced into grotesque, shadowy entities that corroded their very soul bodies and physical bodies. Franca's eyes widened, and her flaxen-colored hair fluttered in the windless air, vaguely thickening. Blood seeped from the corners of her eyes, nostrils, ears, mouth, and pores, as if a demon was trying to separate her flesh from her skin. Franca's thoughts were in a state of intense disorder, as if a human had been thrown into a factory blender. Seizing the moment, The wraith that had been attached to Franca detached itself from the demoness of pleasure. This wraith, dressed in a sleek black suit, its eyes flickering with a sinister green hue, let out a piercing shriek. A cacophonous shattering sound, both illusory and real, filled the room as Franca's body vanished from the recliner and reappeared in the bedroom. Her mirror substitution had been activated instinctively, saving her from losing control, but she remained unconscious, collapsing on the spot. Beneath the shattered mirror's reflection on the recliner, Lumion, though still affected by the ravings and shrieks, fared better than Franca. His extensive experience with advancing sequences and invoking boons where he met with more potent and terrifying murmurs had fortified his resistance against such assaults. Despite the excruciating headache, scattered thoughts, and ruptured capillaries in various places, he retained some semblance of instinctual reaction and basic cognition. His face contorted grotesquely amidst the blood, but he held on. In the next moment, the wraith disappeared from the recliner and manifested within Lumion's blue eyes. His mind instantly fogged, and his body grew frigid, as if his very blood had turned to ice. Still capable of thought, Lumion promptly utilized his spirit world traversal ability to escape the room, teleporting several hundred meters away. He understood that a marionettist couldn't naturally transform into a wraith, and the wraith that possessed him was likely a marionette. With their distinctive combat styles, it was improbable for a marionettist to engage directly. Therefore, once the marionette was beyond the marionettist's range, it would lose control and become useless. When the time came, Lumion would teleport back and attempt to take Franca away. While this would leave him essentially incapacitated, it would also disable Loki's marionette. The adversary would then need to decide whether to launch a direct assault or retreat cautiously, as he couldn't predict how many teleportations Lumion's spirituality could endure, a capability unusual for a pyromaniac. Loki's assessment might not be entirely accurate in this regard. Just as Lumion was on the verge of activating his spirit world traversal mark, he heard a magnetic voice, "Give up!" The words pierced Lumion's spirit body, disrupting his intentions. Subsequently, his thoughts grew sluggish, and his body stiffened. The magnetic voice chuckled softly. "I don't know what kind of trap you've set in your room, but it likely involves Hela, doesn't it? After all, without her cooperation, you couldn't have masqueraded as Muggle and infiltrated the research society. Could you? Lumion Lee, Aurora Lee's brother. I've seen your wanted poster. In Trier, the easiest Beyonder to come into contact with is from the hunter pathway. That's why there's a saying, never fight a hunter on his turf. No one knows what sort of strange traps hunters have laid in their turf. I didn't want to take that risk, nor did I plan to face Hela directly. Although I'm not overly concerned about her unless she's found a way to become a demigod. Why would I engage her on a hunter's turf? My choice was to stage a surprise attack on Hidden Blade, drawing you out and away from your turf to fight on a ground of my choosing. After this afternoon's reconnaissance, I confirmed that both of you possess an item capable of monitoring each other's condition or a mysticism connection. Likely the exchange of mirror substitution. Heh. Ever wonder what my other marionette was doing during that time? In truth, I have no intention of killing Hidden Blade or turning her into a marionette. A living demoness serves my purposes better. I can use this encounter to make her suffer and despair. When she advances to sequence 4 using that, I'll have a demigod marionette. The voice carried no provocation, yet each word ignited a burning rage within Lumion. These words continued to disrupt Lumion's mind and spirit body, interfering with his abilities. With the dual constraints of wraith possession and marionettist, Lumion resembled a statue, unable to speak or move. He stood frozen, awaiting the inexorable verdict of fate. A thin gray fog enveloped the room, sealing off all sound from the outside world. The magnetic voice chuckled again, its taunting words continuing. It really shouldn't have been so complicated, but you see, you have a high-ranking individual sealed within you. To ensure my own safety, the only option is to turn you into a marionette. I have no desire to face a high-ranking being after your demise. Who knows if he'll thank me or finish me along the way. Curious how I recognized you, aren't you? It's highly unlikely that others would sense the seal within you, but in my eyes, it's as conspicuous as a firefly in the night. The moment you entered the room with the typewriter, I knew you were the one impersonating Muggle. So, unless you could maintain a considerable distance from me, like the first time you tried to evade my tracking, I could have followed you without the aid of my marionette. Indeed, when you showed up at the gathering and joined our April Fool's team, I sensed that something was amiss. I suspected that Muggle had used a seal to escape the fragmentation of her soul. Little did I know, she was truly deceased. You are her brother. Haha, I still remember, in the latter part of last year, every time she attended a gathering, she sought out I know someone to treat her psychological issues and the hidden dangers arising from the improper use of the soul-summoning spell. And I know someone would divulge her pain, struggles, vulnerabilities, and transformations to all of us each time. It's quite vile, completely against a doctor's principles, but it's fun and interesting. It gave us a sense of accomplishment and made us all laugh. Upon hearing this, Lumien's mind buzzed. He had been mildly annoyed by Loki's earlier critiques, but now, as Loki recounted Aurora's experiences, his anger reached a boiling point. Aurora had been genuinely unwell, seeking treatment from a doctor. However, not only did this doctor patronize her, but he also derived amusement from her suffering. He repeatedly violated her privacy, sharing her struggles and illnesses with others, leading them to mock her behind her back. What made it all the more despicable was that this group of individuals had sold Aurora the soul-summoning spell. Damn it! Every single one of them deserves death. They deserve the most tragic way of death. Though Lumien's mind remained ensnared in stasis, his anger finally erupted. It surged through his spirit and coursed into his flesh. He couldn't control it, not under the constant interference. Crimson flames erupted from Lumien's body, and small red tendrils protruded from his eyes, radiating a malevolent blood-red hue. It was a precursor to losing control. If this continued, he would truly lose control. But Lumien felt no fear. Instead, he cooperated. Even if I lose control and turn into a monster or a lunatic, I will drag you, all of you, into the abyss, relying on his body's instinctive reaction. Crimson flames spread in all directions, incinerating the wraith, igniting furniture, and causing a fire. Unfortunately, this fiery onslaught proved ineffective against the wraith-form marionette and Loki, who remained concealed somewhere beyond reach of the flames. Its sole purpose, for those brief 2 seconds, was to disrupt the magnetic voice. It's useless. I know you mainly aim to use the flames to signal for help from the outside world rather than attacking me directly. But I've previously deceived Hidden Blade. Despite my claims of accelerating the progress, I actually harnessed the power of the gray fog to create a unique environment that isolates information here. While you can indeed break through the residual fog barrier if you go all out, since I can't ask for too much power, I can't allow that. As Loki finished speaking, a frenzied, terrifying, violent, and exaggerated aura exploded from Lumien's body. It shredded the thin fog and shot skyward. As the frenzied and violent aura surged out of the thin gray fog, 6 Rue de Blouse's Blanches trembled slightly, as if in shock. In the various rooms of the building, the bodies of those who were already sound asleep involuntarily trembled, plunging into a blood-red nightmare. Those who were still awake looked around in surprise and confusion, as if they had been transported back to a time when barricades were everywhere and gunshots echoed through the air. On a bed in a quiet room diagonally below Franca's apartment, a man whose eyes had been tightly shut, seemingly asleep, suddenly snapped awake. He gazed up warily and fearfully at the source of the terrifying aura. At the same time, beneath Église Saint-Robert, within the Market District's Inquisition's office, Angoulême de François, who was on night duty, leaped to his feet and prepared to rush to the area where mystical items were sealed. He hoped to enhance his ability to handle accidents and disasters in a short period. In other rooms, Imra, Valentine, and the others also sensed the violent aura that seemed to shake all of Trier. Some trembled while others turned pale. This was even more terrifying than the Tree of Shadow disaster. However, they didn't stand still. Some dashed out of the room to rendezvous with Angoulême, while others raised their arms and hastily prayed to the sun before sprinting toward the Église Saint-Robert above. Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, 11 Rue de Fontaines. Gardner Martin, who had been stroking his full-body armor, furrowed his brow and cast a puzzled glance toward the southeastern region. He felt something calling to him, causing his blood to boil. Deep underground in Trier, Olsen, the starved bear-like man who had been lugging a small brown suitcase, suddenly perked up his ears to listen for any nearby movements. The distant sounds of killings and shouts faintly reached him. The supervisor of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's eyes flashed with ferocity and madness. He extended his right hand and pressed it against his neck. An indiscernible thread emerged, emitting fiery blood. In the island district at the center of the Srenzo River, the eternal blazing sun church's St. Vive Cathedral was already shrouded in darkness. Only the nearby bell tower remained lit, but at that moment, the slumbering cathedral suddenly bathed in brilliant sunlight. Sunlight flooded the onion-like domes, illuminating every stained glass window. To the north of Trier, in the heart of the cathedral district, towering iron-black chimneys loomed above the god of steam and machinery's patriarchal cathedral. Rumbling sounds echoed as the massive steam engine installed within the cathedral roared to life. Vast amounts of pale white fog billowed forth from the forest-like chimneys, enshrouding the night sky. In Quartier Erast, a small town very close to the Sacred Heart Cloister, a golden retriever and the lady beside it turned and gazed into the distance of Trier's metropolis. Within Red Swan Castle, Count Puffer, already lying on his bed, opened his eyes. He sensed the entire ancient castle become extremely oppressive, and nightmarish roars and screams echoed from deep underground. At that moment, the Beyonders in the market district and powerful figures elsewhere in Trier were distracted by the undisguised and flamboyant aura of madness. Hidden in a room diagonally below Franca's apartment, Loki had just reacted to the violent and terrifying aura. Before he could summon back the wraith that had possessed Lumion and use it to escape through the spirit world with him out of caution, the surrounding darkness instantly intensified, swallowing the crimson moonlight and bringing an extreme calmness to the area. He couldn't resist closing his eyes. He wasn't even aware of it. He tumbled backward onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Lumion's thoughts returned to normal. He channeled his anger, pouring all his pent-up emotions into the crimson flames. Go to hell! With a low growl, he took a left step forward, his eyes protruding with red vessels while twisting his waist and swinging his right fist with all his might. With a muffled explosion, the flames on Lumion's body coalesced on the surface of his fist, naturally condensing into a blazing white fireball. The blazing white fireball shot from Lumion's right fist, following a predetermined path, and crashed into the wall beside the apartment. The voice he had just heard emanated from behind the wall. Boom! A large hole tore through the wall, revealing a man standing in the corridor. He had brown hair, brown eyes, and a gaunt face. He was the marionette Loki had employed that evening. He was the one who had been speaking. Before Lumion could realize that he hadn't found the real Loki, darkness surged over him like a tidal wave, engulfing him. Having already vented his anger and flames, Lumion's heart quickly calmed. He subconsciously closed his eyes and slowly sank to the ground. His contorted face began to relax, and his body and soul found peace. He no longer showed any signs of losing control. Dressed in a black widow-like dress and a veiled bonnet, Hela emerged from the darkness. Being the closest to the apartment while searching for traces of the battle between Loki and Lumion, she was undoubtedly the first to arrive. Without hesitation, she made Lumion, Franca, Loki, and the two marionettes vanish. Her figure faded, and the dense darkness rapidly dissipated. Apart from the collapsed wall, no evidence remained at the scene. 2 seconds later, the apartment was suddenly bathed in sunlight. In an uninhabited mine beneath Trier, Lumion, Franca, and company swiftly materialized. They were all in a deep slumber except for Hela. Her pale face remained conscious as she stood to the side. The vice president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society no longer had the dry, withered hair she'd had before. It had transformed into smooth strands, now bearing the color of the night. She pulled out a flask filled with liquor and downed a third of its contents before fixing her gaze on Lumion. Hella's forehead began to crack silently, emitting an eerie, ancient glow that manifested into an indescribable, ancient bronze door. The door swayed and creaked, revealing a narrow gap. Beyond it lay endless darkness, filled with countless dense, indescribable eyes seemingly lurking within. Under the influence of this deathly aura, the wraith attached to Lumion flew out without resistance. In an instant, it landed on the ground, and Hella raised her right hand, pressing it against its forehead. The ancient bronze door vanished, and the dim light receded into the crack. Hella shifted her attention to the still slumbering Loki. The leader of the April Fools had an ordinary face, blending into the crowd like any other resident of Rue de Blouses Blanches. Hella stared at him for a brief moment before her eyes lost focus. In Loki's dream, Hella appeared, clad in a black widow-like attire, in front of an ancient castle shrouded in a thin gray fog. The castle's massive doors stood wide open, eerily silent like the entrance to a cemetery. Hella glanced up at the pitch-black castle with its numerous spires and thin form before stepping through the door. She passed through the dimly lit atrium and proceeded into the hall, where peculiar chandeliers with unknown light sources hung. Numerous guests filled the hall, their expressions frozen like wax statues, unmoving. Surrounded by dozens or even hundreds of wax statues was a gray platform with 3 stone steps. In the middle of the platform was an ancient dark red chair. A man in his late 20s occupied the seat. He wore a silk top hat and a black tailcoat, with dark gray eyes and short, brown hair. Under his high nose bridge, the subtle curl of his mouth hid a non-obvious smile. Pressing down on the armrests on both sides, the man relaxed and leaned back in his chair. "Who are you?" His voice echoed through the ancient castle, as if questioning Hella. Hella walked past the crowd suspected to be wax statues and arrived in front of the man. Her cold voice remained impassive as she inquired, "Loki, don't you recognize me?" Loki's grin intensified. "Hella, you've come after all." Seizing the opportunity presented by his dream state, Hella confronted him directly. "Why did you harm a member of the Research Society?" Loki's gaze shifted upwards, and he let out a laugh. "The only purpose those fools serve is to amuse us. You must know that the apocalypse is imminent, just a few years away. They're all destined to die sooner or later. It's better for them to sacrifice themselves now to provide us with entertainment." Hella fell silent, and a chilling silence enveloped the dream, the air growing colder. Decaying, pale white hands extended from the stone floor and surrounding walls. After a few moments, Hella spoke again. "Why did you harm Muggle?" Loki's laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a smirk as he looked at Hella. "Because—" His expression shifted suddenly, and Hella sensed imminent danger within the dream. "Because the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." Loki's voice faded rapidly, and the entire dream began to crumble under Hella's will. The ancient castle disintegrated into fragments, vanishing into an eerie, yet pure darkness. Back in the real world, deep within the uninhabited mine beneath Trier, Hella opened her eyes. Countless tiny creatures wriggled beneath her pale white skin. In an instant, her form shifted and reassembled, no longer exhibiting the eerie abnormalities she had displayed earlier. Loki's body had disintegrated into a pool of flesh and blood, with grotesque maggots crawling in and out of it. Hella observed silently, but no Beyonder characteristics emerged from the remains. Within the pitch-black castle enveloped in a thin fog, a dark red coffin lay in a sinister chamber. Suddenly, a pale white hand emerged from the coffin, gripping its wooden edge. In the uninhabited quarry cave beneath Trier, Hella observed as the transparent and distorted maggots perished, yet she didn't detect any Beyonder characteristics emerging. She turned her attention to Lumion and Franca, who were sound asleep, satisfied that they had regained control thanks to the night and their dreams, and their breathing had steadied, she ended her forced slumber. 2 seconds later, Lumien's eyes shot open, and he leaped up with the agility of a leopard. In an instant, he summoned 3 crimson flames that illuminated the cavern. As he kept a vigilant watch over his surroundings, Franca, still recovering from severe mental injuries, rubbed her head and slowly got to her feet, fear in her eyes. Then, she spotted Hela in her distinctive black widow-like dress and the familiar bonnet with a veil. She blurted out, "Madam Hela, what brings you here?" Instant regret washed over her. She had inadvertently revealed her affiliation with the curly-haired Baboons Research Society. If she hadn't spoken, she could have pretended to be nothing more than a friend of Seal, that she wasn't Hidden Blade. "Hidden Blade?" Hela inquired. Franca let out a dry laugh. "Yes. How did you recognize me?" "You're the only demoness in the Research Society," Hela replied calmly. Franca felt even more embarrassed and replied ridiculously, "I recognized you based on your attire and demeanor. You never showed your face at the gatherings." As the two acknowledged each other, Lumien's wariness visibly eased. With Madame Hela's presence, he felt his safety was assured. Then, he noticed the 2 marionettes lying lifeless on the ground, surrounded by a pool of flesh infested with translucent maggots. "Is that Loki?" Lumien pointed at the grotesque, horrifying mass. Hela cast her gaze over. "Yes." Lumien fell silent for a moment before asking, "Is he dead?" Hela nodded slightly and said, "He succumbed to his own loss of control, but it's not a complete demise." "Huh?" Franca asked in confusion. "Look at how badly minced he is. Maggots are crawling out, but he's not completely dead?" She had already figured out why Madame Hela had appeared. Seal, that scoundrel, must have used her as bait again and written a letter to Madame Hela to clean up the mess. Hela looked at Lumien and said coldly, "High-level demonesses aren't the only ones capable of resurrection. High-level seers can do it too. Loki likely worships an evil god in this domain. Combined with his uniqueness, he can abandon his body upon death and revive in a pre-prepared location with his characteristics intact. Unfortunately, I didn't foresee this. If I had prayed for true concealment in advance, he wouldn't have been able to revive, and he'd leave behind his Beyonder traits." The woman calmly recounted her oversights, offering no excuses and showing no frustration. Lumien's eyes remained fixed on the grotesque mass of flesh infested with dead maggots, a slow smile spreading across his face. The corners of his mouth curled upward as he remarked, "Not bad at all. If he were to meet his end like this, I'd be disappointed. How can I not be the one to kill him with my own hands?" As Lumien spoke, a burning desire for high-sequence Beyonder powers ignited within him. Loki was undeniably formidable. Even when he and Franca had joined forces, Loki had come dangerously close to turning Lumien into a marionette. Yet Hela, suspected to have advanced to Sequence 4, had effortlessly dispatched him in less than 10 seconds. Lumien understood that unleashing the Blood Emperor aura would undoubtedly draw the attention of official Beyonders from the Market District, possibly prompting them to seek assistance from the Church's saints. Therefore, after Hela had sought him out, she had to subdue Loki and relocate him within 10 seconds. Otherwise, the chance of being intercepted by Trir's saints and angels was exceedingly high. This was what a demigod was like. Lumien eagerly looked forward to summarizing more pyromaniac acting principles and digesting the potion over the next 2 to 3 months. His goal was to attempt an advancement to Conspirer. He recollected his plans for revenge against Loki and the others, the eradication of heretics, and his insatiable thirst for mystical, high-end powers. Seeing Lumien's lack of regret or disappointment, replaced instead by an unwavering fighting spirit, Hela subtly nodded in approval. Lumien's gaze remained fixed on Loki's corpse. Which evil god does he worship? Franca's heart skipped a beat at this question. She turned to Hela and asked, "Could it be?" The demoness of pleasure paused briefly before switching to a complicated language that Lumien couldn't understand. "The immortal lord." Hela abruptly cut her off. "Have you forgotten that I don't understand that language either?" Franca couldn't help but slap her forehead. "My pig brain." Hela continued, Speak in ancient Phasac or in Titian. Also, remember, pause after each line and tell me something else. Franca quickly acknowledged her instructions, organized her thoughts, and began speaking in ancient Phasac. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. Hela interrupted her once again and engaged in a brief discussion about Loki's assault. Franca continued, the Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. Lumion, paying close attention, began to grasp the purpose of Madame Hela's request. It was a precaution to prevent Franca from reciting the evil god's full honorific name and potentially attracting unwanted attention. The exalted the arch of heaven and earth for blessings. Franca repeated the third line and massaged her temples. When I heard Loki recite it, it felt like I had been transported to another world. Everything was shrouded in fog, and I couldn't discern anything clearly. My thoughts slowed to a crawl. I vaguely recall that there should be another phrase. Hela chimed in with her own addition in ancient Phasac, the celestial worthy, of heaven and earth, for blessings. This time she even paused the simple line twice. Lumion couldn't help but express his confusion. This name has a rather odd style. It differed significantly from the honorific names of deities like Mr. Fool, the Eternal Blazing Sun, and others he was familiar with. The format and words gave off the impression of belonging to a distinct civilization. Franca furrowed her brow in thought. Now that you mention it, I recall something. Lumion inquired, what is it? Franca was about to speak, but then abruptly closed her mouth. She looked at Hela with a sheepish smile. Do you mind if I assisted Seal in infiltrating the Research Society to investigate the April Fool's team? He had my approval, Hela replied calmly. Franca maintained her submissive smile. Then, would you mind if I had shared the secret of our transmigration with Seal? Hela fell silent for a few moments before responding. Does it matter if I mind now? Should I conceal both of you? Franca suddenly realized that this situation might not be entirely negative and hastily explained. You see, the April Fool's team is under suspicion for Muggle's death, and there's no way around revealing our secret when investigating them. That's why I told Seal about it. Besides, Seal has genuinely helped us find clues related to transmigration and the possibility of returning to our world. She wore an expression as if she had already made up for her mistake. What clues? Hela blurted out for the first time. Franca exhaled and said, this is somewhat complex. Let me start by recalling what those honorific names reminded me of. We've been communicating, trying to find commonalities and similarities in what each of us did before transmigration to uncover the reason. Some received mysterious phones, others entered abandoned ancient temples in the mountains, and some were studying folklore culture. But I can't pinpoint what I did that led to it. It's not that I can't remember, but I've done so much. As you all know, I enjoy novelty. I buy new phones, play new games, try out new restaurants, and even create clothing and cosplay at major conventions. I engaged in a multitude of activities before transmigrating, making it difficult to determine which one triggered the transmigration. However, when I heard the honorific name Loki recited, I recalled that on that particular night, I had played a new video game called Terror Attack. In the game, there was a hidden monster that had faith in something called the celestial worthy of heaven and earth. Though Lumion didn't comprehend the concept of a video game, he grasped the essence of Franca's explanation. Her transmigration in this world appeared to be connected to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, whom Loki worshipped. Hela, her light blonde hair flowing naturally over her shoulders, listened attentively and contemplated for a moment before speaking. I don't have similar recollections. As I mentioned earlier, before transmigrating, I delved into non-mainstream mythological books. There was a deity skilled in deception and pranks who bore a striking resemblance to Loki. Franca's eyes gleamed with insight as she ventured a hypothesis. Could Loki have transmigrated by reciting the 4 lines of the honorific name? So, upon his arrival in this world, he recollected his actions from that time and attempted to recreate them, forging a connection with that evil god? Yes, he spoke vaguely when discussing such matters. The members of the April Fool's team shared a similar experience. Could it be that we were all brought here by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? Or did he summon us to this world? He's highly suspicious. Hela contemplated this for a moment and nodded slightly. At our next gathering, we can revisit this topic and communicate with others with a clearer focus. Franca was taken aback. Will the members of the April Fool's team still attend? The problematic ones probably won't, Hela replied calmly. Even if we hastily arrange a gathering now, we'd have to notify them individually. This period of time is sufficient for Loki to revive and alert his associates. Lumion raised his eyebrows. Why does everyone need to be notified individually? Just invite the April Fool's team to an emergency meeting. They won't know if others will attend. It won't take long to inform a dozen of them. Hela glanced at Lumion and fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "All right, I'll get ready now. But don't get your hopes up. No matter how urgent the gathering is, you have to give others 10 minutes to disguise themselves. Otherwise, they probably won't come." 10 minutes, combined with the discussion they just had, was enough time for Loki to revive and alert his accomplices. Lumion's expression remained unchanged as he nodded gently. "We have to give it a try." "That's right. Capture as many as we can. With an incisive point, it'll be much easier to find the others." Franca agreed with Lumion. She suspected that Loki and his crew were responsible for the deaths of some members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Without wasting any more time, the surroundings around Hela suddenly darkened, resisting the light of the 3 flames. Her figure vanished without a trace. This marked the beginning of preparations for the emergency gathering. Lumion's eyes flickered as he gazed at the decaying flesh teeming with dead maggots, lost in his own thoughts. Franca carefully examined her body and realized that there were no substantial or obvious injuries. The pain she had previously endured was a result of the impact on her mind. As her spirit body was soothed and treated, only faint cracks remained. Franca let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Loki is truly cunning and powerful. Fortunately, you thought to seek Madame Hela's help. Otherwise, we might have become his marionettes by now." Lumion wholeheartedly agreed. If he hadn't considered borrowing Hela's power and guessed that Loki could detect a certain trait in him, leading to the decision to bait him out tonight, perhaps the outcome wouldn't have been in their favor. When they were unprepared, Loki had approached them and attacked with full force. Neither he nor Franca could retaliate. He could still use the Blood Emperor's aura, which was relatively easy to activate and didn't require complicated procedures, to attract all official Beyonders. Then, he could exploit the time difference to escape using teleportation. However, it would condemn Franca to be controlled. Of course, without the baiting operation, Lumion might have chosen to leave with Franca by traversing the spirit world and slipping out of Loki's sight before returning stealthily. You don't have to worry about becoming a marionette. Loki wants to groom you into a sequence for Demonis. Lumion casually reassured Franca. Franca was taken aback. He told me he's been yearning for a Demonis marionette for a long time. Lumion calmly pointed out that Franca had been deceived. He lied to you. He even said that the 4-line honorific name meant to accelerate the progress was, in fact, a trap for me that could isolate most of the struggling commotions. Franca couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Is there any truth in his words? As expected of the leader of April Fools, the New Age swindler who lives diagonally opposite Salle de Bal Unique, Franca muttered to herself, the honorific name he recited must be real. Him being able to use the traits we share and the power of that celestial worthy to directly locate me should be real too. As for the exact range, given the style he displayed, there's a high chance that it's nonsense. Can't be believed. What kind of traits could it be? If the transmigration was indeed caused by that celestial worthy, it's very likely that we have his aura or brand on us. And with his power, Loki can easily locate us within a certain range. Franca suddenly turned to look at Lumion. Loki should have recognized that you were fake during the gathering. You don't have the aura or mark of the celestial worthy on you. Yes. Lumion's mood sank. I'll have to share this detail with Madame Hela later and see if anyone can come up with a way to eliminate the celestial worthy aura on them. Otherwise, they'll be hunted down by Loki and the others in the future, Franca said as she looked at the wraith that had a dark green light seeping out and merging with a certain part of the corpse. What should we do with this Beyonder characteristic? This was a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic. She had her own thoughts about this spoil of war, but she didn't know Lumien's attitude. Madame Hela killed Loki herself, so the spoils of war must belong to her, Lumien said nonchalantly. He then pointed at the corpse of the other marionette. Why hasn't he manifested any Beyonder characteristics? That's right. He can't be resurrected too, can he? Franca muttered. Could it be that he's a bestowed who doesn't have Beyonder characteristics? Her plan was to give Madame Hela the Wraith Beyonder characteristic. Lumien nodded slowly. In the evening, I thought he was a marionette of the sun pathway. Later, when I was under his control, every word he spoke sounded like crazy ravings. It could affect my mind and spirit body, which was different from the sun pathway style. Yes, he should be a bestowed of an evil god, made into a marionette by Loki. I'll ask Madame Hela later. Just as Franca finished speaking, Hela's figure in a black widow-like dress outlined itself in the empty mine. She said to Lumien and Franca, "In 5 minutes, we'll recite the incantation and enter the nation of the Everknight's palace." All right. Lumien took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Franca immediately informed Hela about the possible common trait among the members of the Research Society. Finally, she asked, "Is there a way to confirm and eliminate it? A marionettist like Loki lurks in the shadows and can find us at any moment. It's truly terrifying." Hela pondered for a moment and replied, "Firstly, advance to Sequence 4 and become a demigod. Only then can you barely suppress the aura left behind by celestial worthy. Secondly, search for mystical items with hidden and secret-keeping effects. I can only think of these 2 solutions at the moment. I'll see if anyone else has a better idea at the next gathering." At that moment, Lumien looked at Hela and asked anxiously, "Madam, did you find out anything from Loki?" Hela took out a flask and downed another third. Her pale white face flushed as she said coldly, "When I asked Loki why he wanted to harm the other members, he said it was for fun and to create pranks to satisfy his emotions and mind. However, when I asked him why he wanted to harm Muggle, his answer was celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." Hela didn't finish her sentence, but both of them understood what she meant. Selling the soul-summoning spell to Aurora and guiding her to use it on herself seemed to be the will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Why does he want this done? Aurora is only a Sequence 7. She's just a nobody. Lumien lowered his head and muttered in pain. Hela replied coldly, "Probably because the original body of Muggle and her family are problematic." Lumien fell silent for a moment before saying, "Could Loki be lying? A person full of lies like him might not be telling the truth. In the dreamscape I created, he can't lie unless he gains the ability to maintain lucidity in advance, but that's impossible." Hela denied Lumien's guess. Dreamscape. Franca glanced at Hela and felt that this didn't match her impression of her sequence pathway. Lumien fell silent once again. Aurora's transmigration was suspected to have been brought about by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. After her resurrection, she had been targeted by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings because Roche Louise Sanson and her family were believers in inevitability. This made Aurora's subsequent encounter seem like a predetermined tragedy. Seeing this, Franca changed the subject and pointed at the 2 marionettes' corpses. "Madame Hela, that Beyonder characteristic is the spoil of war you deserve. What we want to know is why this marionette didn't produce any Beyonder characteristics." Hela didn't refuse. As she watched the Wraith Beyonder characteristic emerge, she inquired about Franca and Lumien's feelings when they were controlled. After a brief exchange, she pondered and said, "This should be a bestowed who believes in an evil god. The corresponding Sequence 7 is an orator, and Sequence 6 is a singer. These 2 sequences can transmit different mystical powers with their voices, matching your descriptions. In addition, Beyonders of this pathway often perform secret deed rituals at Sequence 9 and obtain mysteries and knowledge through a formless door. Different people hear and experience different things, and the subsequent abilities they obtain will be different. Being able to use singing to create a sun's blinding effect should be one of these manifestations. Which evil god? Franca blurted out. Hella shook her head. I don't know the exact honorific name either. It's dangerous for us to know anyway. I've encountered his believers. They sometimes refer to this evil god as the first philosophy or arcane controller. Without waiting for Franca to ask further, Hella nodded slightly and said, We should head to the gathering. Lumion and Franca recited the incantation simultaneously. A beyonder from ancient times, ruler of the nation of the Evernight, noble mother of the sky, I beseech your permission to enter your kingdom. As the surrounding darkness and slumber dissipated, Lumion and Franca arrived at the ancient and dilapidated palace again. There was no one here yet. It was empty and silent. Franca felt that something was amiss. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, she realized something. We haven't disguised ourselves. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Lumion shrouded in a hazy dreamlike fog, obscuring his exact form and appearance. Lumion then used the knee's face to transform himself into a hooded muggle clad in a warlock's black robe. With Madame Hella's help, Franca breathed a sigh of relief and waited patiently for the April Fool's team to arrive. As time ticked by, two figures suddenly outlined inside the silent palace. The figures entering the ancient palace were Black Earth and Bax. Black Earth sported a furry hat and a thick leather mask, while Bax, on the other hand, had opted for just shorts and a brass mask. Upon spotting Hella, they acknowledged her with a slight nod as a greeting. Their eyes then roved over Franca, who hadn't tagged her code name, and Muggle, enveloped in a dreamy mist. Who's this? Black Earth, clad like a hunter from the mountains, pointed at Franca, a note of confusion in his voice. Hidden Blade. I rushed and forgot to tag myself, Franca replied. Black Earth and Bax promptly dropped their suspicions and relaxed. In a situation like this emergency gathering, it was perfectly normal for Hidden Blade to slip up. This was her style. Soon after, other members of the April Fool's team arrived one by one, but Lumion didn't see the 5 most suspicious targets. I know someone, Hisoka, Bard, Mad Lady, and Ultraman. His expression darkened gradually, sensing that Loki had been resurrected and the problematic members had been alerted. The dozen or so individuals gathered here were potential pawns. If Loki and his gang went too far and were discovered by other members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, they could be used as scapegoats for the investigation. There was nothing to find fault with them, thus ensuring the 6 true believers in the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings remained concealed. At that moment, Black Earth and the rest started to realize that something was amiss. Why were there so few attendees at the emergency gathering? The agreed time had already passed, and typically at least half of the society should have shown up by now. Hella, what's going on? Bax, wearing nothing but a mask and shorts, asked in a deep voice. Lumion sneered, looking at them as if they were a bunch of fools. If Loki and his crew were evil, then these people were simply fools. They believed they were clever and had uncovered the truth, thinking they were indulging in pre-apocalypse pleasures. In reality, they were just being used as pawns and shields. Lumion was willing to bet that Loki, I know someone, and the other core members of the April Fool's team would mock these fools during their private gatherings. Hella's tone remained as cold as ice as she began. I summoned you to this gathering because Loki betrayed us. Black Earth, Bax, and the others were taken aback. They glanced around, but Loki was nowhere to be seen. Hella continued. He believes in an evil god and led I know someone and the others to harm numerous Research Society members. Such accusations require evidence, Bax instinctively retorted. With the lie earring on, Lumion spoke in Aurora's voice. I'm the evidence. You must have seen me by the soul summoning spell. This caused a mental problem and nearly caused me to lose control. Fortunately, I found someone to help me in time and sealed my split personality. Before this, I've been seeking treatment from I know someone, but instead of improving, my condition only worsened. I approached them to reason with them, but they ended up planning to murder me. Black Earth fell silent for a moment before saying, I remember that you bought it from Mad Lady. They lied to you because transmigration should be a matter between two parties, not a one-sided reason. Otherwise, why did you transmigrate to this world and happen to possess such people? The original bodies must have done something to establish the connection between the two worlds. Therefore, before figuring out what caused you to transmigrate, finding the remnant soul of the original body and asking might gain something unexpected. Muggle, weren't you homesick back then? How could you believe such a reason? As they heard this, some of the April Fool's team members present couldn't help but show teasing and mocking expressions in their eyes. Muggle had fallen for a trick that could only fool children. None of them had been fooled by Mad Lady. Even if she claimed to have tried and achieved certain results, it couldn't be considered a clue. Mad Lady, Lumion repeated the code name inwardly. A chuckle escaped him as he continued. I was indeed blinded by the desire to return home, but you weren't any better. Take a look. Are Loki, Mad Lady, and Bard here? They know what they're doing, and they understand that if they're exposed, they have to leave the Research Society immediately. But you, fools and idiots, don't know anything and are still cooperating with them. Even pigs and dogs are smarter than you. The absence of Loki and the others was like Muggle's mocking arrow, piercing the hearts and minds of Black Earth and the other April Fool's team members. Some of them erupted in anger, feeling humiliated and wanting to retort. Others swayed in despair and confusion, while some felt as if countless insects were gnawing at their hearts. The pain was palpable. Witnessing this, Franca entered instigation mode and delivered a decisive blow. Don't you understand? You're discarded pawns, abandoned targets, mere agents who have lost their usefulness. You've never been core members of April Fools. You've never earned Loki's trust. They only mock you behind your backs. Now that Loki and the others have been exposed, they can hunt down the Research Society members without fear. Who do you think will be the easiest for them to locate and target? The only thing you can do is recall the details of your dealings with Loki and the others, including the real-life pranks you executed, so that we can eliminate these traitors as soon as possible. Remember, leniency comes with honesty. Resistance comes with severity. Black Earth, Bax, and the others followed Hidden Blade's logic and realized the grim possibility. They exchanged glances, their hearts clearly wavering. The few who had witnessed Loki and the others' capabilities couldn't help but tremble slightly. Finally, Franca dropped a bombshell. Don't think you can escape the hunt just because you can relocate. Let me tell you, Muggle's experience indicates that Loki and the others seem to have a way to track Research Society members within a certain range through some mystical connection. I'll share the specific method with everyone at the next official gathering. Black Earth gritted his teeth and said, There are too many details. I don't think I can recall them all in just a few hours. The other April Fool's team members nodded in agreement. Hela thought for a moment and replied, Go back. Write down all the details and send them to me. Remember, pack your belongings and stay at a motel or hotel at least 5 kilometers away. Bax and the others let out sighs of relief and agreed. Shortly after, Lumion noticed their eyes closing, as if they had fallen asleep while standing. He and Franca exchanged thoughtful glances and then realized that Madame Hela's eyes had lost focus before closing as well. After a moment, Hela opened her eyes and said to Lumion and Franca, There are no hidden Loki helpers or believers in the Celestial Worthy. This is a precaution in case Loki had risked leaving an accomplice to gather intelligence. Franca came to a realization. In the next instant, Black Earth, Bax, and the others awakened simultaneously, reciting the incantation discreetly as they left the ancient and decaying palace. Lumion dispelled the knee's face, took off the lie earring, and turned to Hela. Every time we use the incantation at a gathering, we should be tainted by the sealed artifact's concealment aura, right? Can we use this to track down Mad Lady and the others? Hela shook her head. They no longer have the corresponding auras. Clearly, she had tried it before. Lumion remained silent, exhaling slowly and silently. The trio left the nation of the Evernight and returned to the uninhabited mine beneath Trier. Hela put away the wraith beyond her characteristic and spoke to Lumion and Franca. If we can't uncover Loki and truly eliminate him, you can stay in Trier's market district for another 3 months at most. When that time comes, regardless of any unfinished business, you'll have to consider relocating. Why 3 months? Franca inquired, her confusion apparent. Staying even another week seemed perilous. Hela provided a simple explanation. While Loki has been resurrected with his Beyonder characteristics, he has lost all his marionettes. A marionettist won't rashly appear and attack others without a marionette, unless they are excessively confident and perceive you as weak. And you've already demonstrated significant strength. For a marionettist without a marionette, acquiring a suitable and powerful marionette requires planning, luck, and frequent replacements. You should have a window of 3 to 6 months. Understood, Franca replied, deciding to inform Madame Judgment that if no progress was made within 2 months, she would request permission to abandon the Iron and Blood Cross Order mission and relocate. Lumion nodded in agreement. He contemplated whether he could digest the pyromaniac potion within 3 months and gather the conspirer potion formula and main ingredients. At that moment, Hela pointed at Loki's mushy flesh, twisted maggots, and said, "The dead worms are excellent spiritual ingredients that can be used for many things. However, they also come with hidden issues. They have been corrupted to a certain extent, posing unknown dangers to you." Franca recalled her terrifying experience of almost becoming a marionette and shook her head, indicating she didn't want them. Lumion gazed at the countless maggots and the mushy flesh for a moment before suddenly summoning the crimson fireball floating on his shoulder. He directed it towards Loki's remains. Instead of exploding, the fireball ignited fiercely, casting a crimson glow. As he watched the maggots and flesh burn, Lumion felt as though he had digested the pyromaniac potion once more. This came from his experience of being controlled by Loki and using the near loss of control to ignite his own body, triggering the resonance of the Blood Emperor's aura. This led Lumion to formulate his own acting principle for pyromaniac. Pyromaniacs aren't arsonists. Only by daring to set themselves ablaze can they set others ablaze. The digestion of the pyromaniac potion progressed much faster than Lumion had expected. This quick reaction was likely due to the activation of Blood Emperor Alistitutor's aura without proper protection, akin to setting a blaze in Trier. The flames burned even the St. Vive Cathedral and the patriarchal cathedral of the god of steam and machinery church. Hela watched the flesh and maggots consumed by the crimson flames for a moment before turning to Franca. "Can we now discuss the clues about transmigration?" Franca tersely acknowledged her words and gathered her thoughts. Seal had previously attempted a unique summoning ritual, which inadvertently brought forth a shadow suspected to be from my homeland, the one I share with Muggle. He even formed a contract with this entity. After discovering this, I had Seal summon the shadow again to communicate with it. The shadow's language is remarkably similar to that of my homeland. When asked about its origin, it said, "The blood sun of heaven disrupted the netherworld, and the underworld Taoist sacrificed himself to enter the river." Franca translated the last sentence into Intijan. Hela listened attentively and then turned her gaze to Lumion. Could this be the apparition of Blood Emperor Alistitutor? Underworld Taoist was the one who dragged him back? "That's our hypothesis," Lumion replied succinctly, indicating that Franca was also aware of the Samaritan women's spring. There was no need for excessive secrecy. Underworld Taoist. Hela murmured the term softly. Franca continued to recount her and Lumion's theories, suspecting that the illusionary river behind the spring might connect to the original world of her and the curly-haired Baboons Research Society members. Hela remained silent, her dark eyes gleaming with a subtle brilliance, as though concealing a galaxy. "That covers most of it. Once we've dealt with the traitors in the Research Society, I'll share this information with everyone," Franca said after a brief pause. She also reminded Hela, apart from April Fools, Loki's allies might be lurking in other teams. They tend to participate in activities without playing pranks and only reveal themselves during crucial moments. Hela nodded slightly and replied, "I'll discuss how to handle this with Gandalf and the others." The woman then turned her gaze to Lumion. "If there's nothing else, I'll take you back to the surface." Lumion withdrew his gaze from the flames and let out a deep breath. "I'll take care of this." He crouched down and placed his hands in front of Loki's lifeless body. Rumble, accompanied by a muted explosion and a slight tremor in the ground. The earth, carrying flesh, blood, and maggots, suddenly sank into the mire and rocks. Franka nodded in realization. This way, any remaining corruption on Loki's corpse wouldn't be exposed to cave adventurers who might pass by later. She assisted in carrying the corpses of the two marionettes over, contemplating whether to collect the wraith's teeth and nails. These were excellent spiritual ingredients that could be used to forge Beyonder weapons. If the wraith had lost control and transformed into a monster, Franka wouldn't feel any psychological burden dealing with his corpse. However, he still retained his human form. Considering that she didn't lack offensive weapons or poison for coating them, Franka simply harvested the powder from the translucent wraith and absorbed its residual spirituality. After removing the clothes bestowed by the evil god and checking for any clues, Franka tossed the two corpses into the blazing pit. Once she had completed this task, she turned to Hela and asked with curiosity, "Madam Hela, have you advanced to Sequence 4 and become a demigod? Otherwise, how could she have subdued Loki so effortlessly?" "Yes," Hela confirmed with a nod. Franka pondered for a moment and probed further. "You used to follow the corpse collector pathway, but this time, you displayed the power of the Evernight pathway. Did you use a mystical item? Was it similar to using a sealed artifact to enable everyone to enter the nation of the Evernight in concealment and participate in the gathering?" The corpse collector pathway was also known as the Death pathway. Hela's voice was icy as she replied, "I've switched to Sequence 4 Night Watcher of the Evernight pathway." "Why?" Franka was intrigued by Hela's choice. While she had once contemplated switching to the neighboring Hunter pathway when advancing to Sequence 4, it was mainly to restore her body to its male form. Under usual circumstances, sticking to a single pathway until the end was generally the better choice. After all, the acting acquired in the earlier sequences were deeply ingrained in that pathway, making it easier and safer to become a Sequence 4 Beyonder of the same pathway. Of course, if one couldn't find the Sequence 4 potion formula and main ingredient for their pathway, they might consider switching to a neighboring pathway. It wouldn't necessarily lead to half-madness, and they could gain a mix of unique abilities. Franka had never seen any indication from Hela of wanting to switch pathways. When they discussed and exchanged information at the Research Society, Hela primarily focused on topics related to the corpse collector domain. Most of the materials and items gathered and sold were concentrated in this pathway. Could it be that the Sequence 4 potion formula, main ingredients, or corresponding rituals of the corpse collector pathway proved impractical? Franka speculated, drawing on her extensive knowledge of mysticism. Hela's pale face softened. She gazed into the darkness beyond the abandoned mine, her voice taking on a contemplative tone. "If I continued along the death pathway, the deity I believe in would eventually transform me into a crucial vessel for specific moments." At this point, Hela wore a rare smile and spoke with a distant look in her eyes. "It's already a challenge for her to maintain her humanity, so I shouldn't burden her any further." Franka was initially perplexed but began to grasp Madame Hela's reasoning for switching pathways. Hela gave her a brief look and added, "If I can advance to Sequence 3, I should either revert to the Death pathway or switch to the Warrior pathway. The upper ranks of the Evernight pathway are facing a severe resource shortage." Wow! Franka couldn't help but envision Hela wielding various sequence abilities from the Evernight, Corpse Collector, and Warrior pathways. She found it both impressive and formidable. She, too, felt a sense of excitement about the possibility of acquiring the abilities of a demoness and a hunter in the future. Meanwhile, Lumion incinerated Loki's mutated remains and filled the pit. Hela promptly obscured the area in darkness. When Lumion and Franka regained consciousness, they found themselves outside the abandoned mine near the entrance to underground Trier on Rue Anarchy. In the distance, They could hear faint movements coming from Rue de Blouse's Blanches. Phew, this is the most dangerous situation I've encountered since becoming a Beyonder, Franca said, exhaling deeply and speaking with emotion. If Loki hadn't used me as bait to lure you here, there's a high chance I would have become a marionette. Lumion tersely acknowledged her words and remained silent. He took a step forward and began to walk down the street. Franca followed him and asked curiously, "Did Loki say anything when he tried to disrupt your mind with his trash talk? Although many of his words may be lies, they might contain valuable information. For example, the suspicion that every member of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society possessed the lingering aura of the celestial worthy." Lumion remained silent for a few moments before responding. He recounted how they harmed Aurora, how they repeatedly disclosed her mental state and psychiatric treatment process, and how they shamelessly mocked her. His explanation was concise, but the simplicity of his words couldn't mask the anger that rose in him again. "Huh." Franca was initially surprised but quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "That psychiatrist, I know someone?" Lumion nodded slowly. Franca contemplated the situation carefully, her anger growing with each passing thought. "Damn it! How can they be so evil? I fully support you in tearing them apart, dismembering them, skinning them, and stuffing them with grass." After several seconds of contemplation, she unleashed a curse. Lumion remained silent, seemingly weighing the feasibility of such actions. Franca glanced at him and hesitantly suggested, "When you faced the other April Fool's team members earlier, you held back and didn't kill them directly." Lumion chuckled. "Why should I kill those idiots? It's more agonizing, humiliating, and regretful for these individuals who believe they're clever when they realize how Loki and the others manipulated them. It brings me greater satisfaction than killing them. In the future, whenever anyone mentions Loki, it will be akin to insulting their intelligence to their faces, and they won't be able to escape it." Franca breathed a sigh of relief. She said to Lumion, "Rue de Blouse's Blanches seems quite lively. I plan to stay at Jenna's tonight." "Heh. Yes. I'll be informing my Major Arcana card holder briefly about this matter. I'll convey that if Loki isn't completely eliminated within 2 months, I would like to request a transfer out of the Market District. You, too, can apply to take charge of the Iron and Blood Cross Orders branch elsewhere. I'll also write to my Major Arcana card holder," Lumion assured her, indicating that he wouldn't underestimate the potential harm Loki could cause. Lumion had always maintained a clear distinction between personal matters and official matters. Whether dealing with the Padre or investigating Loki, he had never considered seeking Madame Magician's assistance. However, this time, his use of the Blood Emperor's aura had caused quite a commotion, and it would be necessary to report it later. Seeing that Lumion remained rational, Franca felt at ease. She waved farewell and stealthily made her way toward Quartier du Jardin Botanique. Lumion averted his gaze and entered Aubaird's Du Coq door, walking along the still warm street. He had no desire to encounter the official Beyonders who might be searching for clues on Rue de Blouse's Blanches at this late hour. As he pushed open the door to room 207, Lumion spotted a figure inside. It was Madame Magician, dressed in an orange waist-length dress and holding a wide-brimmed hat adorned with flowers. "Were you waiting for me?" Lumion inquired almost instinctively. Magician smiled. "What else would I be doing? How did you know I would come back here?" Lumion closed the door. Magician smiled and said, "This is a revelation of fate. Now, tell me, why did you unleash the Blood Emperor's aura?" Lumion was taken aback. Did it cause a huge commotion? He knew that once the Blood Emperor's aura was activated, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of nearby official Beyonders and powerful figures. It would be akin to setting St. Vive Cathedral on fire. The commotion wouldn't be small, but he never expected this to catch the attention of Madame Magician, who didn't seem to be in Trier, for her to rush over. He had intended to write a letter and report this matter. Madame Magician nodded seriously. "Very. It even led some people to believe that the door to 4th Epic Trier had opened. The commotion is even greater than I had imagined." As expected of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, Lumion wasn't vexed or surprised. Instead, he calmly sat on the edge of the bed. It had already happened, so there was no point in feeling vexed or surprised. Moreover, even if he had to do it again, he would still do it. Lumion began recounting how he had posed as his sister to infiltrate the curly-haired baboon's research society and determine if there was anything amiss with the person who had sold her the soul-summoning spell. He continued until Loki lost control and died, but no Beyonder characteristics emerged. It was suspected that there was a way for him to revive. There was also the honorific name of an evil god that Hela and the Two of Cups had pieced together. Magician didn't interrupt, but the smile on her face had vanished at some point in time. Do I need to recite the honorific names 4 lines intermittently, or can I just say them? Lumion finally asked. Madame Magician's voice was calm as she replied, just say it. It won't be a problem as long as you don't use ancient Hermes, Jotun, and other unprotected Beyonder languages. Lumion subconsciously surveyed the room and realized that it had grown dimmer. Although the crimson moonlight could penetrate the glass window, it seemed to be obstructed by an invisible, soundproof, and deep curtain. He then repeated Franca's translated honorific name. With that said, he saw Madame Magician fall silent, as if she had transformed into a statue. What's wrong with that? Lumion probed. Magician pondered for a moment and looked at him. You're saying that you relied on the brink of losing control from your anger to trigger the resonance of the Blood Emperor's aura and create a commotion that can break through the 3 layers of the thin fog's concealment? That's right, Lumion replied, still feeling a lingering fear as he recalled the situation. Normally, once my emotions exceed the limit, I would recall the cues left behind by Madame Susie. However, even the corresponding memories became intermittent and vague, preventing the cues from having the desired effect. In fact, if I hadn't held out hope when I was first controlled and instead tried to activate the Blood Emperor's aura immediately, Loki probably wouldn't have been able to truly stop me. When the control deepened, it wouldn't have worked. I could only rely on such passive reactions. Madame Magician wore a thoughtful expression and didn't respond. Is there a problem with this part of the situation? Lumion asked bluntly. Magician nodded slightly and said, there's nothing wrong with this detail. It's very reasonable. It's a normal development of the situation back then. The problem is that you just obtained the Blood Emperor's aura not long ago, so it came in handy. Lumion was taken aback for a few seconds before blurting out. Could Amon have foreseen my encounter tonight by stuffing the earth blood or into my pocket? Is his purpose to help me? Help that nearly got me killed? This might be just one of the goals, and it's not his, Madame Magician said with a soft sigh. It's the goal of the one who's roughly equivalent to his father. Lumion was taken aback once more. The one the Aurora Order believes in. The one who inherited half of the ancient sun god's inheritance. For some reason, Mr. K's maniacal laughter echoed in his mind. Piousness is the only way out. Madame Magician muttered to herself. Previously, I thought I wanted to involve you more deeply in matters related to the Sauron family, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and the 4th Epic Trier. Now, it seems that I'll have to include disrupting that entity's plan. Seeing that Lumion still didn't understand why it involved the deity believed in by the Aurora Order, Magician explained, do you remember when you thought accepting another major arcana card holder's commission was a normal and reasonable matter? You didn't need to tell me? I remember, Lumion replied, not seeing any problem with that. It's true that I made a mistake, but it has nothing to do with that person. It's a manifestation of my true thoughts. Madame Magician chuckled. Coincidentally, I didn't meet Miss Justice during that time, so there was an information gap. Lumion's eyes flickered as he caught a whiff of a conspiracy. Madame Magician continued, the combination of 2 coincidences might not be coincidental. Think about the complete honorific name of that entity. I can't recall, Lumion admitted. Madame Justice made a psychological cue. I can only recall it if I pray for Mr. Fool's angelic protection. There's no rush. When you can recall, you'll naturally understand the source of the problem. Magician warned him simply. You have to be vigilant once you encounter too many coincidences. Lumion nodded solemnly. Madam Magician consoled him. There's no need to be too nervous, let alone reject contact with Mr. K. This time, with that entity's arrangement so obvious, he's telling us that he knows, that he is watching and listening. This also means that he holds no ill intentions for the time being. Otherwise, not only would you be finished, but I would also be in danger. Lumion was burdened with numerous issues. He couldn't afford to fret at such a high level. It was pointless to fret. After all, he relied on the Tarot Club the most. He then inquired, Madam, which evil god does Loki and company believe in? Only by clarifying the evil god's domain and characteristics could he better guard against and deal with his believers in the future. Magician fell silent for several seconds, so silent that even a beyonder as bold as Lumion couldn't help but feel his heart race. Eventually, she let out a sigh and remarked, Actually, I have mentioned that evil god to you. Ha! Lumion had no impression of such a thing. Madam Magician fell silent for a few seconds before saying, I've told you before, Mr. Fool is facing off against an ancient deity. This outcome holds the power to shape our destinies and determine whether our world can survive the impending apocalypse. That ancient deity is known as the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. It's actually Mr. Fool's enemy. Lumion hadn't anticipated such a revelation. Me branded by Mr. Fool, Aurora, possibly brought to this world by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Loki and his associates, who are devout followers of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, sold the soul-summoning spell to Aurora, triggering a series of catastrophic events. Mr. Fool is in direct opposition to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. A torrent of information flooded Lumion's mind, leaving him feeling like he was on the verge of unraveling a truth that was still missing crucial details. Madam Magician pondered for a moment before continuing. I've also mentioned that if you address Mr. Fool using anything other than his three-lined honorific name or attempt to invoke him without following the proper ritual, I can't guarantee that he will be the one who responds. It might even lead to perilous encounters. Now I can offer you a clear answer. Under those circumstances, the response you receive could very well be from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Praying to Mr. Fool in an incorrect manner might gain a response from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Lumion was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. His head felt like it was about to burst. Then a crucial detail caught his attention. The title, The King of Yellow and Black, in Mr. Fool's honorific name, bore a striking resemblance to Franca's translation of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. With this revelation, a chilling sensation washed over Lumion. He hesitated for a few seconds before deciding to inquire, What's the connection between Mr. Fool and the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? Madam Magician offered a wry smile in response. What I know isn't that detailed or precise. For example, after the Aurora Order believes in inherited half of the ancient sun god's inheritance, the ancient sun god was resurrected in some way. Lumion grasped the general idea and let out a relieved sigh. It seems to mirror Aurora's association with Roche Louise Sanson. This facilitated his understanding. Madam Magician seemed taken aback. Almost instinctively, she reached out as if attempting to retrieve a drink from thin air, but she restrained herself in the end. Lumion recounted the entire incident, a hint of pain and deep confusion in his voice. What could this celestial worthy be planning? Aurora was just a sequence 7. Even if Roche Louise Sanson and her family are devout followers of inevitability, they wouldn't be able to do anything of significance. Madam Magician sighed once more. Perhaps he intends to hasten the arrival of the apocalypse and allow the evil gods beyond the barrier to invade more easily. In that case, in order to protect this world and us, its inhabitants, Mr. Fool might consider abandoning the confrontation and permitting the celestial worthy's return intact. Lumion listened in a daze, a sudden thought racing through his mind. What would happen if Mr. Fool indeed chose to stop resisting the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? Magician didn't delve further into the topic. I can't share more information at this moment. In short, Pursuing Loki and his associates is both your personal vendetta and a shared mission of our tarot club. If you're confident, take action on your own. If not, feel free to seek assistance from other major arcana card holders at any time to eliminate the minions of the celestial worthy to the best of your ability. With that, the woman stood up, and the room suddenly transformed into a celestial spectacle, filled with twinkling stars. It felt as if Lumion had been transported into the vast and dazzling cosmos. The stars revolved continuously, as if conveying a message. Madam Magician observed them for a moment before remarking, "It's true that divination doesn't reveal Loki's whereabouts or identity after his resurrection, and the others lack sufficient information. Once Hela has organized the relevant data, provide me with a copy." Lumion was also waiting with anticipation for the abandoned April Fool's team members to recall useful details. He nodded and replied, "Got it." Madam Magician fixed her gaze on him for a few moments, lost in thought. "In the future, if I assign you a mission that seems clearly problematic, you have the option to either reject it or discuss it face-to-face with me, while discreetly reaching out to other major arcana card holders." "Why?" Lumion was a little confused. By doing so, isn't Madam Magician implying that something might happen to her? Magician chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Because I'm a high-risk individual, susceptible to the influence of the celestial worthy. The celestial worthy holds the highest position in the seer, marauder, and apprentice pathways. The higher the corresponding beyonder sequence, the more susceptible one is to his influence. Everyone carries an oldest one within them, you see. And as a high-level beyonder of the apprentice pathway and a believer in the Fool, it's natural for me to occasionally be led astray, fooled, or deceived by the celestial worthy. Of course, Mr. Fool himself also stands at the pinnacle of these three pathways, which is why he opposes the celestial worthy. So, you need not worry about me. Most of the time, I'm under Mr. Fool's influence. There won't be anything wrong with my condition, but occasional anomalies might occur. It's akin to praying without a ritual or invoking a name beyond those 3 lines. All of that can draw the celestial worthy's attention and invite his response, potentially planting hidden dangers. High-ranking individuals in the seer, marauder, and apprentice pathways are closer to the celestial worthy and Mr. Fool. Even if one follows all the usual procedures, there's still a chance that something might go wrong. Lumion grasped Madam Magician's instructions before realizing that her words were revealing mysticism information that defied common sense. Mr. Fool and the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings could simultaneously hold the pinnacle of 3 pathways. Normally, reaching sequence 0 in a pathway marked one as a true god. So what title did the individual at the peak of 3 pathways bear? A great existence? For the first time, Lumion began to comprehend that Mr. Fool and the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings might surpass even true gods like the eternal blazing sun. Similarly, Amon's father, the ancient sun god, must belong to this echelon. After all, half of his inheritance had given rise to the one the Aurora Order believed in. Soon, Lumion remembered Madam Magician's distinct descriptions of different deities. Merely knowing of their existence and invoking their honorific names could corrupt certain deities, causing them to undergo mutations or face peril. Some deities could be mentioned in general terms, as long as one refrained from uttering their honorific names beyond the 3 lines of beyonder language, thus avoiding attracting their attention. This likely represents the division among deities. Mr. Fool and the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings occupy 3 neighboring and interchangeable pathways. Is this a hidden requirement for mastering a composite pathway? Lumion dared not probe further, fearing that knowing too much might lead to unintended consequences. As for Madam Magician belonging to the apprentice pathway, he had anticipated it. Aurora's grimoires had mentioned that sequence 9 apprentices in this pathway excelled at opening doors. Sequence 7s were known as astrologers, aligning with Madame Magician's usual behavior and her occasional references to astrology, divination, and fate. "Understood," Lumion replied. He went on to explain his plan. If he failed to eliminate Loki within 2 months, he intended to use the Iron and Blood Cross Order's internal processes to relocate from the market district, as well as the problem about concealing the sealed mark on his body. Magician was very understanding. No problem. Although you can also write to me and use yourself as bait, Loki might have the patience to wait a few more months, and I can't always be with you. As for the issue of the seal, if you don't actively activate it, only Beyonders of the Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathways who believe in the celestial worthy can sense it directly. This is different from the uncontrollable aura of the celestial worthy. If you need something quickly, seek angelic protection from Mr. Fool or write to me. I'll craft a charm that can safeguard secrets. That's the best way to manage the celestial worthy's aura on the Two of Cups for now. Fortunately, evil gods like the Mother Tree of Desire no longer pay special attention to people like them. Lumion breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, "Can I share the information you just mentioned about the celestial worthy with the Two of Cups?" Magician declined his request, explaining, "Her major arcana card holder will give her a simplified explanation, but it won't be as clear as what I just said. She doesn't know enough either. If you reveal everything I shared with you, it could put her in danger." Lumion didn't press further and watched as Madam Magician used starlight to create a dreamy door. She stepped through it and disappeared. The room's soundproof glass receded to its original state, and the crimson moonlight poured through the window, casting a glow on the table with the carbide lamp. Lumion settled by the bed, his mind racing, and he couldn't help but recall Loki's description of his exploits against Aurora. Taking a deep breath, he decided on his next course of action. Digesting the pyromaniac potion. Quartier du Jardin Botanique, Rue Pasteur. As dawn broke, Franca and Jenna made their way back to the market district along this street. For the time being, Franca hadn't figured out how to broach the subject of the dangerous situation from last night with Jenna. She used the excuse that Jenna's brother was at home and might overhear them, so she decided to delay the conversation until tonight. When they returned to Avenue du Marquet, Jenna waved goodbye and headed towards Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. However, before she could enter the modified brick-red three-story building, she noticed graffiti in a corner, almost resembling the work of a child. It served as a sign that the purifiers were calling for an urgent meeting, complete with time and location details. Jenna naturally averted her gaze and entered Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. After about 15 minutes, in her role as the boss's lover, she left through the back door without any hindrance and arrived at a secluded alley near Église Saint-Robert. Before long, Valentine and Imra appeared. The former didn't waste time with pleasantries and got straight to the point, asking, "Have you received any news about the terrifying aura from last night?" Jenna was perplexed. "What terrifying aura? You didn't sense it?" Imra, who had some southern continent heritage, inquired with a furrowed brow. "You didn't experience any nightmares?" Jenna shook her head. "I wasn't in the market district last night. I went home to visit my brother." "Is that so?" Imra examined Jenna's expression and concluded that she was telling the truth. She genuinely had no knowledge of the terrifying aura. The two purifiers briefly recounted the sudden appearance of a terrifying and violent aura on Rue de Blanches the previous night, urging Jenna to be more vigilant towards anyone displaying unusual behavior lately. Jenna agreed and asked with curiosity, "Was that aura very noticeable? Why were you able to sense it even from the cathedral?" "It's hard to describe," Imra admitted. "If you ever have the chance to experience it, you'll understand." He himself couldn't fully grasp the extent of the influence of the terrifying aura. After bidding farewell to the two purifiers and returning to Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, Jenna's thoughts turned to Franca, who had acted strangely last night. She had cryptically mentioned danger and advised Jenna to go home for a while. Eventually, she had come to share her bed late at night, explaining that something had occurred on Rue de Blanches and that she couldn't return. That terrifying aura had appeared on Rue de Blanches. Jenna nodded, piecing things together. Meanwhile, Franca finished her coffee and returned to her apartment on Rue de Blanches, which had returned to its usual state. However, upon opening the door to apartment 601, she noticed that the invisible spider silk she had concealed in the crack had fallen. This could only mean one thing. Someone had entered. In the next instant, she spotted someone sitting in her recliner. It was Gardner Martin, a man with distinct facial features, brownish-red eyes, and a genial demeanor. A few gray strands of hair adorned his temples. Startled, Franca exclaimed, "Why are you here?" She was relieved that she hadn't returned with Lumion. Gardner Martin asked, bemused, "What's your take on the aura from last night?" "What aura?" Franca was perplexed. Gardner Martin, dressed in a formal suit without a bow tie, examined Franca closely and explained, "A terrifying aura reeking of blood and rust." "When did this happen?" Franca recalled and shook her head. "I was at Jenna's house last night. I wasn't in the market district." Gardner Martin nodded slowly and smiled. "No wonder you didn't sense it. Apart from Seal, Madame Hella, and me dealing with Loki, did anything else happen last night?" Franca walked to the coffee table in confusion, picked up her cup, and took a sip of water. "What happened?" Gardner Martin stood up and approached the window, looking down at Rue de Blouse's Blanches. "Late last night, a violent and terrifying aura emerged from Building 6 on this street. It lasted nearly 10 seconds. Building 6? Building 6? Franca nearly choked on her own saliva. "Isn't that the safe house I had rented through a lone merchant who had already left Trier? Isn't that where I fought Loki last night? Could Madame Hella or Loki have caused the commotion? Or was it Seal?" Franca quickly regained her composure before Gardner Martin turned around. She felt as though she had missed many crucial details due to her fainting. Rue Anarchy, a Baird's du Coq d'Or. Lumion, who had just returned from his morning exercises, had just changed into fresh clothes and was making his way to the first-floor hall when he encountered Anthony Reed, who had been deeply engrossed in his investigation regarding General Philip's widow and child. The psychiatrist glanced at Lumion and inquired, "What happened in the market district last night? I've had numerous individuals attempting to buy information related to it from me." Lumion chuckled. Perhaps a strange aura erupted from Rue de Blouse's Blanches. Anthony Reed, the middle-aged psychiatrist, observed Lumion's smile and mused, "Your performance suggests that this matter is personal to you. Damn it, you can tell from that?" Lumion had thought his smile, expression, and body language appeared normal. His response hadn't been exceptional, but he hadn't made any obvious mistakes. Anthony Reed continued, "Your smile and actions betrayed a sense of smugness, and your reaction tells me this matter is deeply intertwined with you. Could it be discerned even without mind reading?" It wasn't until that moment that Lumion realized his seemingly ordinary expressions and actions might conceal hidden information in the eyes of a psychiatrist. Anthony Reed calmly advised, "I'm telling you directly how I've interpreted your cues. In the future, when you find yourself facing a psychiatrist and wish to deceive them, it's best to prepare your emotions in advance and mentally rehearse your narrative as if it were genuine. If you'd rather not discuss the strange aura on Rue de Blouse's Blanches, that's perfectly fine. I don't have the energy to gather information and trade it for money." Lumion contemplated Anthony's words and nodded gently. He then inquired, "How's your investigation into General Philip going? Do you require our assistance?" Anthony Reed glanced around, confirming there were no passers-by in the hall at this late hour, and Madame Fels was at a considerable distance. He whispered, "General Philip's widow, child, and his closest friends during his lifetime don't seem to be a concern. They are leading normal lives. However, I've discovered that General Philip's widow donates a substantial sum to a charitable organization called Dream Seekers every quarter. The total donation amounts to nearly half of their apparent family assets." Lumion pondered for a moment and asked, "Quite generous. What can you tell me about the Dream Seekers charity?" Anthony Reed replied, "That's the subject of my next investigation. At present, I only know that their mission is to assist talented young individuals who have come to Trier to pursue their dreams but have encountered temporary hardships. They are not affiliated with the two churches or established by government entities. It's a private charity primarily funded by donations from high society." Lumion smiled and issued a warning with a hint of mockery. "Be cautious when delving into the Dream Seekers. Of course, if you happen to be reckless, it won't matter. At the very least, I'm already aware that if you were to suddenly vanish or meet an untimely demise, the source of the trouble likely stems from that charitable organization. Anthony Reed stroked his light yellow hair. Don't worry. I'm timid and value my life. I duck for cover at the sound of gunfire. If I ever sense danger, I won't be too proud to seek your assistance. Besides, this is what you promised me. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, Guillaume Binet's wife has been residing at 20 Rue de Terraces in the Library District and hasn't attempted to relocate. I've bribed some ordinary folks around her. Recently, they've informed me that a mysterious man occasionally visits her late at night, raising suspicions of an affair. Condiment Beauty Paulina, her decision to stay put on Rue de Terraces likely means she feels more secure now. Combined with the neighborhood rumors, there's a strong likelihood that she has re-established contact with Bouvard Pontpiro of the Sinners Organization. Lumian smiled once more. Instruct your informants to compile a summary of the mysterious man's visitation patterns. This way we can catch them in the act more precisely. It was imperative to apprehend the sinner's liaison, Bouvard Pontpiro. Only then could Lumian hope to trace the sinner's organization and locate Roche-Louise Sanson's family. Initially, he had hoped to start his investigation with the Sanson family name, possibly targeting Jacques Sanson, who had once run for parliament in the Market District. However, he soon realized that Sanson was a common surname in Intis, and Jacques Sanson's family connections appeared straightforward. There were no apparent issues on the surface, and there were no reports of disappearances involving his sister, daughter, or other relatives. After much contemplation, Lumian concluded that, for the time being, his focus needed to shift to the Sinners, an organization dedicated to the belief in inevitability. His goal was to locate someone connected to the original Aurora's body. He couldn't shake the feeling that there were still mysteries surrounding Loki and the others who had targeted Aurora. It was impossible that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings had directly sent a revelation instructing Loki and the others to guide Muggle into using the soul-summoning spell on herself, right? Such a direct involvement didn't align with the typical status of a deity, and considering the celestial worthy's ongoing conflict with Mr. Fool, his condition shouldn't be that favorable. Moreover, Aurora had never participated in the April Fool's team's real-life gatherings. How then could Loki determine that her original body was a follower of an evil god? Lumian contemplated two possibilities. Either Aurora had long been tormented by Roche-Louise Sanson's lingering will and sought help from I Know Someone, inadvertently revealing her secret and drawing their attention, or one of the core members of the April Fool's team had a close connection to the Sinners organization and stumbled upon the matters related to Roche-Louise Sanson. Anthony Reed nodded in approval as he observed Lumian's patience in waiting for the mysterious man who had visited Guillaume Binet's wife to provide more clues. Avenue du Marquet, Salle de Bal Brise. Just as Lumian reached the staircase, he spotted Sarkota waiting there. The boss is upstairs, Sarkota whispered. He had been a part of Baron Brignay's operation for a long time, but he had no inkling about the true identity of the elusive boss of the Savoy mob. By the time Seal had taken over Salle de Bal Brise, the boss had made 2 visits. What's the boss doing here? Lumian's mind raced as he quickly recalled the events of the past 2 days. A rough idea began to form. Ascending the staircase to the 2nd floor, he spotted Gardner Martin, impeccably dressed in formal attire, sans bow tie, leisurely savoring his coffee. Gardner Martin put down his cup and asked with a smile, "Where did you go?" Lumian responded with candor. "I had a chat with Anthony Reed, the information broker. I assigned him a mission, keeping tabs on the widow of Guillaume Binet, the enemy I just dispatched, and observing her associates. I suspect that Guillaume Binet might be backed by a secret organization that worships an evil deity." Gardner Martin chuckled and remarked, "You're not leaving any room for mercy, are you? You're even more ruthless than I thought." "Yes, we can enlist the authorities' assistance to deal with these secret organizations of evil gods." Without allowing Lumian a chance to reply, he inquired further, "Did you sense that menacing and terrifying presence last night?" Lumian nodded honestly. "I felt it. I was present at the scene," recalling the sensation coursing through his veins when he resonated with the Blood Emperor's aura. He added, Back then, my blood seemed to be on fire. I wanted to investigate the origin of that aura. But the official Beyonders were quicker and sealed off Rue de Blouse's blanches. Gardner Martin appreciated Lumien's forthrightness. When the official Beyonders are less vigilant, pay a visit to 6 Rue de Blouse's blanches and do some digging. You might stumble upon something. All right, Lumien agreed readily. A return to the crime scene promised its own brand of intrigue. Late at night, 3 Rue de Blouse's blanches. Apartment 601, Franca's room. Sitting beside the typewriter and radio transceiver, the demoness of pleasure perused the information before turning to Jenna, who sat by her bedside. The gist of the matter is that Seal has stumbled upon a new enemy. This guy is a Sequence 5 marionettist of the Seer Pathway, a member of Bureau 8. He's sinister and powerful. Not only did he detect our surveillance, but he also traced us back and launched an ambush. Franca skipped over the part about the curly-haired Baboons Research Society and recounted the entire incident. In this narrative, Hellas' identity had been that of a formidable Beyonder hired through a mysticism gathering. Franca spread her hands and said, I was out cold and unaware of the terrifying and violent aura that permeated the scene. When I came to, we were all underground. The marionettist, who went by the code name Loki, was already dead. Seal was incinerating his body, and that woman was watching. Jenna was astounded by the capabilities and performance of a marionettist. She tensed, feeling the summer night grow colder. Seeing Jenna's reaction, Franca seized the moment to add, but there's something even more chilling. She proceeded to recount everything she knew, sending shivers down Jenna's spine. Jenna involuntarily took a few steps closer to Franca. Damn it. What else have you guys been up to that I don't know about? Jenna mustered her courage, spewing out a few choice expletives. It's not us, it's Seal. Franca was about to delve into the horror when a message crackled through the radio transceiver. The intricate analyzer automatically translated it, spitting out a piece of paper through a connected mechanical typewriter. Franca picked it up and saw it was from 007. Hidden Blade. Do you have any information about the terrifying aura in the Market District last night? Franca typed out her response. I don't reside in the Market District. Why would I know anything about it? 007 quickly replied. Most of the information you provide and the favors you ask from me are related to or within the vicinity of the Market District. If you haven't set foot there in the past 6 months, I'll eat my own hat. Franca chuckled dryly and responded, under Jenna's watchful gaze. I do have some knowledge about this incident, but I can't spill the beans right now. You'll get the scoop at our next gathering. As Franca conversed with 007, Lumien was resting in room 207 of the Auberge du Coq d'Or. For the moment, he refrained from finding any acting possibilities. Despite having received treatment from Madame Hella and no longer teetering on the brink of losing control, as well as the auto-recovery at 6 a.m., there were lingering mental issues that required time and rest to slowly mend. Additionally, he needed to wait for Madame Hella to extract confessions from the April Fool's team members. Just before midnight, the pure silver skull emerged from the shadows, its teeth gripping a thick stack of papers. Lumien expressed his gratitude and took the stack of papers. He lit the carbide lamp and quickly skimmed through the confessions. Hella had already thoroughly read through them and had made notes on the essential information. This saved Lumien a lot of time. Besides, he didn't know much about the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's history. If he were the one making the choice, he might struggle to grasp the key points accurately. After nearly an hour of reading, Lumien had a rough understanding of the overall situation. There aren't many April Fool's members, and they don't meet often or play pranks frequently. They mainly operate in 3 areas: Trier, the coastal province of Gaia in the Phaenopotter Kingdom, and the West Balam region of the southern continent. The core members involved in the gatherings in Trier are Loki, I Know Someone, and Mad Lady. In the Gaia province, during the sea prayer rituals at Port Santa, the April Fool's team members who pulled pranks were Bard, Ultraman, and Mad Lady. Bard and Ultraman incited local college students to march in Torres, the capital of Gaia province, In the pranks that took place in the southern continent's West Balam, the core members involved were Hisoka and Mad Lady. At a private gathering in Trier, Loki jokingly mentioned that he had inherited an ancient castle. At another Trier gathering, I know someone suddenly felt inspired and wanted to hypnotize certain psychiatrists to make them conceive a solution to treat certain mental illnesses by destroying the frontal lobe. Madame Susie's accusation of malicious treatment that would forever calm patients turns out to be a prank by I know someone. That's true. Only someone from another world could skip previous speculations and come up with such an idea. His sole purpose was to see if the psychiatrists of this world were as foolish, bigoted, and despicable as to create an absurd tragedy that would leave a mark on medical history. The dozens or hundreds of patients who had completely lost their souls would never expect their tragic encounter to stem from an inhumane prank. Loki and I know someone are worse than I imagined. Lumion couldn't help but shake his head as he read the last page of the confessions. He believed that he had already witnessed the worst side of humanity during his tramp days. People had committed heinous acts for food, to escape trouble, to vent their emotions. They had murdered other tramps, sold companions to the mines while they were asleep, abducted children from the streets, bullied the weak, and humiliated them in various ways. Some had formed gangs and chased away other tramps every day, turning a blind eye to their suffering. But now, Lumion realized that these evils were clearly inferior to those of Loki, I know someone, and the other core members of April Fools. They were on a whole other level. Even demons from the abyss would have to address them as godfathers when they see them. Compared to them, the Padre can be considered a saint. Lumion muttered, setting fire to these people repeatedly in his mind. He exhaled and extracted useful information from these confessions and Madame Hellas markings. At least 8 members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society are suspected to have perished as a direct or indirect result of pranks by the April Fool's team. I know someone, like Loki, participates in every private gathering in Trier, but he has never been to Fenapotter's Gaia province or West Balam. This suggests he likely resides in Trier as well. Similarly, Bard and Ultraman are suspected to be in Fenapotter's Gaia province. Hisoka is located in the southern continent's West Balam. Mad Lady participates in private gatherings everywhere, and these gatherings occur within a month after an agreement is made. This implies that Mad Lady has a teleportation-like ability or item. The joke about Loki inheriting the ancient castle aligns with his dream. Perhaps I can start with investigating the appearance of the ancient castle to find Loki's whereabouts. I know someone displayed extensive medical knowledge at gatherings, not limited to the psychological domain. He was either a formidable general practitioner before transmigrating or possessed the body of a senior doctor. Could such a person be usually a doctor in disguise? He has the qualifications and ability to impersonate and earn a large sum of money. Bard loves to collect Emperor Rosel's diary pages and mock him in various ways. Could he have written Emperor Rosel's secret chronicles? Ultraman and Hisoka keep a relatively low profile during the gatherings, leaving no details worth pondering. Based on this information, Lumion finalized his next course of investigation. Firstly, he wanted to find the ancient castle from Loki's dream. Secondly, he aimed to delve into the medical profession, seeking clues about I know someone. Thirdly, he planned to wait for the next gathering to confirm whether the author of Emperor Rosel's secret chronicles was among the current Research Society members before pursuing the original author. As for the others, he would consider them after dealing with these matters and gaining something more valuable. Lumion summoned the Rabbit of Knowledge and had it copy the information before sending it to Madame Magician. What's this? Jenna looked at the pure silver skull emerging from the darkness, a little afraid to meet the pale white flames in its eye sockets. Franca smiled awkwardly and said, "This is the messenger of that formidable lady. She helped us organize the accomplices' statements." Franca snatched the thick piece of paper from the skull's mouth, not wanting Jenna to see the first-hand information. Revealing it would expose the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Jenna looked at the pure silver skull disappearing into the darkness and asked in confusion and curiosity, "What's a messenger?" "It's like a postman in the world of mysticism. It's a postman for private use, Franca explained simply. Jenna shifted her gaze to Franca. Do you have one? Franca fell silent. This can only be obtained by a specific pathway at a specific sequence or with their help. Oh, you don't? Jenna deciphered Franca's words. Intrigued, she asked. At which sequence in the demoness pathway does one need to reach before they can have a messenger? Franca fell silent again. Not even at sequence for that I know of. With that, she muttered under her breath. You can switch to the hunter pathway with your provocative abilities. Jenna chuckled and thought for a moment. The last time I helped Seal read about spirit world creatures, I seem to have noticed a description of a few spirit world creatures that said they were suitable as messengers. Can we summon them and sign a messenger contract? No, it's not impossible. Franca suddenly realized that she could use Mr. Fool's power to summon creatures from the spirit world and ask him to be a witness to the contract, just like Seal's contract ability. Seeing Franca deep in thought, Jenna waited silently. After a moment, Franca nodded slowly. I've come up with an idea. We'll try it later. She then said to Jenna, I'll sort out these statements. Don't stay up too late. You still have to go to Theatre de l'Ancien Cage, a Pigeons tomorrow morning. Jenna didn't inquire further and left Franca's bedroom. Franca let out a sigh of relief and took a telegram that had just been received. It also came from 007. Hidden Blade, when are you moving out of the market district? Ever since you arrived here, all kinds of troubles have been happening one after another. I'm about to become a real 007. I suspect you're the walking source of disaster. Eft. Franca spat and muttered to herself. Is the problem me? It's Seal. Ever since Lumion arrived in the market district, her life hadn't been as leisurely as before. The incident with Loki had just subsided, and the small cracks on her skin had yet to fully heal. She had to go to Trocadero tomorrow afternoon to interact with the participants of the Red House Cafe's female orgy, and the woman suspected to be a member of the Demoness sect. Around 9 a.m., Lumion, having completed his morning exercise and breakfast, found himself with a rare moment of leisure. On the Iron and Blood Cross Order's side, he awaited Pufersaron's next summoning. Concerning the Sinner's organization, he patiently gathered information without alerting the occasional mysterious visitor. Anthony Reed would handle matters related to Hugues Artois, but his assistance wasn't needed yet. It proved challenging to discreetly tail Franca during the Bliss Society investigations as she needed to make contact with the Demoness sect. Lumion had leads on Loki's ancient castle and I know someone, but lacked a clear breakthrough. After careful consideration, Lumion decided that acting as a pyromaniac was the best course of action. However, the market district was in a delicate state, closely monitored by numerous high-ranking individuals. Finding a safe opportunity was crucial. Should I take the opportunity to report to Mr. K and inquire if he has a suitable mission for me to act as a pyromaniac? Lost in thought, he walked past the Salle de Grist mill on Rue Anarchy's other side. The establishment was under Lumion's ownership, currently overseen by the bounty hunter Lugano Toscano and Louis of the Savoy mob. After a brief moment of reflection, Lumion decided to enter the Salle de Grist mill. The dance hall was closed at that time, and every waiter greeted Lumion respectfully but kept their distance. Lumion quickly spotted Lugano Toscano, the well-built bounty hunter with sharp features, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He was dressed in a simple formal suit and a black top hat. Holding a magazine, he smiled at Lumion. "Boss, what brings you here?" Lumion didn't respond immediately. His attention was drawn to the magazine in Lugano's hand. "What magazine are you reading?" "Basics of Medicine," Lugano replied, displaying the book. "Basics of Medicine." Lumion's eyebrows twitched. "Why are you reading such books?" He could understand if it was the first aid manual. Lugano smiled and explained, "My next sequence is Doctor. Although the potion will directly grant me corresponding beyonder powers, having more medical knowledge will enhance my abilities. Plus, I aim to pose as a genuine doctor to earn some extra income." Stumbling on the acting method coincidentally, "Doctor?" Lumion's heart stirred as he asked, Have you ever heard of frontal lobe removal surgery? Lugano cast a puzzled glance at Lumion. You've heard about this surgery too? After a moment of thought, he forced a smile. As expected of you. You're knowledgeable and have a wide range of interests. You even know about such cutting-edge surgeries. Seems like you know a lot. Lumion brushed off Lugano's ingratiation. Lugano nodded quickly. I've read in several magazines that doctors believe the essence of such surgery is to destroy the patient's brain, and it's irreversible. In other words, while it appears to cure the patient's madness, it leaves him with lower intelligence and eternally calm, devoid of emotional fluctuations. They believe that if we don't use this surgery, there's still a chance of recovery from the madness through other methods. But once they become stupid, there's no hope of recovery. Intis still has many doctors with high academic standards who dare to speak the truth. Their professional ethics aren't bad either. Lumion nodded inwardly. After confirming that Lugano had a certain understanding of the medical world, he casually asked, "Any strange medical cases recently?" Lugano pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just as Lumion was about to change the subject, Lugano added, "If you insist on something strange, there's a folklore that's been trending on a small scale recently." Medical-related folklore? Lumion discerned the underlying meaning in Lugano's words. Lugano, with his brown hair and eyes, replied with a smile. Sort of. It's probably because a group of Trier citizens believe that the blood shed by a death row inmate carries the last vestiges of life's resilience. If you eat some bread dipped in it, it can treat various illnesses. This infuriated many medical columnists, who called it a retro, bloody, and foolish act. In comparison, going to the cathedral to seek protection might be more effective. Why haven't I heard of such folklore? Lumion found the Trier citizens' actions indescribable. They weren't just foolish. Lugano chuckled. Boss, that's normal. I've never heard of it before either. It's a folklore that only appeared in the past 2 to 3 months. Perhaps it's brought about by some foreigners. More and more people are believing it. Lumion chatted with the bounty hunter, who had saved up to purchase the Dr. Main ingredient, for a while longer, gaining a vague understanding of Trier's medical world. Shortly before noon, having filled his stomach, he turned onto Rue de Blouses Blanches and entered apartment 3. Throughout this process, Lumion didn't conceal his curiosity. He carefully examined 6 Rue de Blouses Blanches, but found no traces. He knocked on apartment 601's door and tossed the lie earring to Franca, whose flaxen-colored hair was tied up in a simple ponytail. This companion had to interact with the demonist sect in the afternoon again. She had to revert to her previous appearance. What took you so long? Franca precisely caught the silver earring. Didn't you receive the information from Madame Hella? I've been waiting for you to come and discuss it. A soft chuckle escaped Lumion's lips. Why are you even more anxious than me? After closing the door, he sat on the sofa and recounted the key information and corresponding guesses he had extracted from the information. Franca chimed in from time to time, offering her opinions. Towards the end, Lumion recounted the bounty hunter Lugano Toscano's description of Trier's medical world and the strange folklore. Franca's expression turned odd. Is there a problem? Lumion wasn't alarmed but delighted. Franca confirmed succinctly. The rumor that eating bread stained with the blood of death row inmates can treat illnesses is very similar to ancient folklore back home, but that was many years ago. Ever since education was made universal, such folklore has basically disappeared. In the original folklore, steamed buns dyed red by the blood of death row inmates could treat severe lung ailments, provided they were eaten while they were still hot. Lumion raised his right eyebrow. He had found the strange folklore giving him an indescribable feeling. It felt like a prank. This was the style of April Fools. I know someone came up with it? Lumion suddenly felt a surge of excitement. A psychiatrist capable of hypnosis could make such folklore appear and spread without anyone knowing. Franca nodded solemnly. I know someone is also from your sister's and my homeland. Otherwise, your sister wouldn't have trusted him and sought treatment for her psychological problems. His code name and the language he knows bear witness to this. Besides him and Black Earth, the other members of April Fools might not be aware of that ancient folklore. Loki doesn't know either? Lumion asked in surprise. I'm not sure. Franca frowned. I'm not familiar with him, and he has never revealed his identity as a fellow countryman. If he hadn't recited the four-lined honorific name in the language of your sister and me, I wouldn't have known that he knew it. I always thought that their team's Emperor Roselle diary entries were translated by I Know Someone and Black Earth. A mischievous grin curved Lumion's lips. If it's really a folklore prank created by I Know Someone, I'll go to the execution ground in the prison district and watch. The prison district, also known as Quartier du Red Hat, officially numbered 4, was one of the oldest urban districts. It boasted Intis's most renowned prison, Saint-Mar Prison, hence the district's name. Near Saint-Mar Prison stood one of Trier's busiest execution grounds, Royce Comprehensive Execution Ground. Be careful. Psychiatrists are more cautious than marionettists, Franca warned. Although I Know Someone wasn't a beyonder of the seer, marauder, or apprentice pathways and couldn't discover the seal on Lumion's body even if he believed in the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, Lumion still felt that he couldn't be careless. He got back the lie earring and briefly changed his appearance. He was worried that the resurrected Loki had already communicated with I Know Someone about his and Franca's real appearance. Franca took back the lie earring and asked curiously, "What was up with that terrifying aura from that day?" Lumion chuckled. "We'll need to start with Madame Hella and me searching for the Samaritan Women's Spring." Franca was taken aback for a moment before cursing. "Damn it! How many details did you leave out?" "It depends on when it comes up." Lumion briefly mentioned how the Blood Emperor's aura had corroded his flesh. Franca had already forgotten her anger. She carefully observed Lumion's raised right palm and finally noticed the indistinct marks that seemed to have been squeezed beyond recognition. "Wow, you actually have the aura of a true god on you. Although it's just an empty shell, it's still the aura of a true god. Furthermore, it's a true god of the same pathway." Franca sighed enviously, wishing she could have one for herself. She then looked at Lumion's bandaged left hand. "What's on this one?" "Nothing. It's just to attract attention," Lumion replied with a smile. Franca was stunned for 2 seconds. "You're so sinister. If you advance to a conspirer, your digestion speed will definitely be very fast." "I hope the outcome is as good as your blessings," Lumion replied without modesty. In the afternoon, Lumion took a public carriage to the north bank of the Srenzo River and arrived at the Royce Comprehensive Execution Ground in the prison district. One of Trier's citizens' hobbies was watching the execution of criminals. Although it wasn't the weekend, there were still many people gathered here. There were even many vendors setting up stalls or traversing among them, hawking food and drinks. Among them, there was no shortage of gorgeously dressed street girls seeking business, as well as a group of authors who had deliberately come to take a stroll. If not for the name Royce Comprehensive Execution Ground, written at the intersection and the gallows and beheading platform standing in the distance, Lumion would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place and entered a nearby market. It was bustling and noisy. Stepping on the muddy ground, Lumion concealed himself in the crowd and circled the execution ground as if he were strolling through a market. He didn't spot anyone suspicious, but he saw a dozen or so men and women with bread in their hands crowding in front. Their clothes were old, and some of them could be considered crude. After a while, the crowd suddenly stirred, squeezing to the sides of the road leading to the execution ground to welcome the procession from Saint-Mar Prison. Lumion didn't join in the bustle, but he heard cheers, whistles, and women shouting, "I'm willing to marry you." The latter wasn't a proposal, but a jest about past folklore. In the classical era before Emperor Roselle, if a death row inmate received a proposal while walking from prison to the execution ground and he agreed, he would receive a change in sentence and survive. However, not all death row inmates would accept it. Some valued looks very much, while others had dignity. They all chose death to uphold their ideals. The two most renowned cases involved a handsome death row inmate who rejected the proposal of a woman, believing her appearance to be a nightmare. On the other hand, a beautiful girl, faced with an executioner's courtship, gave up the opportunity to save herself, believing it was an insult to love and marriage. Lumion squeezed into the front row of onlookers and saw 2 death row inmates standing at the firing point. They were relatively young, no more than 30 years old. They wore standard prison uniforms, red short shirts, yellow pants, and green hats. Their feet dragged iron balls, and their hands were tied behind their backs with iron chains. One of the men had black hair and blue eyes, while the other had brown hair and brown eyes. They were good-looking, but their gazes were filled with hatred. Upon seeing the execution gunmen reach their designated positions and raise their rifles, the 2 death row inmates shouted, "Long live freedom! Return to glory!" After shouting, the 2 of them glared at each other angrily and collapsed amidst the gunshots, blood gushing out. The people holding the bread were excited, but they were stopped by the soldiers in front of them and couldn't rush to the firing point. Once the condition of the 2 death row inmates was confirmed, the soldiers left in formation. The bread-wielding citizens charged towards the blood-stained soil. Lumion didn't look at them. Instead, he observed his surroundings to see who was enjoying this absurd comedy. Some of the citizens of Trier were curious and began asking around for the reason behind the commotion, while others watched with excitement. Lumion couldn't discern who was genuinely enjoying the prank's results and who was simply caught up in the fun. This was a part of Trier's folklore. Lumion believed that even a formidable, higher-sequence psychiatrist like Madame Susie wouldn't be able to pinpoint the source of the commotion, identify the prankster, or distinguish the intentional misguidance from the innocent bystanders. Although Lumion had anticipated this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. You Trierians! No wonder the April Fool's team held their private gatherings here. It was like a homecoming. Lumion abandoned his observations and casually singled out a middle-aged man who was using rye bread to soak up the blood left behind by the death row inmates. He waited until the man made a dash for an exit of the Royce Comprehensive Execution Ground before quietly following behind. In a secluded alley devoid of barricades, Lumion took a few steps forward, blocking the path of the middle-aged man in a tattered linen shirt. Raising his bandaged left palm, Lumion inquired, as if he were a mobster giving a condescending glance to an ordinary citizen. "What have you got there?" The gaunt middle-aged man with short black hair replied timidly, "It's bread stained with the blood of death row inmates." "And what's the purpose of this?" Lumion adopted the tone of a curious monster with a touch of intrigue. The middle-aged man's fear was palpable. "It can treat illnesses." "Who told you it could treat illnesses?" This was Lumion's main question. The middle-aged man answered in a daze. "I heard it from Guillaume, who lives across the street. He said that his co-worker's child got better after eating this kind of human blood bread." The child of a co-worker's neighbor, Lumion regarded it as nothing more than a rumor. Tracing its origin would be challenging. He studied the middle-aged man clutching the blood-stained bread and asked with contemplation, "Is someone in your family sick too?" "Yes." The middle-aged man instantly looked downtrodden and filled with despair. He glanced at the blood-stained bread in his hand, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Lumion remained silent for a moment before responding, "What did the doctor say?" The middle-aged man lowered his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the blood bread. "He said there's no cure, and I don't have the money to." Lumion didn't press further. He turned silently, allowing the middle-aged man to pass through the barricade with his blood-soaked bread and continue down the secluded alley. He moved slowly, retracing his steps back to the Royce Comprehensive Execution Ground, and noticed that the market was still in full swing. Many citizens had taken advantage of the situation to have picnics, sing, and dance, turning it into an impromptu gathering. Lumion took cover behind the trees on the edge of the square, sitting in the shadows, and continued to silently observe the people coming and going. As time passed, the bustling market in the execution ground gradually quieted down. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting the surroundings into darkness. Lumion remained hidden, keeping an eye on the departing citizens and vendors. However, he didn't identify any suspicious individuals. With the arrival of the dark night, the Royce Comprehensive Execution Ground was deserted, bathed in the eerie light of the crimson moon. Lumion slowly rose to his feet, preparing to depart. Suddenly, he caught sight of a dark figure leaping over the side fence and swiftly infiltrating the execution ground. Lumion froze and pressed further into the shadows of the tree. The slender figure, adorned with a top hat, made his way to the area where the death row inmates had met their end. He knelt down, reached out, and collected the soil stained with their blood. Could this person also believe in the healing properties of death row inmates' blood? His actions and agility suggest he might be a beyonder. Lumion silently watched the mysterious figure. Before long, the tall, thin figure in the top hat straightened up, holding a mound of blood-soaked soil. Rather than immediately leaving the Royce execution grounds, he ventured deeper, heading towards the gallows. Under the crimson moonlight, the figure buried the blood-stained soil beneath the gallows. He seemed to scrutinize the plants growing there, as if searching for something. In Trocadero town, inside the Red House Cafe with its vibrant mushroom-like roof, Franca, sporting black hair, brown eyes, and hunting attire, placed her dinner order. Beef seasoned with coarse salt, red wine, fries, Faisac omelet, quail bisque with a few slices of ham. Earlier that afternoon, she had engaged in a lively conversation with a group of ladies and could sense the longing and desire in their eyes. Simultaneously, she felt someone secretly observing her, prompting her to stay until nightfall. As Franca neared the end of her dinner, a woman descended from the second floor. It was the demoness who had tailed Franca previously. Today, her long orange-red hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a white man's shirt, brown dungarees, and dark brown boots that accentuated her perfect figure. Her appearance was exquisite and clean, with an aura that was both pure and slightly wild. Without hesitation, the woman, presumably a member of the demoness sect, walked straight toward Franca, pulled out a chair and sat opposite her. Franca deliberately assessed the demoness' appearance and figure with a masculine gaze. She smiled and watched as the woman sat down, waiting for her to speak. "Why are you here again?" the orange-red-haired demoness inquired, studying Franca closely. Franca smiled and replied, "Trocadero wine is my favorite wine. The scenery and atmosphere here are quite appealing." Noticing the demoness' disbelief, Franca added with a sly smile, "Besides, I've heard." She lowered her voice and insinuated, "There are female orgies here." The eyes of the demoness with long orange-red hair flickered. "Who told you that?" Franca looked at the demoness' face and said provocatively, "Once, I encountered a nymphomaniac who tried to ambush me, but I handled him. He claimed to be a peripheral member of an organization called the Bliss Society. The core members of this organization are lesbians, and they are trying to connect with participants in the female orgies at the Red House Cafe, looking to recruit new members." Franca wasn't sure if the demoness sect had any ties to the Bliss Society. After all, it wasn't inconceivable for organizations worshipping evil gods to form alliances to some extent, similar to how Hugues Artois had numerous heretics under his influence. Therefore, she confessed this information to gauge the reaction of the person sitting across from her. As she spoke, she prepared herself for any potential surprise attacks. The demoness with long orange-red hair's expression shifted slightly, becoming more serious. The hostility and wariness in her eyes diminished, but there was a clear sense of repulsion. "Oh, does she view the participants of these female gatherings as her lovers and is unwilling to let me, possibly once a man, near them?" Franca couldn't help but mimic Lumion's tone inwardly and playfully tease. She was reasonably certain that the other party had never heard of the Bliss Society, but she had detected some signs. The demoness sitting across from Franca fell into deep thought, appearing to consider a potential issue. After more than 10 seconds, she unconsciously brushed back her long orange-red hair and asked cautiously, "Are you here to investigate the Bliss Society, or are you interested in joining the orgy?" Franca's laugh drew astonished looks from the surrounding customers, who were clearly taken aback by her stunning expression. "Both," Franca replied, meeting the orange-red eyes of the demoness. "But if I had to choose, I'd prefer attending the orgy." How can people like us resist such a tempting party? Wouldn't you agree? In this way, Franca subtly indicated that she had deduced that the other person was also a demoness and likely a former male assassin. She also hinted at her own history as a man to deter any sudden attacks. The demoness, now dressed as a man, seemed to resist this notion but remained silent, clearly captivated by Franca's presence and aura. Leaning forward, Franca asked in a more masculine tone, "What should I call you?" The demoness hesitated briefly before responding somberly, "I'm Brown Sauron. And you, Sauron? Another member of the Sauron family?" Franca suddenly recalled that Lumien's recent mission under the Iron and Blood Cross Order involved interactions with members of the Sauron family. She didn't conceal her true name and smiled. "Franca Roland." Brown Sauron let out a silent sigh and continued, "Our party places great importance on the privacy and safety of all members. We can't allow problematic individuals to join. If you're truly interested, you'll need to undergo an audit." Franca didn't mind at all. She toyed with the buttons on her shirt and inquired with a grin, "So, where should we start this audit?" "Prison District, Royce Comprehensive Execution Ground." Under the crimson moonlight, the tall, slender figure in the top hat carefully unearthed a few handfuls of weeds from the ground beneath the gallows. The roots of these weeds emitted an eerie, blood-red glow, appearing especially otherworldly in the moon's dim light. This tall, thin figure had a prominent nose bridge, fair skin, and impeccably groomed medium-length black hair. His eyes were a striking shade of red, and he possessed a certain androgynous allure. Clad in a white shirt, a vibrant red bow tie, and a sleek black suit, he gazed with fascination at the peculiar weeds in his hand. He was on the verge of rising to leave the execution grounds. However, at that very moment, a curious male voice broke the silence. "What are you digging?" The lanky figure, who had been crouched beneath the gallows, looked up in astonishment. To his surprise, he realized that, at some unnoticeable point in time, a figure had materialized before him, peering down with a penetrating gaze. This new arrival had blonde hair and eyes as blue as serene lakes. He wore a simple white shirt and a black vest, giving him a youthful and refreshing appearance. How did he manage to approach me without detection? I didn't pick up on any scent or movement. The lanky figure's heart raced with alarm and trepidation. The lanky figure, though startled, sprang into action. In a swift motion, he launched a powerful kick with his knee, lunging at Lumien, leaving only a blur behind. Rather than reaching out with his right hand, which was gripping the strange weeds, he extended his nails, etched with mystical symbols and patterns, appearing hard and razor-sharp. Darkness surrounding Lumien seemed to awaken, converging into pitch-black chains that aimed to ensnare him in place. Lumien's gaze remained resolute as he observed the rapidly approaching figure. He emitted a soft harumph. Two beams of brilliant white light shot forth from his nostrils, striking the target before he could evade in time. The tall, slender figure suddenly crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The illusory chains, formed from darkness, disintegrated into nothingness. Lumien, donning a different visage, grinned and shook his head. "You actually opted for an attack rather than fleeing." Utilizing spirit world traversal, he teleported to close the distance with his target discreetly, preventing him from sensing the impending danger. When they were within mere meters of each other, escape or counterattack became impossible. At worst, both parties would sustain injuries. Hence, Lumien still had time for a greeting. If the other party cooperated and answered civilly, there might be no need for a confrontation. It was akin to a phrase frequently espoused by the curly-haired Baboons Research Society, encouraging compliance through good morals. Lumien carefully observed for a few moments and confirmed that the tall, thin figure had indeed fainted. He bent down to examine the peculiar blood-red rooted weeds. Apart from their extraordinary spiritual properties, they seemed rather ordinary. After some contemplation, Lumien hoisted the unconscious figure and shook him vigorously. As the target began to stir, Lumien released his grip and stepped back. Based on the previous skirmish, Lumion suspected that the other party was a mid-sequence beyonder from the apothecary pathway, specifically sequence 7, known as vampire. This meant that any human who consumed the corresponding potion to advance would eventually undergo a transformation into another species. Aurora possessed substantial knowledge about vampires' characteristics and abilities, as the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society included 2 individuals known as Sanguines, one of whom bore the code name Headmaster. Hence, Lumion deduced the target's identity based on his swift reflexes, formidable nails, and the dark shackles-like spells he wielded. Since he wasn't a psychiatrist and didn't possess any similar items, they weren't truly enemies. The best course of action was to engage in a friendly and cooperative conversation. As soon as the lanky figure regained consciousness, he sprang to his feet and scanned his surroundings with a wary gaze. His eyes fell upon a blond youth standing by the gallows, dressed in a crisp outfit and wearing a friendly smile. Instinctively, he considered launching an attack, but a rational thought held him back. The other party had clearly demonstrated the ability to subdue him effortlessly, with the power to end his life or sell him at any moment. However, instead of harm, he had chosen to awaken him. This implied an absence of immediate malice. Moreover, it indicated a profound confidence in his own capabilities, as if he were unafraid of any resistance or escape. The lanky figure recalled the other party's sudden appearance and the peculiar white beams. He couldn't help but feel that even if the barons or even viscounts from his family were to confront him, the outcome wouldn't be so swift and one-sided. Coupled with his ignorance of the 2 white beams' nature and the corresponding pathway, he suspected that the individual before him had surpassed his expectations in terms of sequence. "What do you want?" the lanky figure inquired in a deep voice. Lumion remained composed, ready to employ the spell of Harumph if necessary. "Are you a vampire?" "Sanguine," the lanky figure emphasized. Lumion cast his eyes skyward at the crimson moon and inquired with a smile, "Which family?" Though he possessed no knowledge of the numerous vampire families or the renowned last names, it didn't prevent him from assuming the role of an ancient being, wise and well-traveled. Sensing the fear in the lanky figure's demeanor, Lumion seized the opportunity to play this role, drawing inspiration from figures like the ancient monster Amon, who had lived for eons. "I hail from the Brook family," the tall, slender figure declared with pride. "My name is La Nu Brook. What kind of family is this?" "I've never heard of them." Lumion nodded slightly and said, "Ah, the Brook family." He glanced at the strange weed in La Nu's hand. "What is this?" "It's mandrake," La Nu responded truthfully, believing that such a potent beyonder wouldn't have much interest in a plant primarily used for spiritual purposes. "You mustn't merely answer my questions one by one. Be proactive and provide context and your reasons for being here." "How can I maintain my image like this?" Lumion chided him internally as he thought rapidly. "Did you come specifically to retrieve it because this herb holds unique significance for you?" La Nu hesitated for a moment before succumbing to his fear. "Yes, the lotion made from it can help me withstand the spirituality surge during the full moon." Spirituality surge. Lumion recalled some details from Aurora's grimoires. The headmaster of the academy team had sought a solution to the spirituality surge during the full moon within the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, but had found none. According to sanguine accounts, after the awakening of the ancestor of the ancient species a few years ago and her reclamation of authority from the Evernight goddess, all sanguines had become unstable during the full moon. This wasn't the madness that afflicted the mutants, but a form of sublimation. Nevertheless, the sudden surge in spirituality, akin to a rising tide, placed a substantial burden on the vampires' bodies. Some experienced hallucinations or unnecessary danger due to their heightened spiritual perception during this period. Lumion regarded La Nu with interest and asked, "Mandrake can suppress the spirituality surge during the full moon?" The few sanguines I've encountered seem to be unaware of this. The entire Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society was unaware. La Nu didn't hide his smugness. "I believe I may be the first to have made this discovery. Mandrake is a plant that thrives beneath the corpses of hanged individuals. It appears to draw power from some sort of earthbound divine influence. Spiritual plants associated with the earth domain? Lumion inquired thoughtfully. How did you stumble upon this revelation? Observing that such a formidable beyonder was ignorant of the origins and applications of Mandrake, La Nu's smile broadened. At first, there were rumors circulating about the plants that grew beneath the bodies of the hanged being able to treat various ailments. Given that every sanguine is an apothecary, I couldn't entirely dismiss these rumors. So I decided to give it a shot. I crafted a mandrake lotion and found that it remarkably suppressed spirituality fluctuations. Rumors once again. Lumion suppressed his frown. Do you happen to know where these rumors originated? I'm afraid not, La Nu replied with a shake of his head. In Trier, rumors abound. For example, in recent months, I was concerned that the reckless harvesting of mandrake by uninformed citizens might disrupt its growth. However, new rumors have surfaced, with people now chasing after blood-soaked soil from death row inmates. It's indeed a challenge to trace the origins of rumors in Trier, Lumion remarked, a touch of resignation in his voice. Why did you bring soil stained with the blood of a death row inmate to the gallows? La Nu proudly displayed his findings. I've discovered that mandrake flourishes beneath the bodies of hanged individuals. While it's most effective, hanging people isn't a common occurrence. However, by using the blood of other death row inmates to nourish it, mandrake can still grow. Although it's not as potent, it gets the job done. Lumion nodded thoughtfully, considering another aspect of the issue. Who initially gave the mandrake its name? Wasn't it merely a rumor in the beginning? When it came to topics within his apparent profession, La Nu spoke confidently. This plant has borne its name for quite some time, though no one had discovered its medicinal value until now. It was primarily utilized as a spiritual ingredient and as a component in certain spells. At this juncture, La Nu suddenly fell into a momentary stupor. Why haven't my ancestors, the illustrious apothecaries, attempted to concoct lotions with mandrake? They aren't confined to traditional knowledge. They explore ingredients based on principles and develop new lotions. Perhaps they did try, but there was no spiritual surge in those times? Could it be that mandrake possessed some mystical power triggered by the spirituality surge accompanying the full moon? Lumion, not being an apothecary or a mysticologist, couldn't arrive at a conclusive answer. All he could do was speculate based on La Nu's musings. He changed the subject. Why did you refrain from reporting the mandrake's utility to your elders? It could hold great significance for the entire sanguine community. La Nu stammered. There are still some issues with the lotions I've crafted. I'm uncertain if the toxicity of mandrake can be entirely neutralized. I plan to verify this before informing the higher-ups. Only then can I have a clear chance at ascending to the rank of Baron. What issues have you encountered? Lumion queried, part curious and partly assisting the headmaster of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society. La Nu adjusted his long, black hair and expressed his concerns with a mix of confusion and apprehension. Whenever I consume the various mandrake-based lotions, it's akin to ingesting poisonous mushrooms. I witness an abundance of flowers blooming on the ground, with countless tiny figures dancing amidst them. I find myself covered in mushrooms. The illusions vary somewhat each time, but recurring elements persist. Could it be that your preemptive entry into the illusion mitigates the adverse effects of your spirituality surge state? Is that why you believe mandrake can suppress this phenomenon? Lumion silently pondered. Without further ado, he activated his spirit world traversal ability and vanished from La Nu's view. A sequence 5 traveler or an item of similar nature. La Nu heaved a sigh of relief, hazarding a rough guess as to why the other party could appear beside him before he could react. Coupled with the strange white beams, such a figure was undoubtedly formidable below the demigod level. The street lamps outside the window had already lit up. Franca gazed at Brown Sauron and spoke. I've already mentioned my name. I reside in the market district and hold a significant position within the Savoy mob. That's all I can reveal. You're free to investigate me as you wish. In any case, I have 2 objectives. Firstly, I intend to probe into the Bliss Society and eliminate any hidden threats. Secondly, I plan to take the opportunity to gain insight into the female gathering. Franca couldn't help but smile at her last statement. Her strategy for the day involved connecting with people genuinely, a tactic she had devised with Lumion. If the demoness at the Red House Cafe approached her, she would confess her intentions and assess if the other party had any ties to the Bliss Society. Franca had even discussed specific details with Anthony Reed, a psychiatrist, to prevent herself from reacting excessively. If that happened, it could do more harm than good. According to Anthony Reed's suggestion, she was candid, but not completely forthcoming, revealing that she was once a man, had transformed into a demoness of pleasure, and was infiltrating the Savoy mob to join the Iron and Blood Cross Order and eventually return to her original gender would not only fail to gain trust but also raise suspicions of ulterior motives due to her excessive honesty. Thus, she only disclosed her identity and primary motives on the surface, leaving the rest hidden in the details, allowing the other party to uncover and investigate on their own. Information gathered through effort was much more credible than mere words. Brown Sauron fixed his gaze on Franca's eyes and remarked, "With the strength you've demonstrated, why limit yourself to being a mob leader? For something of great importance, I believe you would have done the same," Franca replied cryptically, hinting that she had also discerned the other party's path, approximate sequence, and original circumstances. With that, she raised her hand to touch the silver-white earring fastened to her right earlobe and added with a grin, "I forgot to mention that this isn't my true appearance. My disguise is quite effective. Otherwise, why did you lose track of me the last time?" Browns glanced at the silver earring, nodding in comprehension. Instead of delving deeper into Franca's identity, the conversation shifted toward the topic of the Bliss Society. Franca could discern that the demoness placed significant importance on the Red House Cafe's female orgies, and was cautious about any organizations or individuals with hidden agendas. "Are you telling me that you genuinely form romantic connections with some of the participants in these orgies and have developed feelings for them? If this continues, you're bound to encounter trouble sooner or later. It's perfectly natural to have emotions, but seeking them in such gatherings is a sign of a narrow perspective. Can't you completely separate the spiritual from the physical? When there's too much spiritual connection, the desire for physical intimacy grows. Conversely, with too much physical intimacy, it's inevitable for souls to draw closer." As an observer, Franca offered her critique of Brown Sauron's situation, drawing from the knowledge and experiences of 2 lifetimes that had led to her philosophical reflections. This insight allowed her to grasp her first principle as a demoness of pleasure to some extent. She didn't withhold any information. On the one hand, she suspected that the demoness sect had fostered such an innocent and emotionally driven demoness because they had their sights set on the Sauron family. On the other hand, she recounted the general activities and abilities of the Bliss Society. Upon hearing the name Sex Addict and its corresponding behavior, Brown Sauron's expression grew serious and cautious. Franca knew when to conclude the conversation. She finished her after-dinner liqueur, rose gracefully, put on her blue bonnet, and departed from the Red House Cafe. As she entered the rental carriage and returned to the market district, her mind raced, analyzing potential vulnerabilities. "I need to persuade Jenna to move out, but having her stay in my apartment might reveal my true gender. I must remind her not to display her assassin and instigator abilities for the time being. The issue with Seal is that if Brown Sauron and Poofer Sauron frequently interact, they might discover that the affluent merchant's generous scion is, in reality, the leader of the market district's mob, exposing the Iron and Blood Cross Order's hidden agenda. Yes, Brown's is affiliated with the Demoness sect and doesn't share the same interests as the Sauron family. There is a significant likelihood that she would conceal this fact and exploit it. Brown's is brimming with emotions. Is she preparing for the affliction of a Sequence 5? Rue du Rossignol Market District. Lumion teleported back to his safe house. While waiting for Franca to return lie to him and allow him to revert to his original appearance, he contemplated the rumors circulating about the human blood bread. It would have been manageable if I had discovered it from the outset, but now it's already widely believed. Hundreds or perhaps thousands of people have bought into it. Tracing it back to the source will be extremely challenging. Moreover, even if I locate the origin, the person responsible may be filled with false information and unable to identify their source. Finding a skilled psychiatrist who can hypnotize people is quite a task. The Mandrake rumor La New Brook had heard appears suspicious. After careful consideration, Lumion decided not to dwell on it. He would report it to Madame Magician and explore the possibility of hiring someone like Madame Susie or even a high-ranking psychiatrist such as Madame Justice to investigate the source of the rumors. They were experts in similar operations and possessed all the abilities of, I know someone. And even more, the matter concerning the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings was a shared mission of the Tarot Club. Likewise, Lumion intended to burden the major arcana card holders with the other clue. Given his abilities, it was practically impossible for him to investigate it further. He believed that since Loki was operating within Bureau 8, there was a chance he had either subtly influenced some of his colleagues or been discovered by them. All these were potential leads. However, based on his experiences dealing with a marionettist, Lumion recalled the events at the Alone Bar and the puppet show in the basement. It wasn't as murky as he had initially thought. It exuded an aura of malevolence, obscurity, and terror, and he could distinctly perceive the tangible danger concealed within the various details. He suspected that most of the spectators at the Marionette Theater were, in fact, marionettes themselves, fitting the bar's name, alone. It seemed that there was only one living person amidst the marionettes. Of course, this was somewhat exaggerated. It was evident that a few Bureau 8 members were working as bartenders and waitstaff at the Alone Bar, including Loki and Leah. Nevertheless, Beyonders capable of manipulating an entire theater filled with marionettes were far more powerful than Loki. They likely exceeded Sequence 5 and might even be demigods of the seer pathway. Regardless of Lumion's confidence, he didn't believe he could uncover any clues in a bar protected by a demigod. He didn't dare to attempt it. Only the major arcana card holders of the Tarot Club could conduct a thorough investigation in that direction. Without hesitation, Lumion unfolded a letter and began reporting his findings to Madame Magician. As the doll messenger was summoned, it cast a glance at Lumion and remarked, "Do you enjoy dressing up? Is that because I'm wearing a new face?" Lumion smiled and replied, "It's a necessity in certain situations. Disguises help ensure that one remains unrecognized when carrying out certain tasks." The messenger nodded slowly. "No wonder you can't tell I'm different every day." Lumion gazed at the light golden attire of the doll messenger, unsure whether to offer a truthful response or a white lie. In what way is it different from before? Observing Lumion's silence, the messenger snatched the letter and stated sharply, "My hair is smoother, my skin is more elastic, and my dress is new." With those words, the messenger's voice gradually faded away as it dissolved into the candlelight. Lumion let out a sigh and muttered to himself, "Perhaps the more familiar I become with someone, the less I notice their subtle changes." It was akin to Franca, who appeared so relaxed around him that she didn't feel the need to rack her brains on many things. If one had to rack their brains and be on edge when interacting with others, their mental state would inevitably deteriorate over time. Seeing that it was time, Lumion left Rue du Rossignol and arrived at apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. He knocked on the door, and Jenna opened it, looking surprised. "Who might you be?" Lumion scoffed. "Can't you still not tell from my gait? Damn it, your aura, which makes others want to beat you up, will make your disguise useless." Jenna knew that Lumion possessed a mystical item capable of altering his appearance. Once Lumion entered the living room, he glanced around. "Where's Franca?" "She hasn't returned from her visit to the Red House Café," Jenna replied, already aware that Franca had intentions of engaging with a member of the Demonist sect. She had also heard her companion mention the secret organization's animosity towards female assassins. Lumion stroked Franca's mirror substitution in his arms and settled into an armchair when he saw that nothing was amiss. This was Jenna's usual spot. Jenna rolled her eyes at him and perched on the armrest of a nearby chair. She asked thoughtfully, "Why do you have so many enemies? How many of them are there? Lumion had briefly recounted the Corda disaster but had omitted much of his past. He replied simply, "The soul summoning spell that caused my sister's problem was acquired from an organization called April Fools. They intentionally sold it to my sister. My current objective is to locate their key members and execute them one by one." Jenna pursed her lips, refraining from delving into the specifics to avoid upsetting Lumion. "How can I assist?" she inquired earnestly. Lumion pondered for a moment and replied, "Your dedication to becoming a witch is the greatest assistance you can provide me." Not only were the core members of April Fools formidable, but they also had no boundaries. Jenna could only participate in the pursuit of these individuals after becoming a witch and gaining the ability to create a mirror substitution of herself. Internally seething with anger, Jenna refrained from voicing her frustration. She quietly observed Lumion for a few seconds and remarked, "I sense that you're more exhausted than before." Lumion subconsciously smiled. "But I'm also more motivated." "But isn't this too intense?" Franca mentioned that a constantly tense string is prone to snapping. "The best approach is to alternate between tension and relaxation." Jenna expressed her concern. Lumion gave a self-deprecating smile. "But they won't allow me to relax. They're determined to kill me themselves." Noticing Jenna's confusion, he added with a cold expression, "They haven't reported me to the authorities despite knowing that I'm a wanted criminal. It's clear they want me to remain in the market district until they finalize their plan and make all the necessary preparations."